Hi, everybody. My name is Chris. I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, everybody. My name is Doug. I'm a recovered alcoholic.
It's really great to be here. We got an opportunity to tour the city a little bit this afternoon, and really had a good time. Really liked what we saw. We've got a great place here. I'm used to New York City. I work in New York City, and I got to tell you, it's a little bit different attitude around here than it is in New York City, and I'm very grateful. I want to thank Pally, Eric, everybody that put together, everybody that worked toward putting this together and communicated with us and basically put in the effort to make this happen. I want to thank them very much. To get an opportunity to do something like this is always a pleasure and an honor, especially to be asked to speak in another country. The responsibility is kind of big when you're asked to do that. The format for tonight is we're going to do about an hour and 20 minutes, something like that, on a little bit on step one. And then we'll have the speaker portion of the evening with a break in between. Step one, I just want to start off a little bit with step one. I'm going to tell my story later tonight, so I won't get too much involved in my own personal experience. That'll show through in my story, but I do want to just mention a little bit about step one. Step one is probably the most misunderstood steps in Alcoholics Anonymous. People who really think that they understand step one and are working step one don't really truly understand the step one concept of powerlessness. There's a great quote out of this book, and I always when I quote out of books, I always quote incorrectly, but it says, "Who among us wishes to admit complete defeat?" Bottle in hand, we've warped our lives to such a point that only an act of divine providence could relieve us of our alcoholism. Now, that was written in the first step of the step book, and it's a great sentence. But what if it's true? What if it's true? What if we have warped our minds to such a degree that only an act of divine providence can relieve us of our alcoholism? You know what an act of divine providence is? It's like God shining down out of the clouds and giving you the whammy. You know what I mean? Like, that's a heavy concept to get with. But when I got really involved in understanding the big book and getting an experience with the recovery process, my concept of step one broadened and deepened. And in a nutshell, the obsession of the mind is I have a mind that is going to bring me back to drinking. There's very little I can do on my own unaided will to stay separated from alcohol. If I'm powerless over alcohol, admitting powerlessness is admitting that I can't stay away from alcohol. I could have the best reasons in the world. I could have a firm resolve. I swear I'm never going to drink again. There's one of the places where Doug and I speak, there's a book, the original big book, that Bill Wilson had, the original Bible that Bill Wilson had. And in that Bible is all these, notations that he wrote in there to his wife. Lois, I am never going to drink again. I swear on this Bible and on my soul that I'm never going to drink again. And then right below that is, well, this time I'm never going to really drink again. And then below that is, well, I'm really going to try this. I think if you're alcoholic out there, you understand the concept of knowing that drinking is a really bad idea, yet ending up drunk. Now, consider for 1 minute that it's your ego that's taking credit for taking that drink. Oh, I changed my mind about this AA thing. I was just fed up, or she left me, or I lost a job, or I got that promotion. Whatever excuse you use, isn't it really just a fallacy, that particular excuse? Because did you ever drink when it was raining? Did you ever drink when it was sunny? Did you ever drink when you lost a job? Did you ever drink when you got a really good job? Did you ever drink when she or he left you? Did you ever drink when he or she stayed? The outside circumstances really have little or no control over why you put alcohol in your body. But if you are alcoholic, you have what's known as an obsession that brings you back to alcohol one more time, even though you know it's a bad idea. That, in turn, is coupled with a physical craving, which Doug talks about a lot better than me, but it's basically the first drink always does one thing. It asks for the second drink. Second drink insists on the third drink. The third drink demands the fourth drink. You want the 15th drink more than you wanted the 14th, because the more alcohol in your body, the more the craving is present. So if you have a mind that takes you back to alcohol no matter what, and your body ensures that you keep drinking it, that's really, really bad. That's really a bad thing. And that's the first half of step one. Doug, you want to talk on step one a little bit?
How many people here have heard the saying, and there's a lot of sayings that really aren't true, and we hear them in the States all the time because AA has gotten so watered down to where we're at somewhere about a 7 to 13% sobriety rate after a year, where we used to be in the big book, and I'll show you where it says, we used to have a 75% sobriety rate. 75% would make it past a year. That's huge. Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed the path. So when I read that, I wanted to make sure I knew exactly what that path was. Being of a legal mind, I wanted to make sure that I knew all the ins and outs and I can carve this legal stuff up and find out how I could drink legally. That's what I wanted to do. And as I learned, I couldn't drink legally because it was the first drink gets you drunk. How many heard that? The first drink is the one that gets you drunk. Well, I used to think, well, then these people are lightweights because it was normally the 18th drink that got me drunk. It wasn't the first drink. And so what would happen with me is I didn't understand what they meant by that. And when it was clarified to me from a doctor in South Miami Hospital, of which, by the way, I was shipped out to this mental institution for a 28-day program, and they kept me in for 72 days. And I like to tell people because they liked me so much, but that's how bad I was. Okay? And this doctor put it like this. I wish I had a chalkboard because I like writing. But if you could picture, there's 4 boxes. Okay? You have 4 boxes. And a non-alcoholic like my wife, who's a non-alcoholic, I never understand how she can have a half a glass of wine and just leave it alone. It kind of just blows my mind. But what happens is when she takes a drink of alcohol, it comes in as alcohol, box number 1. Follow me? Box number 2, it turns to this thing, formaldehyde, if you will. It gives you this elusiveness, this woo, right? Then her body says, this is poison, shut down, no more drinking. Of which she listens to her mind and she shuts down and she stops drinking. And then it turns into the barley and hops, the sugar, if you will. And then it goes, that's box 3. And then box 4, H2O, water that passes through us. Follow me? This is the way it works for us. It comes in as alcohol. It turns to formaldehyde. We get this woo. And instead of our body shutting down, it's like, let's kick it up a notch. And if this made me feel 1 drink, 20 is going to make me feel 20 times better. Right? So now we're just drinking. But what happens is our third box is not the barley and hops. Our third box is a codeine-like substance that transmits in our mind. It actually forms a fluid. Only us have that codeine-like substance in our mind that produces the more. And we are restless, irritable, and discontent. And so we can feel the sense of ease at once taken by another drink. And that's what's talked about in the big book. Okay? I think you all have experienced that. If not, then you're not an alcoholic. Because you could stop any time or moderate. I couldn't. Once I put the alcohol in my body and went to alcohol, formaldehyde, then I went to this codeine-like substance, which I will always have. I crossed the line. How many people say, I crossed that line? It's like losing a leg. You can never get it back. Once it goes to that codeine-like substance, then it goes to the barley and hops, then it goes to the water, and then we're out. Okay? When that was mentioned to me, when the actual medical part was mentioned to me like that, on how we have crossed the line and we produce a codeine-like substance, which is the most addictive substance in our mind, by taking one drink. So it really wasn't the 20th drink. It wasn't that everybody was such a lightweight and they could only have one drink and then they were drunk. It was that when I took the one drink, when I took that first drink, it was virtually impossible for me to stop. Now, there may have been some occasions where I did stop. I don't remember ever trying, but I might have once or twice. Because see, I knew I just couldn't stop drinking. That's ridiculous. Why would I do that to myself? If I ever get a phone call in the middle of the night and the guy's drunk, he's like, do you want me to stop? I'm like, no. Why? What are you, crazy? You're going to be restless, irritable, and discontent. Drink yourself to sleep and stop. Yeah, finish it up. Stop calling me. And I hang up. Call me when you're sober. All right? Because most of the stuff coming out of their mouth is going to be a lie anyway. That is the step one that I have. Okay? It says we admitted we were powerless. And I want to make this statement right now, and I hope I'm making this on tape. I am not powerless over people, places, and things. I am not. I have a God that I will show you in step 2 that gives me unlimited amounts of power in my life. Okay? That's why I've been so successful in most of the things that I've done in my life. In sobriety. I crushed that in drinking, but in sobriety, because I believe in this power that we have, our inner power, our inner God, that gives me unlimited power. I am powerless over that alcohol. Once it comes in, it forms the codeine. That I'm powerless over. But I'm not powerless over people, places, and things. I'm not. If I don't like you, I don't hang out with you. If I don't like a place, I move, okay? That thing, I haven't figured out what that was, but it's kind of a saying that we all use. Powerless over people, places, and things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dispel a lot of the verbiage that we use here in AA that's just not true. It's not in the big book. It's not our original founders and what they've meant to say. It's not. And why I go on all these speaking engagements is because what I like to do is I'm very mechanical when it comes to the steps. I have gone through this once. I have not in 13 years found any reason to drink. And I've been through a boatload of bad stuff. I've been through unbelievable amounts of good stuff. So for those of you who see this, you'll see step 1 on this form right here, and it explains what I just talked about. This is right out of the big book. I've come up with the 12 steps in a form over my years, right out of the big book. If you're interested in this, Pazzi said that he would email it to you for tomorrow so you could print it out. Okay? It also has daily inventories. It has all the step worksheets for you right out of the big book. Okay? I'm more than happy to share that with you. So that's my experience right now. The unmanageability, that's easy. That was a piece of cake, and I'll tell you that in my story.
After the dash, okay, think about the first step. We admitted we were powerless over alcohol. Dash, that our lives had become unmanageable. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean to you? One of the things that is very, very important in step 1 is for you to get your own truth about step 1. Without your own, you need to fully concede to your innermost self. So without your own concept of your truth with powerlessness, you're not going to have the motivation or the fuel to motor through the rest of the steps. You'll run out of enthusiasm for working the program. However, if you are an alcoholic and you fully concede to your innermost self that you're an alcoholic, you're going to get through the steps. You're going to be consistent with meetings, and you're going to sponsor other people and find service commitments. You're just going to do that because you're going to see that that's your best chance of survival. That's your best chance of any quality of life. Because here's the piece in quality of life after the dash, that our lives have become unmanageable. Now, when I was first in Alcoholics Anonymous, I thought it was about the cars, the crash in the cars, or the family leaving me, or, the cops always hassling me, or, there was a whole bunch of different problems that I had in my life. And I thought that was the unmanageability. Yeah, my life has become unmanageable. It's hard for me to get a job. I don't have a driver's. That can be looked on as unmanageability, surely. But that's the external unmanageability, the worst type of unmanageability that we have. I'm going to list a few things that are found in the book Alcoholics Anonymous that talk to our unmanageability. And if any of these resonate with you, if you say, oh yeah, I have that, understand that you have work to do in Alcoholics Anonymous, because unless it's a clinical issue, most alcoholics have situational issues. As long as it's not a clinical issue, the treatment for alcoholism treats these problems: restlessness, irritability, discontent. Does anybody relate to that? How about resentment? Really being pissed at people for long periods of time. We don't let go of it. We're going to get them. Might take us 2 or 3 years, but we're going to get them. That's like a deep resentment. Depression, anxiety, self-centered fear and anxiety are kind of the same thing. Just not feeling comfortable with yourself or your environment. You just can't step out and go do the things that you would really should do, you just don't, you feel like staying home and pulling the covers over your head a lot of times. Now, that's a view of some of the unmanageable personal relationships. We have problems with personal relationships. We can't seem to keep friends or to not have our family mad at us or neighbors. We're always in conflict with people. Okay? Now, those are kind of a picture of the unmanageability that we suffer when we're sober, if we're an alcoholic. Okay? I'm not talking about when we're drinking. I'm talking about if we're alcoholic without a recovery process. That's the type of unmanageability that we suffer from when we're not drinking. It can happen when we're drinking, but mainly what happens with alcoholics is sobriety becomes untenable because a lot of those things are present in our lives, and it just makes us uncomfortable. We just want to escape it. We want to escape from the bondage of self that it talks about in AA. Now, toward the end of chronic drinking, some of the unmanageability is the hideous 4 horsemen: terror, bewilderment, frustration, despair, suicidal thoughts. I could go on and on and on. This really is the unmanageability that is brought about by alcoholism. If you're truly alcoholic, depending on where you are on the scale of alcoholism, you can suffer from these things. Now, do not kid yourself. The things that I've just talked about, there's a treatment for them. If you are suffering from those things because you're alcoholic, the treatment process for alcoholism, the 12 steps, treats those disorders. And I'm not saying you can completely eliminate them from your life, but they can be overcome. The emotional attachment and the emotional pain that we suffer from a lot of these things, we can move past. And we can become happy, joyous, and free. Now that's something I didn't understand when I came into AA. I was so sick, I just wanted to separate from alcohol. If I could have separated from alcohol, I would have been fine. But the problem was not alcohol. The problem was alcoholism. And with alcoholism comes emotional, spiritual, mental, deterioration that just causes uncomfortability and unmanageability across the board. I didn't understand that. And a lot of times we can't understand it until we start to engage in the recovery process. You're so sick, you don't know how sick you are. There's one thing that I always say. Well, I do a lot of work in treatment centers, a lot of speaking in treatment centers, detoxes, rehabs, etc. And I'll hit it right between the eyes, because it says in this book, if we've disturbed you about your alcoholism, or if you've disturbed the new man about his alcoholism, this is all to the good. Because you need the truth. For you to be able to fully concede to your innermost self whether or not you're alcoholic, you need the truth. You need to know what that looks like. What does alcoholism look like? If you asked 100 people on the street, what is alcoholism? You get 100 different answers. Oh, that's a bum on the Bowery, or that's somebody who's drinking too much. And none of these are really the correct answer of what alcoholism is. Alcoholism is mental, spiritual, physical. It's an obsession of the mind. It's an allergy of the body. It's unmanageability that goes across one's life. That's really what alcoholism is. And certainly, alcohol is present and involved. But more as a solution to the emotional conditions that we have. And it becomes an obsessive solution to the emotional problems that we have. We drink when we don't want to drink. Somehow unconsciously we believe that we can overcome some of these problems by drinking, and so we drink. Now, because we are here's the two things that I believe are really true. If you're new, if you haven't gone through the steps yet, if you're back from a relapse, there's two things about you that are very, very true that you're not going to fully believe. One of them is you're in way more trouble than you think you are. However much trouble you think you're in, multiply it by 10, and you'll be getting close to how much trouble you're really in. Okay? And I don't care if you haven't had a drink for 10 years. If you haven't gone through the steps, you're in real trouble. The other thing that's true that you don't believe is that Alcoholics Anonymous has a much larger solution to your problems than you're giving it credit for. Going through the 12 steps and then being of service answers more problems than your problems drinking. That it's going to answer your problems with the unmanageability of your life, the quality of your life. We're not going to promise that you're going to make more money, but we are going to promise that you're going to be a lot happier about whatever you're making. And we're not going to promise that you're going to get better relationships, but we can promise that you're going to enjoy the relationships you have at a deeper and more beneficial level. So, if you have any of this unmanageability that I talked about, please consider that there's a recovery process for it. And if you go from one side to the other, you will not come back to me and say, Chris, you lied. You're going to come back to me and say, I never even knew. I've been in a 12-step program all these years, and I never, ever understood what the steps could really do. That's what you'll probably say. Because Alcoholics Anonymous is experiential. You can memorize this book and still be really sick. This is information that needs to be experienced. There's two ways to learn. One is intellectual and one is experiential. You can learn this book intellectually and it won't feed the recovery process. But if you learn this book experientially, if you actually do what it says to do, you'll experience the recovery process.
Saying number 2 for dark tunnel AAers, as we call them in the United States. How many people have heard this? Don't drink, go to meetings. That's all they hear. Don't drink, go to meetings. Do they say that out here? Don't drink, go to meetings. Okay? How many people have heard this? Number 3. This is a selfish program. Okay, so this is what I heard. Here's this newcomer that comes in 1995. The most selfish person on the earth. I come in, I hear, don't drink, go to meetings, this is a selfish program. I'm like, sign me up. I am the most selfish SOB, and I would look at my then first wife and say, this is a selfish program, and I'm going to go to my 9th meeting today.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, really. And I was working a selfish program. And then I was doing the not drinking, going to meetings. As a real alcoholic, as defined on page 21, real alcoholic, I'll read it to you. I'm one of those. As a real alcoholic on page 21, I need a solution that has weight and depth. Follow me so far? So, I'm listening to this, don't drink, go to meetings, don't drink, go to meetings, don't drink, go to meetings. So I'm not drinking, going to meetings, I'm working a selfish program. So what's happening? I got step number 1 down. The minute I was powerless over alcohol, my life was crazy. It wasn't even unmanageable. It passed from unmanageable into crazy. But all the driving while intoxicated stopped. All the beatings of other people stopped. All the fights stopped. But I just was not drinking and going to meetings. So my whole inside is just tore up. So this was my great game plan. After 90 days, in America we get these little trinkets, these gift cards or whatever you want to call them for not drinking. Isn't that great? So I wanted to pick up that green chip. That's all I wanted. And so after 90 days, I was going to pick up my 90-day chip because then I proved to all you that I was an alcoholic. Everyone's off my back, although I just lost a killer job. Everybody's off my back. And so I'm sitting there in the chair like this, you know, and they're about ready to give out the chips because from there I was going to this thing called 5 Point Liquors. I was going to go out drinking because I made it to 90 days. Now in Florida we have this beautiful thing. It's called drive-through liquor stores. So when you're too drunk to get out of the car, you drive through. So you know how they knew when I was coming, I'd hit my headlights up against the wall just to make sure I was close enough. And then I'd pull up to the window. And I'd roll down and she's like, "Hey, you having a good night?" And I'd be like, "Meh." So I was leaving that meeting after 90 days and I was going to go get liquor because I was not drinking going to meetings. That's all I was doing. So,
you were drinking and go to meetings.
Right. But I wasn't drinking. You know, I had the white fist and I hated everybody. I wasn't drinking. So I thought to myself, okay, I'm going out. This guy comes up to me, my first sponsor, and still my sponsor to this day. And as I'm running out the door, I'm like, yeah. Like, I'm just like trying to get through this crowd of people. They're all congratulating me for not drinking. Thanks. And so the one guy comes up to me and says, "You know, you're acting a little more strange than usual." And I look at him like, that's pretty damn strange. And he says to me, let me tell you something. He says, why don't you come over to my house on Tuesdays and Thursdays and I'll bring you through the program of recovery. It's a program of recovery. What do you think I've been doing for the last 90 days? I've been going to 3 meetings a day because I'm unemployed. You've been dragging me to these jails and these institutions and with all these homeless people, you know, all this stuff. And he says to me, "You've been working a fellowship," which is this right here. "You have not been working the program of recovery," which is this right here. So he said, "If you come over to my house on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 8 o'clock, because I know you're unemployed." Great. I felt great already, right? He says, "And bring your big book. If you come late, don't knock on the door. If you lie to me once, you're out." We understood? And I'm like, you arrogant. So anyway, I won't say it on tape. So I had a few choice words and I was like, you know what? I'll show you this stuff doesn't work. Right? So I started working the steps with him. The first thing he said to me was this. On the preface, it says, as we were talking about a solution, it says, because this book here, that's kind of beat up, this book here, is the basic text for our society and has helped such large number of alcoholics, men and women, to recovery. Okay? A textbook, folks, is a book that needs to be taught. Now, this is the example that I give to my sponsees. I know I look young. I'm a retired airline captain for one of the airlines in the United States. I don't want to mention it on tape because the stock market will probably crash if I tell you my story and what I used to do with that airline. But I was a captain, pilot, and, yeah. Wait till you hear my story. You're going to love this one.
Hope you're not afraid of flying.
Hope you're not afraid of flying.
This is going to make it much worse.
It is. So I would say, okay, let's say I gave you a 737 flight manual, and I say, here you go. This is the textbook. Go home and read it, and come see me after 30 days. How many sponsors in the United States do that? They kill more people than smallpox. They go, here, go read this. Tell me what you think.
Read the first step every day for a year.
Yeah, whatever. So I was in a rehab, and the guy goes, here, read this book, and then tell me what you think. Okay? I was in the rehab. I read the whole 164 pages in 8 hours. I called him up. I'm like, I don't understand this book. That guy, Bill, he's a loser. I don't drink anything like him. And what, I don't understand this 1 through 12 stuff. He goes, read it again till you understand it. Well, he's telling me this because he doesn't understand the book. He wants me to explain it to him. I'm in a loony bin. How am I going to explain this to him, right? It's a textbook. It's a textbook. It needs to be taught. It's a basic text for our society. back to the analogy. I give you my 737 flight manual. All right? And I say, Palsy, go read this 737 flight manual. Come back and see me. You come back, you're like, I don't understand it. I put you into the left seat of that airplane. I'm like, okay, spark it up. Let's go to America. You look at me like, are you crazy? Well, that's like this book. This book needs to be taught. And it's very important. It needs to be taught. The next thing is, in the forward to the first edition, right here, it says, we of Alcoholics Anonymous are more than 100 men and women who have recovered. Recovered, not recovering. Past tense, it's over. We have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. The mind and body is what I've told you about. The craving that Chris was talking about. I'm not going to drink. If you hook me up to a lie detector, I would swear and pass that I was not going to drink. But then 5 o'clock comes and I'm like, I'm out of here. Let's go have some toddies. Let's have a couple cocktails, a couple pints, whatever you say here. All right? It says, then once I put that beer into my system, the body's over with. The race is over. I'm going out. I'm a done deal. Just drink until it's all over. So it says, because it says, we have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body to show other alcoholics precisely, and it's in little squiggly lines, precisely, meaning exactly how we have recovered, is the main purpose of this book. So I have a main purpose of this book. I'm going to show you precisely exactly how these people have recovered. Why aren't we all screaming this from the hilltops? Why aren't we all teaching this? I don't get it. Not being very bright is a gift. I believe it's a gift. Being a retired airline captain, I had another gift. I was very good at checklists. My first officer would read something, I'd say check, read, check, read, check. Okay? When we didn't do the read, check, I would always make a mistake. I'm telling you, we didn't make too many mistakes in the air because I'm still here. People are like, oh my God, I gotta go flying tomorrow. Okay? So it's a checklist. I'm able to follow this checklist. And I believe that's why I came in here just once. It's sure not because I'm better looking than you all. You all are gorgeous. This country is beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful country. And I'm definitely not smarter than anybody in this room. It's because I was given a checklist, and this checklist I followed. Okay? And when it said to me that I admitted I was powerless over alcohol and what it does to my body, and that my life was unmanageable, even after 90 days of sobriety, not drinking, going to meetings, for a real alcoholic, if you tell him, just don't drink, go to meetings, just give him a gun. Tell him to put it to his head and pull the trigger. Because nothing's going to change. The fights may stop. The DWIs, driving while intoxicated, may stop. Walking around Copenhagen naked may stop. But the inner pain will not stop. I promise you that. That is the worst pain, is it not? That is the worst pain that we go to, is that emotional sobriety that Chris was talking about. So what I would like for everybody to walk away here today is, I'm going to give you all these nice little quotes. Think, think, think. Don't think, don't think. Don't drink, go to meetings. There's a million of them. Okay? And then I'm going to dispel them and show you what the big book says about that. And, that's that. You're next.
One of the things, just talk a little bit about the history of Alcoholics Anonymous and how it worked. For many, many years I studied as much as I could find on the history of Alcoholics Anonymous in the early days. Now, for the first 15 or so years of AA, until the book, The 12 Steps and 12 Traditions, was written, Alcoholics Anonymous was different. And how it was different was this. You were, if you were a prospect for Alcoholics Anonymous, and that's what they called you if you were somebody who they were trying to land. You were a prospect. If you were landed, you were then a protege. They've got a habit of calling people all kinds of, names, pigeons, babies, sponsees. Sponsees I use, but anyway, they called the new person the prospect, and then if the person has started to work the steps, they were then a protege. But anyway, if you were a prospect for Alcoholics Anonymous, you got checked out. Whoever was bringing you in, they were kind of in charge of making sure that you were a real alcoholic, and they would do that by asking you questions. However each person would identify you, but they made sure that there were strong drinking issues. And then they started you on the steps. Now, there were some groups that had beginners meetings because they were growing so fast that the one-on-one sponsorship wasn't possible. But more often than not, it was one man bringing another person through the steps, or a handful of people bringing somebody through the steps. Now, then you were brought to the meetings. So, you were offered the program of recovery, and then you were offered the fellowship when they knew you were serious. When they knew you were serious, because you had to be pretty serious to start working the steps. Pay the money back. You had to be serious. Now, what changed around the time of the 12 steps and 12 traditions was AA had become very, very big. They opened the doors of AA with the traditions. An honest desire to stop drinking was the only requirement for membership in AA. They couldn't keep you out if you said you had a desire to stop drinking. You were allowed in the meetings. Now that changed everything. I'm not saying for bad, I'm not saying for good. It opened the doors of Alcoholics Anonymous. But also what it did was it made it okay for you to come to the fellowship before you got the program. So you were allowed to come into meetings and you weren't forced to participate in the recovery process like you were several years earlier. So what happened was that created the dry drunk syndrome. Now, the dry drunk syndrome is basically someone who really is alcoholic who's not living life along spiritual lines, like it talks about in this book. Now, Doug has great analogies. I want to use an analogy here too. We flew over on one of the most Scandinavian Air, one of the most wonderful flights I've ever experienced in my life. The service was unbelievable. The American carriers, they throw a bag of peanuts at you from the front of the plane. We were waited on. It was unbelievable.
They got drunk pilots flying over there.
Yeah, they got like Doug after a couple of toddies, landing the plane with the oxygen mask coming down, So, but anyway, this was a great experience. To get back to my analogy, let's say all you ever did was go to the airport and sit in the terminal and talk about flying and what it would be like to fly and what it would be like when you got there. And day after day you kept going to the airport and sitting in the terminal, but you never got on a plane. Well, that's what's happening in Alcoholics Anonymous today. People are coming into the meetings and they're talking about recovery and they're talking about the steps and you know what? They've never really gone through the steps. What we're going to ask you to do in this workshop this weekend is to get on a plane. Okay? Get off your ass. Go down the what's it called? The gangplank?
Are we allowed to say what you just said?
I hope so. Anyway,
Jetway.
Walk down the jetway and get on the plane. Because I'll tell you, there's some really, really wonderful things in store for you. Here's another analogy that I'll use, in case you're too intellectual to get the simpler one. Let's say you're a calculus student, okay? And you've taken calculus and you're in the calculus class and you like to go there and you like to read the calculus book and go out to the diner after the calculus class and talk about calculus and just hang out with all the calculus people. But you never open up the book and you never do any of the exercises. So you can never solve any of the problems. Well, that's what happens in Alcoholics Anonymous a lot today too. There are people that go into the meetings and they read the book and they talk and they go out to the diner afterward, but they've never gone through these exercises, so they can't solve their own problems. They keep having problem after problem after problem. Have you ever gone to the discussion meetings where the same person shares the same problems? It's just recycling. The problem du jour gets recycled time and time again, and there's seemingly no progress, no spiritual progress in the individual. That's what's happening in Alcoholics Anonymous, surely in the United States. And there's a renaissance going on, getting back to the basics, back to the principles in the book Alcoholics Anonymous. And again, that's something that we want to be a part of. But for tonight, what I certainly would recommend for everyone, this will be my exercise. Doug may also have an exercise, but I want you to really be honest with yourself and ask yourself, 3 questions, Is it my experience that the mental obsession has been operative in my life? Have I really, really sworn off alcohol and then ended up back on it? Have I known to the depths of my soul that drinking alcohol was a really, really bad idea, but I did it anyway? Ask yourself those questions. Then ask yourself, once I started to drink, like I went out for 2 and I ended up closing the place down. Or when I'm drinking with my friends, I always seem like I get a lot more drunk than they do. That's the physical craving. Ask yourself, do you have that? Is that your experience? And then ask yourself, do you experience restlessness, irritability, discontent, self-centered fear, resentment, depression, anxiety, remorse, shame, guilt? Do you experience any of that stuff not drinking? And does it seem like when you drink you can escape that for a short period of time? Ask yourself those questions, because that'll speak to your unmanageability. If you can admit to those 3 things, it's not good news. You don't come walking away from step 1, oh boy, I'm an alcoholic, because it's a death sentence. It's a death sentence unless, well, we're going to talk about step 2 a little bit tomorrow. But that would be my exercise, for each individual in here. If you choose to do it, there's not going to be a test.
I've had the absolute pleasure of, I have a guy by the name of Joe P. He lives, I have a home in Virginia, also. And Joe P. had 10 years sobriety. He heard me speak. At that time, I think I had 3. Maybe 4 years of sobriety. And I was speaking as I am now, because when I was given the message after 90 days of the book, I was the biggest pain in everybody's butt, because all I was doing was getting in your face. See the big book. I know why you drank, because you didn't do the steps, and no one wanted me to sponsor them, and I couldn't understand why. My sponsor says, because you're an asshole. That's why. And so as the spirituality came along, I kind of calmed down. I let each person live their own life. But I took this guy, Joe P., through the steps, and he got a huge spiritual awakening. And after the 9th step, he started crying, and he said to me, how come no one has showed me this? And I said to him, well, maybe you just weren't listening. Or maybe there's not enough of us around to help bring this message to the masses. A year after he did the steps, his wife walked up to me. I was throwing a party, and his wife walked up to me crying, saying, thank you for the new husband. I can't tell you how many times I've seen that. So the bad news is, if you're sitting there with restless, irritable, discontent in your own skin now in sobriety, whether you have 90 days, a year, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, well, that kind of stinks for you. But the good news is you are going to learn the solution as written in the big book. How many people have heard pink cloud? Do they have that over here? I'm on a pink cloud. It's a pink cloud. It's not a pink cloud, folks. I've been on a 13-year God consciousness. My life is so unbelievable that I breathe rainbows. Even when it's bad, it's great. Do you understand? I'm dead serious about this. My life is phenomenal. I use this book as the nucleus, as the beginning, and then I've built my whole life, my whole spiritual being around this. Because you gotta understand, I came in here an atheist. I don't think I mentioned that. Try to do AA as an atheist. You're constantly walking out of meetings because they're talking about God all the time. Another thing is, we live day by day, one day at a time. That may be true. But when I came in this thing, I came in it for permanent sobriety. Don't be afraid to mention permanent sobriety. It states it right in the big book here. It says, this physician, they're talking about Dr. Bob. This physician had repeatedly tried spiritual means to resolve his alcohol dilemma, but had failed. Dr. Bob was a great church-going guy. So why was he constantly in and out, in and out, in and out? Because he wasn't working any steps. He wasn't making restitution. He had all that guilt. He wasn't doing a 4-step. He wasn't admitting his handicaps to another human being. And he wasn't trying to straighten up the past. He just was, even me, as an atheist, I tried to go to an Episcopal church. Try to do that. I was the cook at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I'd come home from the bar and go to like this Episcopal church and start cooking. Just to like find this God that you all were talking about. And of course I'd go home and drink, and it was all good because I wasn't working the steps. I wasn't taking action, spiritual action. Okay. It says here, Bill Wilson met Dr. Bob and helped him through these helping others. That's what they did in the beginning. And it says here, this seemed to prove that one alcoholic could affect another as no non-alcoholic could. It also indicated that strenuous work, meaning getting on an airplane last night, getting here 7:30 in the morning, and coming up here all pie-eyed trying to make sense of what we're saying to you, is strenuous work. One alcoholic with another was vital to permanent recovery. Permanent, forever. It mentions it twice in this big book. Permanent recovery, forever. I'm not afraid to say that. I mentioned permanent recovery in a meeting in the U.S. The whole meeting's about me. They'll all start talking about me and about how they're waiting for me to relapse, blah, 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 blah. Because they don't know this book. Okay? Permanent recovery. It talks about permanent recovery. Check this out. Of alcoholics who came to AA and really tried, I can't define really tried, but I guess like really tried.
Work the program.
50% got sober at once. 50% got sober at once. It says here, and remained that way. 25% sobered up after some relapses. 75% sobriety rate. What happened? What do y'all think happened? The message got watered down. They got away from this. As Chris was talking about, there's no such thing as a sponsor, sponsee. If you look at the writings between Dr. Bob and Bill Wilson, they wanted to make sure that there was no hierarchy, if you will. Okay? That there was no sponsor, that you always counted on God. So they called you sharing partners. You would share your experience, strength, and hope. That is in the big book. That is one saying that really is in the big book. Experience, strength, and hope. Okay? So it was the sharing partner stuff. 75% sobriety rate. We're at between 7 and 13 now. That's terrible. And it's because of sayings, just don't drink, go to meetings, take your time working the steps. That is furthest from the truth. I will show you time frames. Next, launched, immediately, then. Those are words that they use, okay, to take these steps immediately. I have learned a way through studying Dr. Bob on how to take someone through the steps in 4 hours. And I will share that with you, okay, by the time we get done with this.
A couple of things I want to go over. One of them is in the book Alcoholics Anonymous. From the title page to page 44, we're talking about, I don't know, half an inch worth of pages. That's all on step one. That's all information on step one. Bill goes over and over and over again and again and again, example after example. There's Fred, there's Jim, there's the man of 30, there's the hitchhiker. Again and again and again, he's going over examples to give you the information you need to understand what alcoholism is and how it affects you and how it works, so that you can fully concede to your innermost self that you are alcoholic. Now, from page 44 to page 88 is basically steps 2 through steps 11. So there's more information on step 1 than there is on step 2 through 11. And there's a lot of information on step 12. So, that's the importance of step 1 and step 12. There's a pamphlet. I don't see pamphlets in the back, but pamphlets are real big over in the States. And one of them is called Problems Other Than Alcohol. And that was written by Bill Wilson, back in, I think the early 60s or so. And what it says in there is it says, the sole purpose of an AA group is the teaching and practice of the 12 steps. When a person drinks, it's not something that's inflicted upon them from someone in authority. It's from their failure to live along spiritual lines. Now, here's another couple of quotes from other literature. This is the foreword to the 12 and 12, and it just explains very, very beautifully what AA really is. AA is a 12-step program. AA's 12 steps are a group of principles, spiritual in their nature, which if practiced as a way of life can expel the obsession to drink and enable the sufferer to become happily and usefully whole. That's beautifully written. I want to be happily and usefully whole. I don't know about anybody else in here. When I was drinking, I wasn't. I was holed up in a room with the blinds shut, listening to music, and my life was getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And I was useful to just about nobody. And today, that really isn't the way it is. Now, here's a warning, and you will find this in Tradition 9 on page 174 of the Step Book. It says, unless each AA member follows to the best of his ability our suggested 12 steps to recovery, he almost certainly signs his own death warrant. His drunkenness and disillusion are not penalties inflicted by people in authority. They result from his personal disobedience to spiritual principles. There it is. Our own death warrant if we don't practice the principles of spiritual living that we find in AA. Now, do we have to do this perfectly? Like if we make a mistake, if we spell a word wrong, no, this is a pass-fail course. And it really, our passing grade is really on our willingness and the amount of effort that we put into it. It's not on how perfect everything is done, how perfect these steps are worked. We just need to be willing to get involved in them. And why? Why? Well, the real reason needs to be that you cannot overcome drinking on your own. And that the power greater than yourself that you're going to need to overcome that drinking must be sought. It says in the A, B's, and C's, A, that we're alcoholic and could not manage our own affairs. B, that no human power could relieve us of our alcoholism, and see that God could and would if He were sought. So we must seek God. That's why we're going to go through the steps. It can't be because of virtue. It can't be because I want to be a better AA member, or it'll make me a better person, or I'll get more chicks. It can't be those reasons. The reasons needs to be survival, because you're going to need that much determination to get through. The steps are not easy to get through. They're really not. The instincts balk at investigation. Our ego is going to try to dissuade us in 100 different ways from doing this. Our egos will tell us all kinds of lies to keep us away from these spiritual practices, because the ego knows that these spiritual practices are designed to destroy the ego. One of the people early on in AA that was very influential was Dr. Henry Thibault. This was somebody that Dr. Bob was involved with, and he was in the psychiatric field. And he wrote a bunch of very, very important essays back in the early days of AA that AA members held on to very tightly. And one of them basically states that ego deflation at depth is necessary for the alcoholic to take the first step. You need to be surrendered. You need to be surrendered. Now, just how much of a surrender? Well, what is surrender? What is a concession? What is surrender? Picture two countries that are at war with each other. Not too hard to imagine these days. And one of them surrenders, and the other, the country that is winning the conflict says, your surrender must be unconditional. And the other country says, okay, let's just stop this killing. Now what happens is the two people come to the table and the conditions of surrender are laid out. And if the country that lost follows those conditions, they're pretty much assured that full-scale assault is not going to take place. Now, what happens if the country decides not to abide by the conditions of surrender? They can open the doors to fresh conflict. Now, we do kind of the same thing in step one when we surrender. Okay, I surrender. Alcohol just destroyed me. I can't fight anymore. I got to get out of the ring. All right, well, you surrender, okay, we're going to accept your surrender, but it's going to be conditional. We're going to give you the conditions upon which your surrender is necessary. And the conditions are in this book. Now, if we fail to abide by the conditions of alcoholism surrender, we can open up the door to fresh conflict. We can open up the door to a renewed bout of active and acute alcoholism, which is really, really bad news. So, step one really is a concession. It's also a surrender. We need to stop fighting, and we need to become willing to do things that we don't even believe in, and we certainly don't want to do. Because before you start going through the steps, you don't believe that they're going to work. You know what you believe? You believe that you're special, that you're different, that you've got a whole, okay, the steps up on the wall, but if you knew me, I'm going to need all this other stuff. I'm going to need like a team of therapists and, well, you just don't buy the steps. Who the heck buys the steps? I remember I was sober about a week, okay? And this guy that I'm working with comes up to me and he goes, "Hey, so I hear you're going to those A&A meetings. What are they like?" And I said, "Well, I drive up to the meeting and I shake hands with the guy outside in front of the meeting, and then I go in and I get a cup of coffee and then I sit down and then they say the serenity prayer. And then they've got a couple of announcements, and then somebody leads the meeting and they share that they've got a resentment. And so then other people start raising their hands saying, "Oh, you've got a resentment. I've got a resentment too. Here's my resentment. Here's my resentment. Here's my resentment." And they pass a basket and everybody puts in $1. And then at the end, we all stand in a big circle and we hold hands and we say the Lord's Prayer. He's like, "What?" And I go, "He's right. That doesn't make any sense at all. How can that work?" But I go, "It's only $1. You don't understand. This is all stuff that needs to be learned experientially. So all you can do is kind of have a little bit of faith in the beginning. All right, maybe this Alcoholics Anonymous, maybe these steps things will work. You don't know that they're going to work. At best, you can kind of think that they might work. They've worked for other people. Even though I'm different, maybe they'll help. And I mean, I started moving into the steps basically because I became convinced that it was the answer to my problems by listening to a bunch of tapes. I mean, in my area, there was very few people that were opening the Big Book as a textbook, as a manual to recovery. More or less, it was a fellowship oral tradition type of AA, where you just went to a lot of meetings and, the person with a lot of time, everybody listened to, listen to old Harry, Harry really, here he goes, the kid, underneath every skirt's a slip. And he'd have all these other words of wisdom, and you'd just like, wow. And I guess they were good, unless you were in real trouble. And I was in real trouble, so how much time we got? 7 minutes.
I'm going to take you to up to We the Agnostics, which is considered step 2, and you're going to hear a lot of quotes. And these quotes that I'm about ready to make are out of the Big Book. I'm not making them up. It says here on page 19. How many people have felt like this? We feel, when they use the word we in Alcoholics Anonymous, they mean the first 100 people who wrote this book. It was actually 72 because Bill kind of foresaw the future, kind of came up short. But let's just use...
100 sounded better.
100 sounded better. He was a salesman from New York City. Something like you, actually.
Yeah.
It says here, we feel the elimination of drinking is but a beginning. Well, what part of that are we missing? Don't drink, go to meetings. It's just a beginning. It's a beginning. We, the first 100 feel that the elimination of drinking is but a beginning. A much more important demonstration of our principles. When they talk about principles, they're talking about the 12 steps. Lies before us in our respective homes, businesses, and family affairs. Okay? So that means when I'm in business, and I own a company in the United States, it's a national company, it's a good-sized company, that I just cannot lie, cheat, and steal between 9 and 5. Because, it's just business. No, that's not the way it works. Your whole life is a spiritual life. Business is just a part of it to make energy, as I call it. The energy is the cash flow, the money. Okay? So, and also, how are you treating your mate, your children? You love it. You could always tell how healthy someone is in AA. Just go into their house. They could be this spiritual guru in these meetings, and all of a sudden they go in the house and they're beating their wives, or they're, kicking the cat, kicking the kids, and, what good does that get you? The next thing we have here, I like this. I want everybody to listen up. You ready? There's 3 types of alcoholics. Let's see. I want to see if anyone nods on this one. Number 1, they call it the moderate drinker. Has little trouble in giving up liquor entirely if they have a good reason for it. Good reason? I was losing everything. I mean, it was like an eraser. There goes the airline job. There goes the wife. Oh, that's gone. There goes the 2 kids, right? I mean, it was gone. It was going. I was watching it go, and I didn't stop. So I'm not a moderate drinker. The next one is, then we have a hard drinker. A hard drinker, 2. Okay? He may have the habit badly enough to gradually impair him physically and mentally. Absolutely. I was bleeding all over the place. It says, but, why? I didn't care. It says, it may cause him to die a few years before his time. This is it. If a sufficient strong reason, ill health, falling in love, change of environment, or a warning of a doctor becomes operative, this man could stop or moderate. As an airline captain in the United States, you have to take a flight physical every 6 months. Okay? And it's a pretty intense flight physical. I'm 32 years old. I go to take my flight physical, and the doctor says to me, wow, your white blood count, because my liver's shutting down, your white blood count is way escalated. And of course I told him the truth. I'm like, I had the flu.
Gave up red meat.
And it gave up red meat. And so he says, okay, let me just take a little more blood and we'll do extra checks. I'm like, whatever. He goes, but here's your medical, go fly airplanes. So I'm somewhere in Texas, and I get a call from the airline, scheduling, saying, you got to get to Washington, D.C., to the flight surgeon immediately. And they put me on a positive space airplane. That means I bumped off a paying passenger. So this is pretty big. But what do I think? Great, I get off. There's happy hour in Washington. I can go drink. I was excited. So I walk into this doctor's office. I'll never forget this. There was this lady, and she was cleaning her utensils, and then there was this doctor there, and he looked at me, and he goes, I don't care what you say. He goes, you drink a lot, and you have cirrhosis of the liver. He says, if you continue to drink, you're going to die. So that kind of put a cramp on my happy hour that I wanted to go to.
What'd you ask him?
So I sat on the table, and I looked at him just like this. And I said, hypothetically, if I continue to drink, how long would I have to live?
Hypothetically.
The nurse drops the scissors. They both turned to me. They said, are you kidding me? I'm like, just a ballpark figure. Right? So he said 45. I'm 46 now. I'd be dead last year. He says 45. I'm 32. Be an aerospace engineer. I do the math really quick. I'm thinking, oh my God.
A lot of time.
13 years. I was so excited. I thought I was going to jump out of my skin. This guy's telling me I'm going to die in 13 years. And I'm like, rock on. So I leave the doctor's office. I'm like, dude, I'm done. No more drinks for me. No more drinks for me. I'll see you later. I'm backing up. I'm bouncing into the door. I'm opening up the door. I'm out of here. No more drinking for me.
Happy hour.
Happy hour. I go into the bar. I'm like, I got 13 years to live. Everyone's like toasting me, and I'm buying drinks for everybody. So I'm not a hard drinker, okay? The next thing says, real alcoholic. What about a real alcoholic? It says he may start off as a moderate drinker. He may or may not become a continuous hard drinker. But at some stage of his drinking career, folks, if you're calling alcoholism a career, you may have a problem with drinking.
Important warning sign.
Yeah. So I had a drinking career. So drinking career, he begins to lose all control of his liquor consumption once he starts to drink. And that was me. Once I started to drink, I was a done deal. And then I got one other one here, and this says here, it says that when therefore we were approached by those who the problem had been solved, the problem has been solved, which I was, there was nothing left for us but to pick up the simple kit of spiritual tools laid at our feet called the 12 steps. We have found much of heaven, and we are rocketed into the fourth dimension of existence. That is my experience from doing these steps.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. please come back and join us. It'll be a laugh a minute, I promise.
And now we move on to step 2.
All right. Chapter 4, we agnostics. The first paragraph is very important because the first paragraph in We Agnostics kind of summarizes the first 3 chapters. In the preceding chapters, you have learned something of alcoholism. Again, when we ask somebody to identify themselves as an alcoholic, it's a good idea for them to understand what we're talking about. What is the definition of alcoholism? Now, there was a problem years ago in Alcoholics Anonymous. We were involved in incorporating something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but the lawyers had to get together and define what an alcoholic was. And they had a hard time defining it. An alcoholic is somebody that drinks a lot. Well, we're alcoholics and we don't drink anymore. You know, so they went back and forth with, you know, what is an alcoholic? A problem drinker, you know, somebody that goes into blackouts. There was no real way they could agree on exactly what an alcoholic is. Well, the book Alcoholics Anonymous is very specific. They give a description, not a definition, but they give a description of the alcoholic. So the more characteristics you have in common with the descriptions in this book, the better chance you are of being alcoholic. And they sum it up here. We hope we have made clear the distinction between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic. If, when you honestly want to, you find you cannot quit entirely, or if when drinking you have little control over the amount you take, you are probably alcoholic. If that be the case, you may be suffering from an illness which only a spiritual experience can conquer. Now, here's a lot of times where we also get into trouble in AA. A spiritual experience. You know, when I walked into AA, I'm kind of glad they didn't walk up to me at the door and say, "Hi, Chris, we think you're an alcoholic. God is going to be the only one that can help you." I'm kind of glad they didn't put it that way when I first walked through the doors, because here's what I would have done. I would have said, "Okay, thank you for the information. I'm in the wrong place. That's not going to work for me." You know, because I thought if there was an interventionary God, if there was a God that cared anything about me, why was I living the kind of life I was living? Why was I crashing my car into block walls in front of the police station on Quaaludes and then asking them for directions? I mean, you know, why were these, you know, if there is a God, he's like a cosmic Alan Funt. And he's going to pop out from behind the curtain at any minute and, you know, tell me the joke's on me, you know, because my life was just so bad. So, in step 2, I like what it says in the step book. It says, the hoop that you need to jump through is larger than you think. There's a lot of really great things that it says about coming to believe in a power greater than ourselves that can restore us to sanity. Sanity being basically the inability to use self-will or rational thought to stay away from booze. You know, we're absolutely lunatic when we drink. As an alcoholic, you don't make a decision to order a drink and drink it, or buy a bottle and drink it from a sane state of mind. Every one of you in here, if you be alcoholic, knows that drinking is really a bad idea for you, because you lose all control and you wake up in the morning with a summons from the police in your pocket for a DWI, or, you know, you've found that you've been thrown out of your house, or, I mean, anything can happen. So you know it's a bad idea. So any decision to drink, our ego likes us to think it's our decision. I decided to drink. Well, think about this. You can't make that decision. You can't make that decision based on a sane state of mind. It has to come from a place of insanity. It has to come from a place whereby you don't know the truth from the false. It has to. So, for us to be restored to sanity, it doesn't mean that we're paranoid schizophrenics, with multiple personality disorders. Some of us are, but not all of us. It means where alcohol is concerned, we don't act sanely or rationally. So we need to be restored to sane and rational thought. Jumping ahead very briefly to step 10 is where we've been restored to sanity. We think about alcohol safely and normally. If we see alcohol near us, we'll react as if it's a hot flame. We will, I wouldn't sit there with my hand over this candle. Well, that's the way we'll react with alcohol. We'll see it there, but we'll know that it will burn us. Now, when you're unrecovered, when you haven't had a spiritual experience, that's not how you can react. You can react like, ooh, isn't that nice? I think I'll have a toddy. Well, you've just gotten out of Happy Hills for the fourth time, for alcoholic insanity, and you're going to have a toddy. Everybody else is looking at you like you're insane. The milkman knows that you're out of your mind, and you're like, what? What are you looking at me like that for? It's just a toddy. You're not sane and rational as it concerns alcohol. So, we need to be restored to that if we want to have any chance of recovery. And we find that we can't get to that through human aid. Now, what's human aid? Human aid is the AA meetings. Human aid is your therapist or your psychiatrist. Human aid is your family. Human aid is you. All of those things are well and fine and can contribute to recovery, can contribute to sobriety, but they don't have enough power to be able to place you in a position to be safe and protected. That power has to come from a power greater than ourselves, greater than our own unaided will. It has to come from a power greater than ourselves. Many of us choose to call that power God. But there is one thing that you need to understand about Alcoholics Anonymous. We are not at all concerned about what kind of a God you believe in, the attributes that you place on your God, the religious belief systems or practices that you have. That's really your business and not ours. If somebody in AA starts coming up to you and telling you that you must believe in their specific God or else you aren't going to make it, then you're okay to have a problem with that individual, because it's not alcoholics' job to tell you what kind of a God to believe in. It is our job to tell you if you don't find a relationship with God, you are going to die. You're going to die an alcoholic death of one kind or another. That we will tell you, but we're not going to get involved in the attributes of God.
As I'm sitting here listening to Chris, I feel like I'm listening to my first sponsor, because we're going to start talking about God here. And I was strong atheist, aerospace engineer by education. Math makes a lot of sense to me. I was able to prove to you that there was not God mathematically. It was absolutely exhausting and amazing. And it states here, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. And I'm glad Chris hit it right on the nose. We're not insane people, and don't believe you're insane. I got this alcoholic thinking. Everybody has that thinking, whether you're an alcoholic or a normie, as we call it. We're all humans, and we have some just crazy thoughts sometimes. And so it's not just limited to us, the alcoholic. And I don't like when we put ourselves down, because we have unlimited power. We actually have more power, if you can believe this, than the normies, because we have tapped into this sense of power through the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. Like when I watch the normies go through pain, I feel for them. I have all you. I could go anywhere, and it's amazing when I move to a new town and I'm walking with a friend who has been there for 20 years, and I'm saying hi to everybody. They're like, "How do you know all these people?" Well, they're all AA people. I get an instant 4,000 friends in any town I go to. So it's truly amazing. So when my sponsor brought me through this step, and he says, "If that be the case," because you just agreed that you are the real deal, the real alcoholic. If that be the case, and only a spiritual experience will conquer that, what do you think? And I said, well, we're going to have to change this wording a little bit for me, because I don't believe in God. And he says, then you're hosed.
And I'm like, well, what do you mean? He goes, you're going to die. I'm like, well, there's got to be an out. There's probably a lot of people like me. He says, yeah. And they're all drinking and dead. And so I thought to myself, well, I'm going to have to find this God. It's not good. It's not going to work for me. He says, but you're only on step 2. He kept reminding me that step 12 said, having had a spiritual awakening as the singular results of these steps. He says, so relax. And we kept moving forward. Unlike those other traditional sponsors that said, just wait. And when you find God, and then we'll move on to step 4. Well, that gives them about 3 years, right?
Which is bad.
Before they have to deal with me. Because I would have never found God. I mean, I'm walking through the woods looking for burning bushes. You know, where's this God? Yeah. Dear God. I couldn't find God. You know? Because I had to work the steps. After the 9th step, which I'll tell you about my spiritual awakening, which was on an airplane, which was the most embarrassing moment of my life. Yeah. You're going to love this one. But I found him. You know, it was 37,000 feet, but you're never going to fly again. So just get ready for tonight. So that's how I got over that. The thing is, came to believe, and it's the sanity part. It's that sanity. I'm not insane. I found that out. I used to listen to all these meetings. Oh, you know, I'm an alcoholic thinker. What do you mean you're an alcoholic thinker? I don't get it. Well, I got these crazy thoughts. Well, so does my sister, and she's not an alcoholic, and so do my friends and my wife, and you know what I mean? So don't put yourself down. You have a lot of power. And the next thing it says here is lack of power. That was our dilemma. Remember yesterday we talked about a purpose. The main purpose of this book was to show you precisely, exactly how we have recovered. Let's look at the object. It says lack of power. That was our dilemma. To find a power by which we could live, and it had to be a power greater than ourselves, obviously, but where and how are we going to find this power? In the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, folks, whenever they ask you a question, they answer it in the next paragraph. This is the answer. Well, that's exactly what this book is about. Its main object is to enable you to find a power greater than yourself, which will solve your problems. It doesn't say alcoholic problems. It will solve all your problems, right? So we have a purpose. The main purpose is to show you precisely, exactly how we have recovered. The main object, because the only way to get there is through a spiritual experience. So the main object of this book is to help you find that spiritual experience. So why are we not screaming this from the hilltops? It has the answers. It has the solution. And it's just because it's not that AA people are mean. It's just that they haven't been shown. They only know this oral tradition, this speaking, and you know how oral stuff comes. It just gets watered down and watered down and watered down to finally you're at the point where you say, don't drink, go to meetings. And you're relapsing and the guy goes, welcome back. We love you anyway. We'll love you till you love yourself.
You're the most important person in the room.
Yeah. Let's talk about selfishness. I'm the most important person in this room. Work a selfish program.
As long as I keep drinking, I'll be the most important person here.
Yeah. And then we throw parties for you. I mean, anyway, I'm not going to get into that. I'll go on, and I'm going to go off on that one. Continue.
I love analogies because they're easy to remember, and sometimes we can make them our own. And I've heard this. I heard this one, and it's truly great. Let's say you're new in Copenhagen. You've just moved here from Iceland or somebody. A lot of you guys out there are from Iceland. You just moved here, and you got a car that's not running right. It's running really terrible. Now, right down the street is a mechanic, car mechanic, who can help you fix it. Maybe you don't know because you have no experience, but you believe that he's a mechanic, so he could probably fix your car. But you don't have any experience. You don't know whether he's a good one or a bad one. But you don't have a better option, so you take your car down to this mechanic. And the mechanic not only fixes the problem, but when you get it back, it's tuned up, it's never run better. Everything's aligned, it feels like a new car. Now you have experience with that particular mechanic. And the next time you need car work, you're going to have faith in that mechanic. Okay, so belief is maybe, faith is I've got experience and I'm sure. All right? Now, we are only asking you for belief in step 2. To believe that there's a power greater than yourself that can restore you to sanity. Because The faith usually comes after you've given this a chance, after you've given it a shot. Once you start to do some of these spiritual exercises, once you start to gain experience with the practices in the book Alcoholics Anonymous, you're gonna jump from, what does it say, the bridge of reason to the shore of faith. Mm-hmm. You're gonna go from belief to faith. Now, we're just asking you to believe. And another analogy that we're basically is a good one for this is I learned this from one of my favorite speakers over in the States. Talks about this. Let's say that you you work in a parachute factory making parachutes. And this is the craziest cast of characters on the assembly line you've ever seen. Not a one of them is doing their job right. They're not packing it right. It's the wrong material. You know, the rip cords don't look like they'll ever, be able to take a tug. I mean, this whole package is just bad. And these things are going out to the public, off the assembly line. There's not a chance these things are going to work. Okay, you're on vacation. You take a vacation down in Bermuda or whatever. And you're flying in a plane, and all of a sudden the pilot goes, oh my God, the engine's conking out. We're going to crash. Put on a parachute quick. We're going to have to jump. It's our only chance. And you reach underneath the seat and you pull out one of your parachutes. You're like, oh no, out of all the parachutes I could have, here's one that I made. And this is never going to work. So you put the thing on and you jump out of the plane. Now, on the way down, are you going to be so sure that it's not going to work that you're not going to try pulling the ripcord? You're going to pull the ripcord, right? You got nothing to lose. You're going down. Now, this is kind of what we're asking you in AA. You're going down. On your own unaided will, are you going down or are you going down? Every day it gets worse out there. So what we're doing basically in step 2 is we're asking you to just believe that it might be a good idea to pull the ripcord. What have you got to lose? So let's consider some of these possibilities as far as a power greater than ourself is concerned. Are we so sure that God is not going to intervene in our lives that we're just going to forget it all and go die, or are we going to quite possibly decide to pull the ripcord because we want to live? That's the place that a lot of us get to. A lot of us just start to come to believe that, well, maybe this AA stuff will work. Maybe this God idea might offer some hope.
So for you atheists out there, I was sitting in my home in Florida, and my sponsor said to me, came to believe a power greater than yourself could restore you to sanity. And I said to him, he read that little paragraph, and I said, I can't do this. He said, all right. He says, can you do this? Can you believe that for the last 90 days that the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous has restored you to sanity? You haven't drank, you haven't beaten anybody, you haven't harmed yourself, you haven't harmed others. And I thought to him, and I said, yeah. I said, I could do that. I could do that. And he just kept pushing me forward because he knew in his heart of hearts that when I truly did the steps as outlined in this book, I would have a spiritual awakening, the obsession of alcohol would go away, and I would live a beautiful life, which has happened to me. And so it says here on page 46 in the last paragraph, much to our relief, we discover we did not need to consider another's conception of God. And this is why we need to find people that know this book. Because as he's walking me through this book, he read that to me. I'm like, so I'm not the only one that thinks like this? I thought I was tainted. I thought I was the only one who thought like this. But I'm not the only one who thinks like this. So he says, our own conception, however inadequate, was sufficient to make an approach to effect a contact with him. As soon as we admitted the possible existence of a creative intelligence, a spirit of the universe, underlying the totality of things, we began to possess of a new sense of power. So I'm not powerless. I'm getting more power. As it says here, all I have to do is just believe. So it says here, I'm getting a new sense of power and direction, provided, and they always have conditions in the big book, provided we took other simple steps meaning working the rest of the steps of the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous. And then it comes here and it asks us this question, and this is step 2. Step 2 is on page 47, second paragraph. We need to ask ourselves but one short question. Do I now believe, or am I willing to believe, that there is a power greater than myself? And I stop. And I look at the sponsee and I say that. And my sponsor asked me this, and I said, I do not believe and I'm not willing to believe. And he says, okay. He says, then you're dead. And he closes the book. And I was like, will you stop this dead thing? And he looked at me and goes, well, why move any further? I said, because you told me in step 12 that I was going to get this, so let's move forward. And he looked and he goes, oh, so you have been listening. And he says, that's when he came up with, well, will you believe that the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous have kept you to sanity? I said, yes. He says, okay, so in your own warped way of thinking, you believe that right now the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous will help you continue with the rest of the steps so that you can get a spiritual awakening which will relieve the obsession of alcoholism and give you a life that you cannot believe that you'll ever have. And I said, okay, we could do that. So it says here, as soon as a man can say that he does believe or is willing to believe, as I did, it says, we emphatically assure him that he is on his way. And that is a true statement to me. And that's what happened to me. It says, many of us have been so touchy about casual reference to spiritual things, made us bristle with antagonism. This sort of thinking had to be abandoned. So he says, get over it. He says, get over it. He says, keep an open mind, believe that I believe, and believe that by working these steps, you will receive the obsession of the mind, it will be relieved, you will no longer drink again, and you will help others achieve to be all they can be. It says, we who have traveled this dubious path beg. How many alcoholics do you know beg? We don't beg much, do we? They're begging. Beg you to lay aside prejudice against organized religion. That was very hard for me to do. I will read the second step promises here in a minute, right after Chris is done.
Why don't we keep it this simple? Everyone in here who either believes that there's a power greater than themselves that can restore them to sanity, or is willing to believe that there's a power greater than themselves that can restore them to sanity, just raise your hand. Okay. That's practically everybody in here. That's pretty good. Let's hear the promises, though. Okay.
So these are the promises. It says, and I love this, here are thousands of men and women, worldly indeed. They flatly declare, they all agree. I'll take a survey. Us three, let's figure out where we're going to go for lunch today and not get in an argument and try to figure this out in 5 minutes. 3 of us couldn't figure out we'd probably go to that pork place again. God, that was great yesterday.
How about sushi?
We could do sushi? See, but I like Italian. So here we go. Okay? It starts. But here are thousands of men and women, worldly indeed. They flatly declare that since they have come to believe in a power greater than themselves, which is step 2, to take a certain attitude towards that power, which is step 3, and to do certain simple things, which is steps 4 through 12, there has been a revolutionary change in their way of living and thinking. In the face of collapse and despair, in the face of total failure of their human resources, they found that a new power, peace, happiness, and sense of direction flowed into them. This happened soon after they wholeheartedly met a few simple requirements. And the few simple requirements are the 12 steps. And this is the proof. When many hundreds of people are able to say, here they go again. When hundreds of people are able to say that the consciousness of the presence of God is today the most important fact of their lives, they present a powerful reason why one should have faith. And that's it for me. I think we got a break coming up here. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Yeah. You want to take us out, Eric?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Eric. I'm an alcoholic.
All right.
Not sure if this works, does it?
You're on.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, 10-minute break, and we're coming back sharp at 11. Just to let you know, we now have fresh sandwiches in the snack bar, and there's a sign-up sheet by the bookstore for Doug's 12-step worksheets, and that's it. See you in 10 minutes. Thanks.
So that worked out good, huh?
What's that?
That worked out good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody back? I think, is the tape rolling? Tape rolling? My name is in Denmark on this chilly morning, being from Florida. It's just downright cold to me. But it's absolutely beautiful, beautiful country you all have here. As we move on through step 2, just to recap step 2, on the worksheets that you all have been sending your email out to, I wrote up a step 2 worksheet, and I did this with my sponsor, who's a historian from Sarasota, Florida, Doug Kay. And what we did here is we went through We the Agnostics. We wrote down the page number and the paragraph, and we divided it into 3 categories. What the problem is of being an atheist. It's tough living life like that. The action is the second column that you need to take to get to the third column, which is called the solution. And the solution is, of course, finding a God, finding a power of your understanding, and of which I found that power by working the steps. Now, what happens is you're going to hear some sponsors out there saying, tell me when you get the third step. Well, I don't know how to get the third step, but if I was to be left in that second, third step column, I would have been dead, because I would have relapsed. There's no doubt in my mind I would have relapsed. But by having a sponsor who knew the history of Alcoholics Anonymous, as Chris and I are teaching you today, this weekend, he was able to send me through the steps eloquently, quickly, to find a power greater than myself, which relieved the obsession of alcoholism, which means I no longer put alcohol in my body, or drugs, or any other kind of mood-altering drugs. And I no longer have that obsession. Okay? And he knew that I needed to move through these steps at a pretty darn quick rate. I was talking to somebody outside, and they asked me about the speed at which I take people through the steps. That's always a question. Are you missing something? The only thing I want to do in the first round of when I meet with a sponsee is give them this solution. I give them a solution in 4 hours. I literally write their 4th step for them. I write it. I don't want to know the little things like my father slapped me when I was 4. Whatever. I want to know the big meaty stuff. As we call it in America, the thing. The thing. The thing that we're not going to tell anybody. The thing that we're going to take to the grave. That is what I'm trying to get out in the 4th step. And then I show them how to do daily inventory, and I even have a sheet. Okay? With that daily inventory, you will then learn how to clean up your life. And I give you a daily solution. I don't give it to you. The big book gives it to you. I just kind of put it into forms to make it easier for everybody. Because not being very bright, I got very confused with this book. So over the years, I put it into this form. Okay? So just to reiterate, we have the second step worksheet. It shows you in the first column what the problem is. The second column is the action that you need to take to get to the third column, which is the solution, which is God. Okay? Now we're going to start talking about the third step.
All right. There's some information that's necessary, I believe, for us to look at as a prelude to taking step 3. I think the more convinced we are that we need God's help in our life, the better chance we're going to really actively seek God and start living a spiritual life. Make no mistake about it, if you're alcoholic, alcoholism is your problem and spiritual living is your solution. I do not believe not drinking and going to meetings is a treatment for alcoholism. I believe that not drinking and go to meetings will create a sober atmosphere for you, depending on how alcoholic you are, for a finite period of time. Each of us has a grace period whereby we separate from alcohol. We'll have a grace period until we start to live a spiritual life before we drink again. And each of our grace periods is different. Some of them can be 15 years. Some of them can be 15 days or even less. It'll depend on how alcoholic you are. In this book, it talks about the scale of alcoholism. It talks about your particular lack of control over drink. So you can be more alcoholic than somebody else. The saddest thing I see in Alcoholics Anonymous today is sober alcoholics in the meetings giving somebody who's relapsing a hard time by saying, you just don't want it bad enough. You're just not being honest with us. You want to drink more than you want to stay sober. People that say that are saying that out of a lack of understanding of alcoholism. They just are. If we're powerless over alcohol, we can have any kind of desire we want to not drink. If we're powerless, we're drinking. So a lot of times someone who is, has still maybe some power over choice in drink is looking at someone who has a complete lack of power of choice in drink and judging them as somebody who is, not willing. And we see that a lot in AA in our area. And it's sad. It's sad. And usually the people who are the real alcoholics end up in our group or working with us, right, Doug? Because people say, we don't know what to do with this guy. Go see Doug. Yeah. And that's usually what happens. But to get back to the information I want to go over here is the last person that took me through the steps asked me to do this. Now, you won't find the instructions for this specifically in this chapter, but it's a good exercise to do. In the big book on page 60, it goes down the ABCs, okay? A, that we were alcoholic, could not manage our own lives. B, that probably no human power could have relieved us of our alcoholism. And C, God that could and would if he were sought. Being convinced, we were at step 3, which is that we decided to turn our will and our life over to God as we understood him. Just what do we mean by that and just what do we do? Now, from this paragraph here where it says the first requirement, all the way over to the next page, 62 at the bottom, this is the how and why of it. This is a really good description of an untreated alcoholic and how they think and how they act. And it's a good idea to translate this into a look at yourself. How we would do that is this. Chris is almost always in collision with something or somebody, even though Chris's motives are good. Chris tries to live by self-propulsion. Chris is like an actor who wants to run the whole show and is forever trying to arrange the lights, the ballet, the scenery, and the rest of the players his own way. So in other words, turn this description of the alcoholic into a personal statement about myself and see if it fits, see if it's true. Chris is like the actor who tries to run the whole show. Let's look at that for a minute. Picture that there's a play going on up here. And I'm an actor. Chris is an actor. And there's a director and there's a script and there's, everyone plays their own part. But all of a sudden, Chris, the actor, wants to change everything because nobody's doing it right. No, you should be doing this, you should be doing this. And all of a sudden, I try to take over the direction of this play. All of a sudden, all hell is going to break loose, right? Everything's going to be confusion. Isn't that the way we live our lives? I always had instructions for the wife. This is the way you should do all this. And my kids, well, you should be doing this. And my boss, no, you shouldn't be running the company that way. You should be running it this way. I had instructions and directions for everybody about everything. I was like the actor trying to run the whole show. And you know what? It wasn't working. My wife would say, you're trying to tell me what to do? I had to lift your head up and turn you over so you didn't drown in your own vomit last night. And you want to tell me how to live? You know what I mean? And I'd tell my boss, well, if you'd ever show up for work, I might consider some of your suggestions in how I should run my company. But you just blew up a house and missed 3 days of work. I don't think I'm going to be considering your suggestions. I mean, we're the worst people in the world, or we'll give relationship advice, Well, what you should do, I mean, what kind of relationships do we have when we're out there drinking? It's tragic, isn't it? My God, it's tragic. I mean, the last girlfriend I had when I was drinking was a biker old lady. And she used to carry a gun around with her and want to kill people, and me included. She'd been an active drug addict for 20 some years. Okay, so I'm going to get sober and 5 days later give somebody advice on how to have a relationship. Well, what I'd do, Chris, if I wanted your advice, I'd go over to your mom's house where you're living, and knock on the door and ask you, but I'm not real interested. So this would really upset me because I've got a better idea for all of you. And you know what? If all of you would just do it the way I think you should do it, we'd all be more happy. This is what it says in this book. And it also says that we'll do it through being nice, like we'll bring you flowers to try to make you do what we want you to do, or we'll do it with threats. I'll kill you if you don't do it. But and all this is really unfortunate for the people that were around, because they're like, this guy's crazy, or who did I marry, or we got to fire this guy, or they want to distance themselves. So we're wondering why our life is a failure. We're wondering why we're not achieving our lofty ambitions. And this is a great couple of pages, because when I first read this in rehab, you know what I thought? Wow, this is Harry. I didn't think it was me. I couldn't, this is my roommate, the guy who's driving me crazy because he's not doing what I say. We have to personalize this stuff. Now, here are some of the requirements really for the third step. And everybody thinks that saying the third step prayer is taking the third step. The third step prayer is an affirmation of a decision that we've already made. By the time we get to the third step prayer and say the third step prayer, we have to be convinced of a couple of things. Now, on the bottom of page 62, this is the how and the why of it. First of all, we had to quit playing God. It didn't work. Now, that really means telling everybody around us what they need to do and how they should act and how they should live. One of the best things I ever heard in my life was there was this great guy, Chuck C. from California, and he was huge in the 60s and 70s. He was probably the most in-demand speaker on the West Coast. And he talked about having a talk with his family after he got sober. And this is what he said to them. I'm trying to live a spiritual life now, and I'm never, ever again going to ask you to do anything. I never, ever again will ask any of you to do anything or be anything. I'm never going to ask any of that ever again. There's only one thing I'm going to ask you, and that is if there's anything I can ever do for you, please tell me what that is. It's the only thing I'm ever going to ask of you again. And that was a beautiful, beautiful example of the shift in perception that I'm not saying any of us are ever, especially myself, are going to achieve that level of release from our ego. But imagine being that free, that we can just let everything go like that and not be involved in all the minutia of our family and everybody else's life. here are the three aspects that the three relationship directives that they really want us to become aware of with God. Now, these are so broad that any religion that you're involved with, any spirituality you're involved with, this should not go in conflict with it. All right, these are just relationship directives as far as your relationship with a power greater than yourself. God is going to be our director. God is going to be our principal, and God is to be looked on as our Father. Now, we should consider these things. We should become comfortable with them before we take the third step affirmation prayer. We should be all right with these. Now, it's as simple as this. What's a father? A father usually helps to give life to an individual. Tries to create an environment where you're protected and safe and cared for. I think that's what God does for me. What is a principal? A principal, think about being an insurance salesman or someone. You're an agent, and the principal is the home office. And as long as you as an agent follow certain rules and guidelines when selling the insurance, the home office is going to back you up, and it's going to put its weight and authority behind the policies that you write. And the people that you write these policies for will be protected. So as long as you're following the rules, the home office is going to protect you. As long as we're living a spiritual life, we're going to have a sense of power come into our life from God. So God's the principal, and we're the agent, and God is the director, and we're the directed. We're to be directed. So through prayer and meditation, we're to learn to develop the intuitive part of our minds, so that we can get direction from God, from our heart, so God can direct us. And we learn how to do that through practice with meditation. There's a wonderful meditation here this morning. For anybody that missed it, it was spectacular, and it was a guided meditation. And the guidance that led into the meditation were how can we help the still sick and suffering alcoholic? And when we think about things like that, we're going to get the guidance from God to do that, and we're going to get the power from God to do that and go help the next alcoholic. So these are basically some of the attributes there is. I also believe that we're kind of being directed to take the rest of the steps too.
Step 3, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood it. So now we're back on the couch in my house, and my sponsor comes in and he gets to his knees. And I said, this is going to stop. You're embarrassing me. Get up, sit on the couch, and start.
Somebody might see.
Someone might see this, right? Falling off the bar stool and peeing on myself is fine in public. Getting on your knees is out of control. Embarrassment.
Parking on the neighbor's lawn.
As I think about that now, that's crazy. That's insanity, right? So he wants to do the third step. And the way they used to do it at Dr. Bob's house is they'd bring you up to his room and they'd put you on your knees and you would say the third step prayer. And if they didn't believe you, you just stay there and keep saying it until they believed you.
That's not good enough.
Right,
do it again.
Like the Marines in the United States. Do it!
Turn it over. No.
So he said to me, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood him. Are you willing to turn your life and your will over to the care of God? And I said, no. And he said, then you're going to die. And he closed the book again. So here he is closing the book again. He's doing this dying thing. And I'm doing all this work he wants to go through. And I said, all right, well, give me another analogy. Because I knew he had one stuck away somewhere. And he says, this changed my life. Will you make a decision to finish the rest of the steps? And to that question, I said, yes. I won't get to my knees. You can do whatever prayer you want. But I will do that. And so then we moved on. It was funny because Pally and the gentleman who's working the mic and everything, It says here that each person is like the actor who wants to run the whole show. So Chris is back there in his meditative state, ready to get on stage here. And actually, he was sleeping because he was jet lagged. And
I was pretending I was meditating.
You're right. And then these two gentlemen over here are setting up the table, and I'm like, I got this one. And I go walk up, I'm like, the mic should be here, this should be down here, and I'm moving everything around. He's back there laughing. I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, am I not just running this whole show or what? But I was being very kind. Well, maybe you would want to move this. I was
spiritual control.
Yeah. As I'm saying, maybe you might want to move. I'm just moving it. Moving this over here. I'm taking this gentleman's wires, and I'm like, move this. Some are sicker than others. So anyway, in the beginning on how it works, this is great. Rarely, what's the word rarely mean? Like sometimes, right? Sometimes. Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path. So that means they're saying, rarely did they see somebody go out and get drunk who has thoroughly followed the path. So when my sponsor read that, being the self-proclaimed rocket scientist that I think I am, I said to myself, rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed the path. Aha! What's the path? Right? So if you know the path and you thoroughly follow it, rarely will you get drunk. Does that make sense? I kind of took it backwards and moved it right in. And he says, very good question. So let's find out what the path is. And he told me the path was the big book, this, and the 12 Steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. And he showed me something like this. He made a circle and a triangle, of which I thought was just always very beautiful, hanging from people's neck. I thought it was like a little jewelry thing. I didn't know it actually had meaning to it. So he showed me this path. And he said, did you know that Bill Wilson, being the great marketing person he was from Wall Street, didn't make this up? This came 4,000 BC. And what it really meant was mind, body, and soul. If your mind, body, and soul are in connection with each other, you'll be in the center of the triangle, safe and protected by the universe, i.e. God. All right? But what we did is we had to add something to it, and then we trademarked it, and in America that means no one else could use it. And so we took this 4,000-year-old spiritual thing and legally trademarked it. Now,
that was a mistake.
That wasn't. If you look at my book, I don't have it. But if you look at some of the third edition books, you'll see the circle and triangle in there. All right? But we had to take it out because there was somebody that was putting it on pillowcases and blankets. So we had two choices. Sue them, which we have no outside issues and traditions, right? Or let it go. So we let it go. That's how come you don't see it in books. But what they have here is it says recovery, and Chris talked about this yesterday. It says recovery, unity, and service. Okay? So he showed me how this worked. He just didn't walk up and say, I work the steps every day of my life. I used to grab those people and be like, how do you do it? Well, I just don't think. Well, here we go with the analogies. And I just let go. Oh, there's another one. Let go and let God.
How do you let go? You hang on.
I heard that one. And then all of a sudden the guy would be like, he'd just leave and I'd be like, what did he just say? It was another person who didn't know the big book. But my sponsor said, I said, how do you work the steps daily in your life? He says, do you see this recovery part of the triangle? That means the 12 steps. How do you work the 12 steps daily in your life? Well, he went to page 85 and 86, and there's 12 questions when you retire at night. And you answer those questions. And I have it in a form here, so you don't have to keep writing it like I did. All right? If you got a resentment, you make amends. You make amends, that's the 9th step. You got a resentment, that's the 4th step. You tell someone immediately, that's the 5th step. It goes through the whole thing. That's how I do it. The next thing is unity. He says, I would advise you to make a minimum of 3 meetings a week. Well, now I make 2 meetings a week, but I sponsor people on Saturday. I bring them through the steps, so that's my 3rd. Okay? The service work is I belong to a home group in the United States. So by doing these 3 things, I'm in the center and I'm safe and protected. That is an explanation on how to stay sober. Totally makes sense to me. So that is the path that I've been following. And in 13 years, I have not found a reason to drink. Okay? So rarely have I seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed the big book, this path, right here that I'm showing you today. Okay? The next thing is, remember we talked about beg? It says here in the third paragraph on page 58, it says, we beg of you to be fearless, thorough from the very start. So people are like, okay. So you're telling me you're taking people through the steps in 4 hours. So where's the thoroughness? The thoroughness is not the first meeting of the steps. What I'm doing is I'm showing you the procedures, the mechanics on how to find a God. I'm giving you a solution, a daily solution on how to live your life. As you do your daily inventory and meet with your sponsor on a weekly basis, all this other stuff will come up. So it's not a one-time shot, folks. What I'm doing is the thoroughness comes in the continued to take personal inventory, not in the original one. See, people get held up. I've been working on my 4-step for 6 months. Really? Because no wonder no one wants to do a 4-step. I mean, would you want to spend 6 months? I have ADD. I can't even keep a thought for 2 nanoseconds. How am I going to write a 6-month inventory? I'm thinking of something else. Like I just thought of something else just right now as I'm talking to you. Do you see what I mean? So I write the inventory for my sponsees because I don't let that little stuff in there. I just want the big meaty stuff. The little stuff will come out on the daily inventory. So it says, we beg of you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. If you go on to the being convinced, here it is. On page 62, this blew me away because all I used to hear is, this is a selfish program. This is a selfish program. I got to do this because this is I understand what these people are saying. I really do. They're killing more people than smallpox by saying this because you have little idiots like me going, yeah, I'm selfish. Sign me up for this program. And then all of a sudden I read page 62 and it says selfishness, self-centeredness. That we think is the root of our troubles. I'm like, I thought it was alcoholism. He says, dude, alcoholism is the first step. Admitted you're powerless over alcohol. Get over it. Now let's move on to life. Right? Selfishness, self-centeredness. That we think is the root of our problem. And then it says, above everything. Well, I don't know what that means to you, but above everything means to me, above all, above everything. It says, we alcoholics must be rid of selfishness. We must, or it kills us. God makes that possible. So then I say to my sponsor, but I'm having a problem with that God thing. He says, well, then you're hosed and you're going to die. He kept bringing that up, right? And he was right. He says, but the 12th step states, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, so relax. You're only on 3. And I was able to do that. The 3rd step promises are this. I love these promises. It says here on page 63, when we sincerely took such a position, and the position they're talking about is what Chris was just saying, that God is the director, the principal, and the father. So when we sincerely took such a position about that God, all sorts of remarkable things followed. We had a new employer being all powerful. How could I be powerless over people, places, and things if I'm all powerful? I used to do, I guess I had about a year sobriety. I was doing affirmations. I hated myself. I really did. I was just, I always say I'm a recovered scumbag because I was so bad. I really was. So I started doing affirmations and it was crazy and it felt very uncomfortable. But I really started falling in love with myself. I went to a holiday at my family's house. Now, my family's house in New Jersey, we all used to just kind of, they like to say kid each other, but it was really mean. It was really mean. And I hadn't seen him in a while. And I was sitting in the kitchen, and my sister said something to me. And I felt like someone put a knife in my back. And I was like, whoa, that's not going to work here. Everybody come in, we're having a family meeting, and I got my mother in there and my sisters. I said, if any of you talk to me like that again, you will see my children, but you will never see me again. And they're like, oh, lighten up. I was like, shut up. This is the way it works. I love myself. I will never treat you like I used to treat you again, ever. And in 13 years, we adore each other. They've never done it again. So I'm not powerless over people, places, and things. No offense, I didn't like New Jersey. I got up and I left and I moved to Florida, right? But what about your family? Well, they'll be okay. I just moved. I didn't like it. So I'm not powerless over that stuff. And it says right here that now I have a God, a being all powerful. He provided what we needed. If we kept close to him and performed his work well, established on such a footing, we are less interested in ourselves Our little plans and designs, more and more we become interested in seeing what we could contribute to life. Here we go again. As we felt new power flow in. So now I even have more power flowing in. As we enjoyed peace of mind, as we discovered we could face life successfully, as we became conscious of His presence, we began to lose the fear of the today, tomorrow, or the hereafter. We were reborn. And that is my experience by working these steps. It says, now we're at step 3. So, I don't know about you, Chris, but do you all know the third step prayer here? Do many of you? If you would all just take a minute, and I would like to say the third step prayer with everybody. It's as many of us have said to our makers as we understood Him. Third step prayer. God, I offer myself to Thee, to build with me and to do with me as Thy wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do Thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those with Thy power, Thy love, and Thy way of life. May I do Thy will always. When I read that for the first time, coming from a selfish point of view, it says, relieve me of the bondage of self. So I thought I was asking for myself. I was like, relieve me of this bondage. But if you read on, it says, relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do Thy will. Take away my difficulties. So coming back to the selfishness that I used to have, take away my difficulties, take away all these problems, take away this. I was going through a divorce. I was losing my kids. In my first year of sobriety, I lost everything. From all the damage. It's like driving 100 miles an hour, throwing the beer cans in the back, and then all of a sudden you hit the brakes, and all these beer cans are coming forward. And you're just taking them one at a time and discarding. I literally, my 1 year sobriety date, I was in my car in the snow in Charlottesville, Virginia. I had no place to live. I lost it all. But I didn't drink. And I went to a meeting, and I helped another. That's the big thing, to help me. So it says, take away my difficulties. But then it states this. We want to take away the difficulties. That victory over them will show you all how I don't have to drink. So it says, take away my difficulties. That victory over them may bear witness to those I would help. It's always talking about helping others. Don't take away my difficulties for me. I was just speaking with a gentleman who was married for many, many years and lost his wife, and hasn't drinking. He's many years sobriety. And he just can't believe the power that AA has given him to make it through this terrible loss. That's huge. How could I say I'm powerless? Folks, you have more power than you can imagine. You really do. I do. I have designed everything that has happened in my life, good and bad, to this day. It says here, voicing it without reservation, this was only a beginning. The third step's only a beginning. Okay? How many people have heard this? 1, 2, 3, drink. 1, 2, 3, drink. We call it the third step drink. 1, 2, 3, drink. And then that's it. You stop. You're at the third step, and you don't do any more work. They say there's no time frames in AA. That's a lie. Let's look at this. The last paragraph, it says, next we launched. Next we launched. I talked to my roommate from college. I went to an aerospace college, and he went into the military to fly fighter planes for the U.S. military. And I said, what is it like to be launched off a ship? And he's like, you're 0 to 80 within like 50 feet or 100 feet. It's totally amazing. So if you don't think launched is fast, let's read this again. It says, next we launched on a course of vigorous action. The first step which is the personal house cleaning. The personal house cleaning is the fourth step, right? Which many of us have never attempted. No kidding. You think I wanted to look at myself when I'm drinking? Heck, I didn't even want to look at you. It says here, though our decision to do the third step was a vital and crucial step, it could have little permanent, here we go with that word permanent again, permanent effect unless, here's a time frame, at once. How fast is at once? Pretty fast. At once, followed by a strenuous effort to face and be rid of the things in ourselves which had been blocking us. I love this one. Our liquor was but a symptom. Our liquor is 1/12 of the problem. Admitted we were powerless over alcohol. Get over it, move on. 1/12 of the problem. Our liquor was but a symptom, so we had to get down to the causes and condition. Therefore, we started upon a personal house cleaning, which is step 4, which Chris will start taking us through.
Have you ever heard anybody say to you, "What's your problem?" I mean, how many times, right? Now, we never really knew how to answer that. How exactly do you answer that? Well, we've got a problem with alcoholism. There's a line in the book, the 12 and 12, that states, defective relationships are almost always the cause of our immediate woes, including our alcoholism. Let's look at that sentence. That's a powerful sentence. Let's look at that for a minute. Defective relationships are almost always the cause of our problems. So we've got defective relationships. A lot of times we usually don't think so, though. We think it's other people. We think it's the other people that have the problem. Why is everybody picking on me? We're people who, because we think we have good motives, we don't understand why people are mad at us when our actions are not the best. We can be amazing people. The alcoholic can be charming and resourceful and interesting and engaging, and we can attract a lot of codependent people because of all these characteristics until they realize what they've brought home. They've got Damien, instead of whoever they thought. So defective relationships are really a problem for us, even if we don't think so. I know that when I first came into AA, I hated 90% of the people in the rooms. I just did. I'd wait until the meeting was over, and then I'd grab my buddy, and I'd be outside and go, "Hey, did you hear what so-and-so said? That hypocrite, I can't believe it. And if she raises her hand one more time in a meeting and shares about her cat, I'm going to want to kill myself." And I'd go on a tirade for about a half an hour. This is like after every meeting, with the issues that I have with people. And, that really was a beautiful picture of the face of my alcoholism. The face of my alcoholism is in my defective relationships with other people. Now, the most amazing thing I think about the book Alcoholics Anonymous and about how it was written was that Bill Wilson in the first 70 or so, how they put this book together, because it's amazing that the person with the longest amount of sobriety was Bill, and he had 3.5 years. I sponsor a lot of people, and I don't even want the people with 3.5 years alone in my house, unescorted, or borrowing my car, let alone writing this book, which is still completely unequaled in the addictive illness field, as far as a recovery process that achieves results. But what Bill did is Bill was a failed businessman. Like when Jesus wanted to teach and he was around fishermen, he would use fish in his analogies. And when he was around shepherds and people that had flocks of animals, he would talk about sheep. And what Bill is about to start to talk to us specifically about how we have defective relationships with people, institutions, and principles. He's a failed businessman. He's gonna start by explaining how a business inventory works. And if you have a business, and let's say you're selling shoes, and 25% of the shoes sell all the time, and 75% never sell. They're just nobody's ever buying them. Wouldn't it be beneficial to you to get rid of that 75% of the inventory that's not working, so that there's room in the store for more of the stuff that's working? That's kind of what he's asking us to do in the resentment inventory. Let's get rid of our stock and trade. Let's get rid of what doesn't work as far as our relationships with other people. And the first thing we need to do is we need to identify what the problem is. We need to identify what the problem is with our difficulties with other people. So column number 1 is, who are you resentful at? Okay. Column number 2, who or what are you resentful at? Column number 2 is, why are you resentful? I'm resentful at Joe. Well, why are you resentful at Joe? Because she treats me like crap. Okay, well, can you be more specific? Because when I'm taking somebody through this inventory, I don't like generalizations like that, because, like he's never there, or he always does this. Those are generalizations that I like people to get away with. So it'll get down to, why don't I like Joe? He said something bad to me last Thursday. He insulted me last Thursday. Whatever. You need to get down to the specific reason why you're upset. Then there's the 7 areas of self. We cannot be resentful at someone unless, I'll keep it this simple: money, power, and sex. Okay, those are the things that get us up in the morning and move us around during the day. Okay, money, power, sex. Those are our main motivators. So when they are harmed, threatened, or interfered with, even if it's only fancied, when they're harmed, threatened, or interfered with, this is going to create a resentment in us. Now, most of the time, this is a misperception. I don't believe that the universe is a hostile place. I don't believe that the environment is a hostile place. I believe that the environment that God created can be one that we can find a lot of harmony in. Even when there's crazy things going on, we can find a lot of harmony in it. But I need to look at these instincts and ambitions that are being harmed, threatened, or interfered with, and I need to look at them fairly closely. Because a lot of times when I'm examining these, I'll see that this isn't really even true. That this resentment that I've got going on in my head isn't even real. It's a misperception that I have. And that'll come out a lot of times when I'm in column number 3. Then there's a line of demarcation after column 3. And we need to shift our perspective and look at ourselves. We got to swing the light off of them and put the light on ourselves and ask ourselves, where had we been at fault? Now, this can be difficult for a lot of us. A lot of us can't see very clearly where we've been at fault. It doesn't go. It's something that goes against our ego. It goes against our sense of self. So we need to look very, very carefully at column number 4. Where had we been at fault? Where had we been selfish? Where had we been dishonest? Where had we been self-seeking? Where had we been afraid? Where had we acted out of fear? Now, when we're looking at all this, we're trying to find the truth in what's real in our relationship with this person, place, or institution. It's very, very, very important to get to the truth in things. Every single spiritual teacher that is out there, every single person who religions are based on, Muhammad, Jesus, Moses, any of these people, even the modern day mystics and spiritual people like Thich Nhat Hanh or Anthony DeMello, they all ask you to do one thing. You know what they ask you to do? Wake up! Okay? You're asleep, thinking you're awake. Wake up and see the truth about things. See the truth about things, because your perspective is wrong. Your perspective is wrong. And as an alcoholic, you can't have a wronger perspective. You can't be seeing things more untrue than you see them as an unrecovered alcoholic. So what Bill is asking you to do in step four is to wake up and really look at what's going on. What's the truth? What's the truth with these resentments?
On step 4, it says, made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. So what I'd like to do is just go over the resentment real quick. Now, I have in the worksheet, put it on paper, okay? And I have the columns for you. I have everything. I've done everything but wrote your 4th step for you. So this is pretty simple. Now, when I did my first 4th step, I had 22 pages of resentments. I had nothing in the 4-step column because everybody harmed me. I harmed nobody. So my sponsor looked at that. He goes, where were you to blame? Never? Nope. I could have taken a lie detector test and passed it. Nope. Yeah. 22 pages of these things. Is that crazy? It says here, resentment is the number 1 offender. It destroys more alcoholics than anything else. Let me ask you this question. When you have a resentment, are you thinking about God? Or are you just running those tapes? I'm going to get back. All this time is just wasted and wasted and wasted. Resentment is the number 1 offender. It says, from it stems forms of spiritual disease. For we have been not only mentally and physically ill, we have been spiritually sick. So that's a threefold disease. Mental, physical, and spiritual. Okay? Threefold disease. So what did the founding fathers and one daughter, lady, what did they do? They came up with a set of steps. And these steps will represent each one of the 3 mental, spiritual, and physical disease that they're talking about here. Steps 1 through 3 are the spiritual. I believe if I was able to arrange this show, I would have put that at the bottom because I couldn't get over the spiritual, and I think a lot of people are going out and relapsing on this because they have these sponsors out there that are saying, well, until you find that, we can't move forward. That is furthest from the truth. Because step 12 states that having had a spiritual awakening as the result. So you got to get to 12. Just keep moving on. Keep moving on. You see what I'm saying? So steps 1 through 3 are the spiritual. Steps 4 through 7 are the mental, because you're really putting a lot of stuff on this paper that hurts. And it hurts deep. And I was exhausted when I did it, because you're looking at a lot of stuff we don't like. Okay? Steps 8 and 9 are the physical. Now I'm going out and making the physical amends to you all. I'm making that physical amends. And I'm doing it to completion. I'm doing it to completion. You could ask me any situation on what to do in a 9-step form, and I will give you on how to do it. A lot. I couldn't see my father. He was dead. Died from cirrhosis of the liver. I wrote a letter. Okay. There was a situation that happened, and I'll tell you about that in my story, with a 9-step. It was a bad situation. Bad. And I made up for it. I really did. And I did it. It was beautiful. And I made even with the universe, because that's what you want to do. And then steps 10 through 12 are daily steps 1 through 9. Okay, let me say that again. Steps 10 through 12 are daily, continued. That's where we fail, if you will. If there is a fail in life. That's where people relapse. They stop the continued part. Steps 10 through 12, which I will show you through the forms on how that works. Okay? So, it says here, when the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. I was like, what? I thought when you stopped drinking, everything fell into place. No. When the spiritual malady is overcome, now you gotta understand, I still haven't had my spiritual awakening yet at the 4th step. My sponsor's still telling me I'm gonna die. So it says when the spiritual malady is overcome, the mental and physical stuff will go away. That was such a true statement. My spiritual awakening came in step 9. Huge. I'll tell you about it. Most embarrassing moment of my life. 37,000 feet, just, it hit me. And I'm crying everywhere. But it was overwhelming God consciousness that I needed and wanted God at that time. Okay? So when the spiritual malady was overcome, then the mental and physical straighten out. And that is so true. The obsession went away. I have not had the obsession in almost 13 years, which is phenomenal. That was my gig. That was my hard thing, getting over that obsession, because I'd always lose out to it and drink. It says here, in dealing with resentments, we set them down on paper. Set them down on paper. Just don't sit in your bed smoking a cigarette. I'm not pissed at anybody today. I have no resentments. All right? Put them down on paper. We set them down on paper. We list the peoples and institutions and principles, just right here in the first column, as Chris was talking about. It says, to whom we were angry. We ask ourselves why we were angry. What's the cause? Column number 2. Okay? We found that our self-esteem, pocketbook, ambition, personal relationships, even sex. Column number 3. Okay? We were burned up. And then it talks about the sex inventory on page 69. We reviewed our conduct over the past years. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, to whom were we hurt? But back to the, on here, back to the last column, as Chris was talking about, the inventory was ours, not the other man's. When we saw our faults, we listed them, we placed them down in black and white. Column 4. Okay? So I wrote this column for you. That's resentment. Chris will be finishing up with the rest of the 4-step, and I think we're going to be breaking for lunch. Come on up.
An alcoholic.
Eric.
Thank you guys for a great morning. Doug and Chris. Yeah, give them a round of applause.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We pretty much covered the resentment piece of the 4-step. I know that no one out there is ever resentful to anyone, with anyone, especially other AA members. We never, God forbid that we get a resentment toward an AA member in one of our groups. That'll never happen to us, right? But it's certainly a great tool. I'll tell you that a huge secret to freedom from the bondage of our own emotional condition is when we get a resentment to go from 4 through 9 on it, to inventory it, to become willing to have God remove the defective character that has caused the resentment, to humbly ask God to remove that resentment, to become willing to make amends to the person, to write it down on an amends card or list, and then go out and make direct amends to the person that you are resentful toward, if it's appropriate. A lot of times it's not appropriate. You'll find that you can master resentments in that way. And you can be the type of person who doesn't have to be burdened with having to hate all these different people. Now, I just want to move on a little bit to fear. I want to talk a little bit about fear. Who in here is so filled with fear that they can't deal? I mean, none of us are going to admit to being filled with fear. It's not manly, for one thing, to be filled with fear. You don't want to be looked on as a coward. I don't think any of us are cowards. We're usually the type of people that do very, very daring things. We'll go after the biggest guy in the bar. Anybody ever get drunk and go after the biggest guy in the bar? Sometimes found out later it wasn't really a good idea. We're very daring, and it's not a cowardly type of fear that we suffer from. It's more of an anxiety than a fear. But they call it fear in here. Now it says that fear is an evil and corroding thread. The fabric of our existence is shot through with it. That's not good. They're not painting a very pleasant picture with that. The fabric of our existence is shot through with this evil and corroding thread. Now, I understand today what they're talking about, because you can understand a lot more looking back after you've recovered. You can understand a lot more about the unrecovered state. A lot of times when you're brand new, you don't know what's going on. You just know you're uncomfortable. You don't feel like going over there, or you don't feel like doing that, or you don't want to go this, or, oh man, you have to go to court the next day. Oh, I'm going to hate, you're filled with a lot of anxiety and you're really, really uncomfortable. Well, Bill uses the word fear in this book to cover all of that stuff. Now, let me just tell you a little bit from my own experience about how fear basically interfered with me being able to get the most out of my own life. I was afraid to, from a very young age, like when I was standing up on the hill looking down at kindergarten, I started to become motivated by fear, and I started to make decisions based on fear. I might know intellectually that something is good for me. I should do this. But because of one form of fear or the other, I didn't do that, I did this. Instead of confront something, I would go around the back, or I would avoid it, or I wouldn't make the call, or I wouldn't go do something. And it usually was based on one kind of fear or another. Now, I got really uncomfortable going to school, so I stopped going to school. So I never finished my college degree. I was always really intimidated and had a real lot of anxiety when I was asking a girl out on a date or anything like that. I don't know if you did this in this country, but one of the most horrible things that they ever did in America was a thing called square dancing. And you would be in a gymnasium like this, okay? And what they would do is they'd line up all the girls on one side and all the boys on the other side. Now you're about 10 or 11 or 12 years old. And then they'd blow the whistle and the boys would have to run across the gym and grab a girl to dance with, and quick ask a girl to dance, and then you go out and you square dance. I got to tell you, that was rough for me. And I can't be the only one. I think that psychiatrists' couches are still filled to this day for people who were forced to do this horrible thing called square dancing. Because I got to tell you, I was like, my heart would be beating. Oh my God, I've got to which one? It was just terrible. Now, I had all these anxieties and all these fears. Especially when I was really attracted to a woman, I was afraid to ask her out. So I'd ask out somebody I wasn't too attracted to. Does that make any sense? You want to go somewhere. You want to go to the dance. So fear is like directing all this stuff. I get a job, and I'm afraid to ask the boss for a raise because I don't like confrontation, and I'm afraid to go back to school. I'm afraid to reach out and really grab the gusto of life. It's because it's uncomfortable and it's easier to just go home. You know what I mean? And close the door. I'm just going to go home. Or I'll wake up in the morning and I'll say, I'm not going in today. I'm not going to deal with that, So I become known as somebody who calls out sick a lot. I could go on and on and on and on and on, giving you examples of the evil and corroding thread of fear and how it shot through my life and affected my quality of life. But I think we all have our own examples. Where you pulled the sheets over your head. And the times that you shouldn't have done that. We all do. So fear is affecting our quality of life. It's affecting us as parents. It's affecting us as workers. It's affecting every area of our life. And we must outgrow fear. And it talks in the book, and Doug will go over some of this. It'll talk in the book about how we can outgrow this fear.
For those, it seems like there's a lot of new faces in here. We'd like to welcome you. I have a worksheets that I've made up over the years and probably stole from a whole bunch of people and put my name on it, but it's not copyrighted, so they can't sue me. So now my name's on it now.
They'd be engaging in controversy if they were to sue him.
Right.
So.
But anyway, we have the fear inventory here. I mean, the resentment inventory right here that we were looking at. And I went over each block, and I told you how I received each block, and I got it right from the big book. So I don't make any changes. I'm a very checklist type of guy. And before we move on to fear, and I'll show you mechanically how that one works, it says, it is plain that life, which includes deep resentment, leads only to futility and unhappiness. Is that everyone's experience here? I mean, when you're in deep resentment, not just resentment, but deep resentment, that if you've gone through divorce, if you've been fired from a job, the deep resentment, it just throws off your whole life. It just throws off your whole life. That sends out more alcoholics than anything else. For the people that I've sponsored, I've heard that the most. That, and when we get to the sex inventory, that's the next thing. But it says, resentment is infinitely grave. We found out that it is fatal. Resentment, folks, is a life or death situation. It kills you. It says here, I'll read it again. Resentment is infinitely grave. We found out that it is fatal. For when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit. I'm not thinking about God when I hate you. I'm not thinking at all about God. I'm thinking about hating you. What I'm going to do to get back to you. Okay? It says here, the insanity of alcohol returns, and we drink. And with us, to drink is to die. That's telling me that resentment is life or death. If we were to live, we had to be free from anger. That is the big quote of the big book, isn't it? Be free from anger. How are you going to do that? Well, I'm glad that you all just asked me that, because it states it here on page 66 in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. Last paragraph. This is our course. We realize that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. No kidding. Okay? It says here, and this is called the resentment prayer. It says, though we did not like their symptoms and these disturbed us, they, like ourselves, were sick too. We ask God. Whenever it says we ask God, it's a prayer. And as you'll see in my 10th step, I wrote down, I'm a little anal, I wrote down every we ask God in the big book, so that you can look at every prayer, because what it is, it's non-denominational, so it doesn't threat anybody. That's every prayer that's in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. Okay? So it says, we ask God to help us show them the same tolerance, pity, patience that we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. When a person offended us, we said to ourselves, this is a sick man. How can I be helpful to him? God, save me from being angry. Thy will be done, not mine. So when I'm bringing people through the 4th step and they have huge resentments, we get to our knees, and that's just a Catholic thing. You could stand on your head, really. You don't even have to get off the couch. Right? So what we do is I go over that prayer and I say, when a person offended, we go to ourselves, this is a sick man. How can I be helpful to him? God save me from being angry. When you do that with your sponsees, it changes everything. That person that they hate, they kind of have feelings for. Okay? It works great. Then it says we avoid retaliation and argument. The next part is fear. Of course, I have all these in order. As you will print them off, they will come in order. That's another little anal thing I got going on. Has to be in order. Because my life was so out of order that now everything that's got this little place is a good thing. Maybe I need to work on that. But now we have fear. It says, notice the word fear is bracketed. When you turn to page 68 in the first paragraph, it says, we reviewed our fears thoroughly. We put them down on paper. It always says we put them down on paper. It doesn't say we lay in bed smoking a cigarette thinking, am I frightened of anybody or of anything? We put them down on paper. It's totally different. Wait till I go over the 10th step with you tomorrow. Because now you're going to think of doing something and you're going to think to yourself, I got to put that down on paper. I'm not going to do it. It saved me bunches of time. Like when I want to go say that little untruth, I know I'm going to have to put that down and show my sponsor. All right? So it says, reviewed our fears thoroughly. We put them down on paper. Even though we had no resentments of this course with them, we ask ourselves why we had them. So, why we had them. Number one. Okay, what is the fear? It says, wasn't it good because reliance failed us? Self-reliance was good so far as it went, but it didn't go far enough. Some of us once had great self-reliance, but it didn't fully solve the fear problem or any other. When it made us cocky, it was even worse. And then it goes on to explain this. But what I do is I have them put down fear. Now, if you could think of a fear off the top of your head right now, what would it be? Just so you don't have to answer it out. Fear. As I practice the spiritual way of life, I receive less and less and less fears. I take a lot of risks in business, in America. Lots. That can make me broke in a New York second. We call it a New York second. In America, that's fast. Because everything in New York happens this fast. Just like Chris. Just like me. Happens really fast, okay? So people say to me, aren't you frightened? I'm not. I'm absolutely not frightened. I believe that money is the root of all good. Somebody laughed. I believe that. I believe it's an energy that I share, and Chris knows this, very willingly with the universe. I share a lot of it. And because of that, I just keep on getting so much more. And then I just give away more. And I get so much more. And you know what I mean? So no, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid at all. It starts going away. But what I hear a lot is money, right? Money being alone. The next one, not staying sober. So that's where you would put the fear. And the second column says why we had them. Well, if it's money, the guy's 3 days sober, he's sleeping in the streets because he's broke. That's why he has it. He's experiencing this fear, right? He's experiencing the brokenness. He's experiencing the want of having money. And then it says here, in the last third row column, what would God have us be? Please listen to the words. What would God have us be? It says, what would God, on page 68, last paragraph, it says, what would he have us be? Be, not do. Do is an action word. There's no doing here. It's being. It's inside. If I truly believe, and I live as I do, that money is the root of all good, that means money is not bad to me. So the access to it is infinitely to me. It's huge. It's big. Okay? Think about that. The being inside is very spiritual. The doing is an action thing. I have many people that will read the book, which is an action verb, but they don't be the steps. They don't work the steps. They don't live the steps. They go home and they'll beat their wives or their kids, or they're just nasty people at work. But when they get into the meetings, they're spiritual Joe. Right? This guru. Go ahead.
They'll tailgate you to the meeting and then share about serenity.
That's good. Yeah. Tailgate means you just stay right up on this guy's butt and you just tailgate him and tailgate him and tailgate him. You're screaming at him. You're making all these nice American gestures at him, like this and all this other stuff. All right, and then you come in and you're like,
what does that mean?
Well, we can't say that on tape. Well, I'll tell you afterwards. Okay? So the 3 columns coming off the big book is ask your sponsee, what is the fear? I want to know it right now. You're going to see money, being alone, not getting sober. When you go to write, now I write the 4-step for my sponsees. And I learned that in the big book, and I'll show you in Bill's story. He was shaking so much that he couldn't write. So Ebby Thatcher, who was Big's sponsor to the end of his death, wrote the 4-step for Bill. And that's where I got that from. So that's what I do. Because I don't want you to spend 6 months on your inventory. I want you to spend 1 hour, and that's what I give you. Because I got 4 hours to get you through these steps. I got 1 hour. So if Susie Lou didn't let you touch your private part when you were 5, I don't care. Okay? If Johnny wouldn't kiss you at the dance when you were 9, I could care even less. All right? I want the big, meaty stuff, the stuff that you are going to take to your grave. That's the thing you want to get out of these people. Because what you're really showing them is you're showing them a way of living life. Then through their daily inventory, they're going to come back, okay? So get them on the first one. What is the fear you have? Why do you have it? Well, because I'm experiencing it right now. I'm experiencing loneliness. Can you truly be disconnected from God? I believe, in my spiritual belief, you cannot. It's like jumping in the water and not getting wet in every orifice that you could possibly get wet. We're surrounded by this God thing. Now, we mentally could be disconnected from God, which happens when we drink. That's the spiritual malady part. Okay? So if somebody is experiencing something, they're experiencing it now. Let them see it for what it is. But then, I even wrote down over here, what would God have us be? And in the big book it says, trust and rely on God. Trust in an infinite God rather than a finite. Play the role he assigns. All this is quotes out of the big book. Do as we think he would have us do. Humbly rely on him. Never apologize for relying on him. I used to think that you all were very weak people. You were these people that needed a God, and I didn't need to, and I would prove to you mathematically that there was not one, and try to live life like that. That's a tough life to live. The spiritual life to me is very easy. It's very easy. I believe in my studies, and I'll tell you in my story, on how we're all so closely connected. Every religion is so close. We're like almost there. And I think when we're done killing each other all over the place, we'll figure this thing out. All right? But this is the fear inventory, and that's where we get to the fear. And now we'll move on to the infamous. He clears his throat. Sex inventory.
Sex inventory. Okay, this is a thrill a minute. It says in this book that we've got sex problems. It says many of us have had sex problems. Certainly, that's the case with me. I basically used to think I had a bad picker, but it really was more. It was really more my problem than anything else. And it says that we need an overhauling where our sex life is concerned. Anybody in here understand mechanics? You know what an overhauling is? What's an overhauling? It's when you break it all down and put it all back together the right way. That's kind of what we need to do with how we engage in our sexual relationships. Now, this harms inventory, although the emphasis is on sex, it also can be used as a harms to others inventory. It doesn't necessarily have to be just the people that we've been intimately involved in. But I will tell you this, because selfishness and self-centeredness is the root of our troubles. It says that in our book. Selfishness and self-centeredness is the root of our troubles. We're going to act selfishly and self-centeredly in our relationships with other people, especially the ones foolish enough to become intimate with us. We'll take hostages. We won't go out with people. We'll take hostages. Oh, you want to go out with me? Well, you're going to move in. We're going to open a joint bank account. This is the kind of car you're going to have.
This is on the first date.
You can't hang out with your old friends anymore. Yeah, this is on the first date. It's just nuts the way we act. And again, we're also really good at finding codependents who are expecting that kind of behavior, which is really even sadder, I think, than us who are engaging in this. That the people who get involved with us, but again, we need to start, like everything else. We need to understand what the problem is to be able to move toward a solution. So we need to inventory. We need to inventory our sexual relationships, or the relationships we're inventorying. One of the ways that I ask my guys to do it is, it says we reviewed our conduct over the past. So I believe that there's a brief review of a relationship needed. It can be one paragraph, but a review, like give me a little bit of information for when we're going through the fifth step, so I understand a little bit about this relationship, and quite possibly I can help with some guidance on amends. So the first part is to just briefly describe the relationship, and then there's 9 questions that are asked that we need to answer. Where had we been where did we unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? What are some of the things, some of the damage that we've caused in the relationship? And we need to be very, very thorough answering these questions for each specific relationship. We need to start becoming really aware of where we go wrong with these relationships. We need to understand what we keep doing. How do we keep shooting ourselves in the foot the same way time after time after time? You know, when the new guy comes in, they come to me and they go, "I always pick the same woman." And no, you don't. You always create the same woman, you know, with your type of behavior. They're just reacting the way they should react, you know, with somebody like you, partner. And, you know, that's not always something they like to hear. But, the fact of the matter is it's so much. What's the spiritual axiom? The spiritual axiom is if there's something wrong, there's something wrong with us. Your problems are of your own making. Now, the person who is recovered can understand that at a really, really deep level. The person who needs to still do a lot of spiritual work, step work, is not going to understand that. But, they're going to say, okay, I understand a little bit about what you're saying, but now let's continue to swing the light back over on us and to seriously look at the part we played in this relationship, and the harms that we've caused in the relationship, and the things that we've done incorrectly in the relationship. Because the freedom from these things is not in figuring out what they did. The freedom in these things is finding out what we did and then making amends where it's appropriate for our actions. That's how we can get free not only of the resentment, but we can get free of continually making the same mistakes. We make the same mistakes over and over and over again. You know, we just give the people different names. But it's the same type of behavior that we have over and over again. Now, you know, I had some great women in my life that I was with. I had some really, really cool women that I was with, and I exploded the relationships in 100 different ways. But my ego had to manufacture a reason why they were the cause of the problem. Because, you know why? Because it's inconvenient. If it's my fault, that makes it inconvenient. It's not good. I don't want it always to be my fault. That's not something that goes well with me. So I'll figure out how it's their fault. The fact of the matter is I'm always acting selfishly, self-centeredly, and I'm always moving in a self-seeking way. So there are going to be problems in the relationship. Now, after I've gotten through answering all these questions on all of the people that I can inventory, I've got a good picture of what doesn't work in my life. What are the things that are causing my failure at life, my failure to have effective relationships with people? The book then talks about a sex ideal, about creating an ideal for our future sex conduct. What I've learned about that is I need to specifically define the attributes I want to bring to the party the next time, the next relationship, or develop the relationship that I'm in. I need to understand the things that I need to work on for a relationship to work. So I develop a sex ideal. What am I going to bring to the party? I don't want to continue to bring damaged goods into a relationship, because you attract what you are. And if you're you're constantly damaged and never getting any better, that's kind of what you're going to attract in your life, unfortunately. So our harms to others, we need to be very, very thorough about this. And this is something like Doug was talking about earlier. We need to be willing to admit the things that we really need to be willing to admit when it comes to the fifth step part of this piece of inventory. I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but a lot of times when it comes to this part of the fifth step inventory, I'll start off by saying, to the guy that, who's doing the fifth step with me. Okay, let's start with the thing that while you were driving over here to my house, you decided you weren't going to share with me. Let's start with that. What was that, by the way? And they'll look at me like, how'd you know? Well, I'm an alcoholic myself. That's one way. So we're looking for freedom. Folks, this is about freedom, okay? It's not about relief. We're not teaching you how to not drink. We're teaching you how to recover, and we're showing you a way to a new freedom and a new happiness in your life, because we deserve it. I don't believe God created us to be miserable and to live these selfish, self-centered, alcoholic lives that are really small and, filled with fear and resentment. I don't think that's the way we're supposed to live. I think that we're supposed to live free lives, unfettered by the emotional bondage of self and ego. So again, we're talking about freedom here, and how free do you want to be? I mean, write this stuff down and deal with it. We've got to deal with these problems that we've had. We've got to deal with these patterns of behavior that continue to cause us failure at attaining the kind of quality of life that we can get to. Because I'll tell you, today it's about quality of life for me. It's not necessarily about things. It's not necessarily about. It's about quality of life. How good is my life? And my life is not contingent on a lot of things that it used to be contingent on. Well, if I could get that, I would be happy. If I could do that, I would be happy. If I could be this, I would be happy. My life is not contingent on any of those things anymore. It's really more contingent on living a spiritual life. Because I'll tell you, I live in the North Jersey area, and I sponsor people making an absolute fortune. Most of my sponsees make... I don't even want to mention it. I mean, it's ridiculous, because they're on Wall Street and stuff like that. They're just wheelbarrowing money home. And I'm telling you, they're unhappy, and they're alcoholic, and they're getting divorced, and they've got DWIs, and everything's, and you would think, well, if I had your money, it's not about the money. It's about living a spiritual life. And, they used to come to me. Here I was an electrician making $35,000 a year. And these guys making $1 million a year with bonuses are coming to me to learn how to live. How do I live? Well, it certainly wasn't about money, because they could have taught me a lot about that. And I sponsor priests. And they're coming to me, how do I get to God? I mean, I'm an electrician, Okay, well, I'll show you what I do. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I'll tell you one thing. I got to tell you, I don't make a big deal about this, but I do have something that I really am proud to share today. If you knew me pretty well, you'd understand. I'm finally sponsoring my first county prosecutor. How cool is that? They're coming to me now for advice. I mean, the world doesn't turn that far. You know what I'm saying? But really, how cool is that?
Congratulations.
Yeah, I have arrived. Anyway, that's a little bit about the harms to others. Doug is going to go over some of the mechanics and some of his experience.
Do you all have out here, you're not allowed to date for the first year? It's a shaking heads. Where does it say that in the big book? Does anybody know? I haven't found it. I've studied this thing. I've read this thing. I've tore it upside down. I've never read that. Let's read something, though. Let's read what it does say in the big book. And then we could add to it if we want, like every alcoholic does, drink, 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 or don't drink, don't think, don't. I'm real bad at those sayings, whatever. But anyway, it says, now about sex. Many of us needed an overhauling there, really. But above all, which means above all, We tried to be sensible on this question. Okay, so it doesn't say it there, does it? No, I don't see a year thing there. Let's go to page 69. It says, we reviewed our conducts over the past year. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate? Whom had we hurt? Did we unjustifiably around jealousy, suspicion, bitterness? Where were we at fault? What should we have done instead? We get them down on paper again. Why do they keep putting this stuff on paper? So that we could show it to other people? So somebody can blackmail us when we go to our sex inventory? What do you think it's all about? We get it down on paper. That paragraph that I just read you is broken up into 4 boxes here. The person that you had harmed is the first box. Okay? It's called a sex inventory, folks. If you did not have sex, it doesn't go on here. Does that make sense? Is it that easy? You should have seen how I drilled my first sponsor on this. He's finally like this. He's like, if you didn't have sex, then no. Okay? So that's it. So that's the stipulation. Then it says the second. Who was it? Well, hopefully it had to be with somebody or something. And you all laugh, but there are some things out there. And I remember when doing my first few sex inventories, I felt like saying, no, you did what? Oh, but you can't.
Get out of my house.
Yeah, but you're sick. Make sure you don't do that. And I've really learned, I started helping the drug community, drug addicts, and boy, I'll tell you what, you hear some stuff. You really do. And it really, when I'm done, I go into prayer and meditation myself. I really do. Because I remember the first few. And like Dr. Bob, I also help out sponsoring women. Because it says in the big book that he sponsored 5,000 men and women. And with my wife's permission and her in the house, I do that. Because their community was just falling by the wayside. And so I just bring them through the mechanics, and then they go get their sponsor. And if they're uncomfortable with me in the 5th step, I grab my wife in, and I throw her in the room, and she knows how to bring people through in an hour in an Al-Anon way. Of course, she's a lot more gentle than I am, but it has made me a much better sponsor by helping women through this mechanical process. And then it says in the 3rd paragraph, it says, where were we at fault, and what should we have done instead? And then I have sex ideal. My 2nd year of sobriety, I had a spiritual advisor, if you will, and he says, God is coming down and putting his or her hand on your head. And they want to know, him or her, what the top 10 things you want in your mate. Okay? And I want you all to try this. So be very careful, because you're going to get it. You're going to believe you're going to get it. So make sure you're very careful. I could do that. So I wrote down, I still have it to this day. I still have it. And then I taped it to my mirror, and everybody that I've dated through those many years I was single, after a month, I would go over the inventory, because I believed I was worth it. I love myself now. I believed I was worth it, and I was looking for this person. If they weren't a 6 out of a 10, then I wouldn't go to the next level. There was no reason to, because most people want to have full-time mates. But I would go up in an honest and loving manner, and I would say, listen, this is not going to be going to a marriage situation, if you will. But if you want to hang out with me and you still want to have sex and have fun, I'm your guy. But it's not going to go anywhere else. And some would say, and some would be like,
how does that work?
Well, yeah, some would stay thinking that it was going to graduate, and then the other people were like, that's the weirdest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm just being honest, right? And so they would move on, and I'm still friends with all of them. It's beautiful. Well, I met my wife, and my wife is 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10. We've been together, I guess, 6, 7 years now. I actually met her on an airplane. I'll tell you, that's a good story. I threatened that the airplane would not move if she didn't give me her telephone number, because she was going to Rome and I was the captain. But she didn't give me the number, by the way. But anyway, so she is 9 out of 10. She had done an inventory for the Al-Anon part, and I'm 11 out of 11. It's this relationship I have ever experienced in my entire life. We pray and meditate together. We work out together. We work together. Our offices are right next to each other. We normally travel together, but my company just recently got so large that I need to have somebody there while I do the AA speaking. And it's the most amazing relationship. And I say to people that I don't love my wife. I adore my wife. Try a relationship like that. It's phenomenal. It's the most unbelievable experience that I've ever experienced in my entire life. And I believe that all of you are worth it. I believe that. But you have to believe that you're worth it. This inventory in the beginning is the biggest part of the inventory. When Chris said it, I do the same thing. I sit down, I look him straight in the eye, and I say, tell me the thing. In America, we call it the thing. And they're like, well, what do you mean? I was like, I want to know the thing that you weren't going to tell anybody. The thing. The thing. And then they sit back, and you know, when they sit back like this, you know they're about ready to tell you the thing. If they look at you with a blank look, that means they don't understand. So mention it again, okay? Because I had the thing. I'll tell you about that in my story. That thing I wasn't going to tell anybody. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. And out of those 22 pages I was telling you about, that thing wasn't even on it. But I will show you through the mechanics of the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous, it states 10 times in the 5th step, are you sure you're telling me everything? Are you really, 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 really sure you're telling me everything? Okay? And it says it 10 times. And finally, like after the 10th time, I was like, no, I didn't. I told the thing. Okay, and then he told me his thing, and his was much sicker than mine. That's why I didn't tell it to a priest, because that guy would have probably thrown me out. You know what I mean? I wanted somebody who's been in the thick of things. And most of us alcoholics have experienced things that are just terrible, and maybe some have not. Okay, this sex inventory list that I have here is very, very important, and the main reason why it is because it brings you to the 4th column that will show you what your ideal is. Most people that I have do this, and they write it down, right? And they've been in a marriage for 20 years, drunk. Their wife is like 2 out of 10. 3 out of 10. He goes, no wonder I hate the bitch, you know what I mean? Or something like that, because you're totally different in sobriety, you know what I mean? We take hostages, like I say. And your sex ideal that you believe that you're worth is huge, okay? That's it, right there. And then it says here, whatever our ideal turns out to be, even Bill Wilson believed we were worth it. Whatever our ideal turns out to be, we must be willing to grow towards it. Now it says, I haven't heard a year yet, have you? It says here, God alone, what does alone mean? Just like God himself, or herself. Not Doug, not Chris, not any of you sponsors. God alone can judge our sex situation. God alone. It says, counsel with persons, counsel meaning, ask people their opinion, counsel with persons is often desirable. But we let God, and I have that circled, that's on page 70, top page, be the final judge. And then it makes a stipulation, and this is it. It says, suppose we fall short from our chosen ideal and stumble. Does this mean that we are going to get drunk? Chris talked about this. Some people tell us so, but this is only a half-truth. It depends on us and on our motives. If we are sorry for what we have done and have an honest desire to let God take us to better things, we believe we will be forgiven and will have learned our lesson. But if we are not sorry, and our conducts continue to harm others, we are quite sure to drink. We are not theorizing this. These are facts out of our experience. To sum up about sex, we earnestly play for the right ideal. So, this is what I said. I had a the guy who was driving us this morning, there was a gentleman who was driving us this morning, great guy. And he asked about this, about the dating. He's got some months sobriety. Well, what do you think about that? And Chris starts laughing. And then I say, this is the stipulation, right? The stipulation is this. If you are doing, I got a lot of drawings. If you are doing this, folks, if you have worked the steps, you're going to meetings, you're helping others achieve all they could be, the relationship will come second, and your God and AA will come first. So have at it. Have fun. I don't want to. What happens after 361 days or 366? Then all of a sudden you could date. Poof! Whoa! All right, let's go out. You could be more sicker than the first day you were there. So I don't believe in that. If you are doing this, this means you are trying to get spiritually fit. Go live life. Feel life. Life is like a box of freaking chocolates to me, and I'm the cherry in the middle. I live it. I mean, I am just throttles to the wall. I'm constantly moving. I absolutely adore my wife. I have a phenomenal relationship with my children, with my wife, with my business, everything. With AA, I love it. I do. Okay? Live it to the fullest, because believe in yourself. I believe in yourself. This is my experience. This is my experience. You cannot argue with my experience. If you're doing this, then go out and date if you want the pain. If you want to have fun. I'm just teasing. Okay. The next thing is, we have listed the people we have hurt by our conduct and are willing to straighten out the path. We put it down on paper, the harms done others. I don't know how many people forgot about this, but this is like the lost section. Harms done others. Very simple. Who did you hose and what did you do to them? Very simple. Write down the person you harmed and what you did to them. Drug dealers do not count. Okay? They're in a risky business. They lost. You're sober. Okay? That's it. Period on that. I had a guy who had 3 I was like, man, you're lucky you're alive. Old drug dealers. He'd rip them off. Okay? This is harms done others. Harms done others. Because this is going to make up your A-step list. This harms done others. Right here. Okay? What we're going to do then is, Chris, you have anything else to say? Because we have 5 minutes. We can let them go and smoke a cigarette. Go to the 5th step after they come back.
Let me think. No, we can break.
Break.
Why don't we break for 5? Okay, here we go, everybody. Now, I want to start off this session with a story. I think there's a lot of us in here have sponsored people who have come to us and said, I'm in a relationship. I've just met somebody. And we all go, oh, no. Yeah. Doug is absolutely right. God needs to be the arbiter of our sexual conduct, not us or, we can give people advice and everything, but we're not the ultimate authority. But here's a story. This young woman goes up to her sponsor and she says, I've got almost a year now and I haven't been dating and I'd really like to start getting involved in dating. And, there's a couple of guys that I'm interested in. What do you think? Now, as a good sponsor, a lot of good sponsors go to the book, which is what you should do for advice like this. So most of the sex advice is on page 69, ironically enough. Okay. So the sponsor says, well, go home and read page 69. So on the way home, the new sponsee, the new girl, gets the numbers confused. And instead of going home and opening up the big book at page 69, she opens it up at page 96 and she starts to read. And Doug will read starting at the top of page 96.
Do not be discouraged if your prospect does not respond at once. Search out other alcoholics and try again. You are sure to find someone desperate enough to accept you with eagerness. What you have to offer. We find it a waste of time to keep chasing a man who cannot or will not work with you. If you leave such a person alone, he may soon become convinced that he cannot recover by himself. To spend too much time on any one situation is to deny some other alcoholic an opportunity to live and be happy. One of our fellowships failed entirely with his first half-dozen prospects. That's good. He often says that if he had continued to work on them, he might have deprived many others who have since recovered.
It goes on and on. It goes, he may be broke or homeless. So this poor woman got the advice she needed, I guess. Oh man. Okay, we're on step 5. Step 5 starts
chapter 6 into action, page 72.
Page 72. Having made our personal inventory, what shall we do about it? We've been trying to get a new attitude, a new relationship with our Creator, and to discover the obstacles in our path. We've admitted certain defects. We've ascertained in a rough way what the trouble is. We've put our fingers on the weak items in our personal inventory. Now these are about to be cast out. This requires action on our part, which, when completed, will mean that we have admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our defects. This brings us to the 5th chapter. And it says this is perhaps difficult, some of us. I would say, I don't know about anybody else in here, but they told me never admit anything, even if they got you on video. You know? Always play dumb. So when I saw that it was going to be an actual step to admit this stuff, it was not the greatest. I'll tell you, my first sponsor, God bless him, was a fellowship sponsor. And, everyone back in these days, when I first got sober, were fellowship sponsors. And, if you were to raise your hand in a 4-step meeting and say, well, how exactly do you do a 4-step? You were likely to get, kid, you do a 4-step with a pencil. Well, thanks for that, That really answers all of my questions. And you used to get answers like that from the cranky old-timers because they didn't really know how to do a 4-step, actually. You'd find that out after you gain a little experience. Anyway, I did the best I could with the 4-step the first time I did it. And for better or worse, it was what I knew at that time, putting together the things that I knew at that time. And now it was time to go do a 5th step with someone, my sponsor. And so he goes, okay, come on over and we're going to go take a ride and we're going to go down to the park. There was this place called Lewis Morris Park near where I live. Very beautiful, a lot of trails to the woods. And, and he brings his dogs and I'm thinking this is going to be well, he's doing this because it's kind of a spiritual thing, be out in the woods, a holistic experience. He's doing it because he needed to take his dogs for a walk. And he was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But anyway, we get out there, and I've got this thing that I've been hiding under the spare tire of my car for, 2 or 3 weeks waiting to get a chance to do a 5th step with this guy. And it's the whole Megillah, it's everything I could put together about the patheticness of Chris. How small I was, how tragic my life was, the things that I had done wrong. And I just had it all in this one volume. And again, this is the best I could do at that time. And we started to take a walk and I started to read this thing. And as I was reading it, I was just so filled with I was just so ashamed of myself, just so ashamed. And as I'm reading this, it started to dawn on me that this isn't really that bad. I'm reading it, I'm sharing it with a person, and he's nodding, he's turning his head to yawn, so I wouldn't see him, and all this stuff. But he gets to the point where I'm done, and he looks at me and he goes, Chris, here's what I believe about you. He goes, let's say you're a campfire and all the coals are like burning, but they're like glowing. They're like glowing embers in this campfire. And let's picture you as that campfire. And then all of a sudden alcohol comes along. It's like taking gasoline and throwing it on that smoldering campfire. All of a sudden it flares up and it burns anybody that's near it. That's what your alcoholism was. You were a pre-alcoholic. You had all the characteristics of alcoholism. When you discovered alcohol, boom, you flared up and you harmed the people closest to you. That's kind of what we do. Chris, this is an illness, he said. This is an illness. This is something that once you get caught up in it, you're powerless over it until you're exposed to the recovery process, until you're exposed to AA. Give yourself a break. He wasn't cutting me slack on what I did. He was just telling me that I shouldn't be suffering about all of this stuff because it is an illness. It is an illness. And one of the symptoms of the illness is parking on people's lawns or vomiting on people's brand new carpet. or forgetting your date at the prom and taking off with the boys, or all these things that I was constantly doing, and he gave me a little bit of slack. He cut me a little bit of bail on being an alcoholic. And I walked away from that fifth step feeling okay. It was the first time. I always thought I was a scumbag. You know what I mean? Not a run-of-the-mill scumbag. I was a special scumbag. I wasn't just any old scumbag. I had special scumbag qualities. Don't put me in with all the rest of the. I'm a scumbag, but don't put me in with the crowd. I'm different. But I always thought that I was a scumbag. And walking away from this experience, I really got to the point where I realized that I wasn't. I was not. I actually had good intentions and I had a good heart, and I suffered when I did things wrong. I had a conscience. Evil people are able to shut their consciences off. I've never met an evil alcoholic. I really haven't, because we suffer from what we do. And then we drink more because we suffer. And then we cause more problems. And then we feel even worse, so we drink even more. And we're caught up in this crazy cycle of pathetic, addictive behavior. That's an alcoholic. We're not evil people. We're good people that do bad things, and we're smart people that do stupid things. We do really, really stupid things. One of the stupid things that I did, back when I was drinking was, you have DWIs here, right? Driving while intoxicated, and the cops don't like that here too. The cops don't like that, where I come from. And I had 3 DWIs. And I was getting my driver's license back from a third DWI, and I had to go to Motor Vehicle Bureau. Now, I didn't do real well with Motor Vehicle Bureau and the bright fluorescent lights and the standing in line and the authority and the people telling me what to do. I hated it all. So I took a couple of drinks, and I drove to this place to get my license back for a third. I'd been walking for years. I drove to this place to get my license back, and I'm indignant. You know how we're resentful at authority. Because I tried 100 different ways to get my license back, illegally, and they caught me every time. So I actually had to do what they asked me to do. So I'm indignant. I walk in there and I go, okay. I go to this woman who's got to take all my paperwork and then give me a slip to go downstairs to get my license. And I go, I got this, and I got this, and this is notarized, and this is signed, and here's my money for this. And she stops me, and she leans forward, and she starts sniffing me. She's going, and I'm like, and she goes, have you been drinking? I go, no. And she looks at my records and she goes, you're getting your license back for a third DWI and you came here drunk? I'm like, no. And she has to give me this slip. I've got all my ducks in a row. She's got to give me this slip, and she hands it to me. And she hands me this thing, and I grab it, and she's not letting go. She's trying to protect society from me. And, she goes, did you drive here? And I'm like, no. And so I go through the woods and do all these cutbacks to get back around to my car. Now think about how stupid it is to get drunk and then go get your license back for a third DWI. On a level of stupidness, that's right there at the top. Now, I'm a smart guy. I had millions of these. And I never wanted to share them with anybody because I was so ashamed of them. Nowadays they don't hold that power over me anymore. I'm not when I think about something. You ever get those? You're walking down the road and then you think about some tragically pathetic thing that you did and you go oh. I don't have any more of those. I've shared them all. I've given them to God. I've done my amends. I don't have any of those anymore. Thank God. They used to drive me crazy because, the little shame episodes or whatever you want to call them. Now, I've done a lot of fifth steps. Let me tell you about one of my last ones. I did, I did the resentment inventories. I did the fear inventories. There's very little sex conduct stuff that hits anymore, but I had some resentments and I had some fears. Not many, but I had some. And I went and I shared this with my sponsor. And at the end, he goes, "Hey, Chris, do you see what I see?" I go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Do you see that every single one of your resentments and every single one of your fears relates to your job?" And I go, "Yeah, I'm seeing that now." I mean, I didn't see it. One of the jobs as a sponsor, or the person hearing the fifth step, is to help you recognize these patterns, because sometimes we just don't see them. And here's what he did. He looked me right in the face and he goes, "Chris, the next time we're doing this, the next time I'm hearing a fifth step, I don't want to hear anything about your job. I want you to take care of this stuff. Obviously, you're in the wrong job. Obviously, you're unhappy. There's a lot of things going on here that just aren't right. What are you doing? What are you doing?" And he woke me up. He woke me up. And within 6 months, I had a job I went from a civil service type job where you punched the time card and you couldn't get fired if you brought in a handgun and shot off a couple rounds at your boss. You couldn't get fired. It was just one of those jobs. But it was just driving me out of my mind because to be ambitious, they'd see ambition on you and they'd squash you. He's ambitious, get him! You know what I mean? He worked an extra minute, slash his tires. I mean, it was like one of these atmospheres that was just, you couldn't ever do, everything was on seniority. And it was just nuts, and they hated you. And it was a bad job for somebody like me. So I left that job and I went to a job where I'd actually have to work, which was kind of scary. I had to overcome that fear. It was, one way it was described early on is the alcoholic is really afraid of change. We're afraid of change. It's almost like, imagine being in a cesspool with the cesspool water right up to just below your nose. Okay? And somebody walks over and say, "Hey, you want a handout?" And you go, "No, just don't make any waves." Somebody say, "Come on, I'll help you out of that cesspool you're in." No, just don't make it worse. I mean, that's what we're like sometimes because of fear. We're afraid to change. I was in a cesspool and the water was almost up to my nose and I was afraid to leave that job, and I left that job and I went to something much better, and then I left that job and I went to something much better, and then I left that job. Now I don't care. I'll leave a job like that. I'll leave a job. I don't care because, I just know that the opportunities out there are absolutely endless. And today I'm in a pretty high pressure job, but I'm spiritually able to handle the pressure. When I walked into AA, I never would have considered the type of job I'm in. I would have thought, "Oh my God, no way!" Because I've got so many employees and there's so much responsibility and there's phones ringing, there's emergencies and things are on fire and there's floods and, catastrophes and I work at places where literally, I'm not exaggerating, they have to sweep the bullets off of the sidewalks before you go into the schools in the morning. I'm not exaggerating. I'm saying literally, there's a bullet sweeping detail. I'm living in it's crazy, the place but I'm okay. I'm spiritually okay, and I'm of service. I'm doing a lot of good in the position that I'm in, and I'm being compensated accordingly. So that inventory, sharing that inventory with my first sponsor, woke me up to the fact that I'm scared to try something new because I'm stuck in predictable day. I know it's a cesspool, but it's my cesspool. You know what I'm saying? Again, these are some of my experiences with the fifth step.
When you get spiritually fit by working the steps and helping others, your whole life changes. I was flying on Jet Airway 1 on September 14th, 2001. I was one of the first flights back out of Washington, and I was going up, actually Philadelphia. I was going up to Bangor, Maine, and Jet Airway 1 in the United States brings you past the World Trade Center. And I looked at the World Trade Center smoking there, and I looked at my first officer, and I said, I'm out. And he says, what do you mean you're out? I said, I quit. I'm not doing this anymore. And I knew that with my heart of hearts that I hated flying 5 years prior to that. But I was caught up in this money pit thing, because airline pilots in the United States get paid very well. And so, he goes, did scheduling call you off? I said, no, I quit. I'm out. And I left flying. And the hardest thing for me to get over was, not thinking that I wasted 20 years of my life in the airlines. That was the biggest part. And I do today what I dreamed about. But you know what I did first? I wrote out the top 10 things in my most favorite job. I did a job ideal, just like you could do a sex ideal, just like you do a relationship ideal. I wrote out the top 10 things. And you know what? I have every 10 out of 10 that I do today. I'm a public speaker, radio shows. I got a phenomenal everything on my ideal list I have today because of Alcoholics Anonymous and working these steps. So if you're in something you just totally hate, let's think about that. And there's another question I want to ask you. Step 5, admit it to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact natures of our wrongs. Step 5, right here on the list that you all have been signing up for that you're going to get emailed, okay? In the big book, it says warnings for skipping the 5th step. There are literally 7 warnings if you skip this 5th step. I've seen every one of these come true. Are you ready? Here we go. And it has the page number in the paragraph on the side. I always put that in the big book just to show you that I'm not making this stuff up. Okay? It says, number 1, we may not overcome drinking. I've seen people who skip the 5th step, they don't overcome drinking. Number 2, we will not learn humility. It's very humbling to do a 5th step to somebody. Number 3, we will not learn fearlessness. Number 4, we will not learn honesty. Number 5, we will be plagued with egoism and fear. 6, we will not expect to live long. And number 7, we will not live happily. If any of those folks has happened to you right now, let's take a serious look at where your sobriety is. I don't care if you have 10 years, 15 years, 2 years, 1 year. If any of that's happening, you're skipping this vital step. And let me explain why that step is so important to you. In the 5th step, it states here. Now remember, in the 4th step, it says, next we launched. So if you don't think that's a time frame, then you're missing the English language of the word launched. Okay? It's immediate. It's next. It's happening. So next we launched out on a course of vigorous action. Now we do the 4th step. Once you write the 4th step, make sure your sponsor doesn't say, well, I'll be home in December and we'll go over it then. That's not it. Because this is what it says. It says, we have ascertained in a rough way what the trouble is. We have put our finger on the weak items in our personal inventory. What's the word now mean? Now? But there's no time frames in AA. I love when people say that. Really? Well, now these are about ready to be cast out with the 5th step. It says now. So now means, I think now, you go do the 5th step. Okay? So that's why I'm bringing these people through these steps. Because as we're writing out the 4th, he's saying the 5th. Do you see what I mean? I'm getting this stuff done. Alright. It tells you why you're going to do the 5th step. The best reason first. Well, I guess that's why we're going to do. The best reason first why you do the 5th step. This is a big one. If we skip this vital step, we may not overcome drinking. I'll read it again. If we skip this vital step, we may not overcome drinking. Now, there's 9 times, I'm getting all my fingers all set up. 9 times, that's 9. 9 times. They're going to make sure that you tell us everything. They're going to make sure of that. Okay? So, now, I'm at my sponsor's house. He's got 4 hours set aside for 22 pages of inventory that I have. He has 4 hours set for me. I walk in, he's got the candles going, he's got this all spiritual things happening going on. And this guy is a big book thumper. He knows what is happening. He knows I'm scared S-less over this. I am just fearful because even though I didn't write down the thing that happened in Knoxville, Tennessee, right? In 1984, April, I remember the day, everything. And it wasn't a pretty thing. I wasn't going to tell him. It wasn't on my inventory. So he says, let's read a couple things. because I thought he was like reading my mind. He says, so the best reason why we're doing this first is if you leave anything out, you're not going to get overcome drinking. And he goes, and you're not leaving anything out, right? And I'm like, he sees through me. This guy sees through me. How does he know that? No, I'm not leaving anything out. I looked at him with a smile and straight in his eyes. I'm looking at you. No, I didn't leave anything out. All right? He says, okay, cool, let's go. Time after time, newcomers have tried to keep to themselves certain facts about their lives. Number one. He goes, you're not keeping certain facts about your life hidden from me, are you? No, I'm not doing that. Oh, okay, let's move on. Trying to avoid this humbling experience. You're not trying to avoid this humbling experience by leaving something out. No. And I really wish you would stop asking me. Oh, we're just doing the big book. He goes, we're just doing the big book. I said, okay. He goes, they have turned to easier methods. Are you turning to an easier method by leaving something off? No, I'm not. 4 times I'm lying to this guy. This is how good I was. He goes, good, because this is what happens if you do. Almost invariably, in English that means almost always, almost invariably they got drunk. And then he pauses for effect. And he says, so you do understand the circumstances. If you leave anything out, which you just told me 4 times you're not. And I'm like, no. And I'm beating sweat. No, I'm not leaving anything out. Having persevered with the rest of the program, that means steps 1, 2, 3, and 4, they wondered why they fell. We, meaning the first 100 people who wrote this book, we think the reason is they never completed their house cleaning. He looked up just like this. He goes, but you completed your house cleaning because you're not leaving anything off, because you just told me 4 times that. I said, no, I have not left anything out. 5 times. I like this guy. He goes, good. All right. He goes, because this is what's going to happen. But they had not learned enough humility, fearlessness, and honesty in the sense we, the first 100 people who wrote this book, found it necessary until they told someone else. And he circled the word all their story. And he says, and you have a book right now and you're going to tell me all your story, leaving nothing out, because you just told me 5 times you're leaving nothing out. No, I'm not leaving nothing out. 6 times I lied to this guy. He says, good. Okay. That was 5. So we're moving on. He says, we must be entirely honest with somebody. And he looks up and there he goes again. And you're being entirely honest with me. And I'm like, yes, I am. 6. He turns the page. He goes, he has to lick his finger and turn the page. All right. Then he comes over here. He says, good. Because this is the way it works. And this is the time frame, he said to me. He goes, when we decide is to hear our story, we waste how much time? Well, it says right here. When we decide is to hear our story, we waste no time. No time. How fast is that? That's almost like now, or launched, or next. Something like, but there's no time frames in AA, so don't listen to what this book says. Let's listen to what the oral tradition people say. Like this.
Step a year.
Step a year. Yeah, why couldn't I find that sponsor? Step a year. I've been searching him out. Take your time. All right, when we decide to hear our story, we waste no time. All right? It says this is a life and death errand in this book. It's a life and death errand. We're not mincing words here. Life and death. So now here we go. We park at our pride and we go to it. Illuminating every twist of character. And he looks up and he says, 7 times I have asked you and you have left out nothing, correct? No, I have not. 7 I lied to him. So now we're going on. He says, okay, so you're eliminating every twist of character, every dark cranny of the past. Every dark cranny of the past. 8 times he's asked me. I said, Craig, if you ask me again, I'm coming over to the table, I'm knocking you out. I'm telling you everything, every dark cranny of the past. So now I'm sitting there, and he says, I'm going to go get a glass of water. So now I'm sitting there like this. I'm like, the table's like this. The table's moving. My feet are moving. I'm going like this. I mean, I was out of my mind. I only had 90 days sobriety. And he's shooting me through these steps. My heart's pounding. And so he comes back, he sits down, he goes, okay, let's get this thing going. And then he goes like this. He goes, oh, wait, one other thing. He says, once we have taken this step, withholding nothing. He says, this is your last chance, pal. And he looked at me. He goes, are you withholding anything? And I just looked at him and I went, yes! I am. 1984, Knoxville, Tennessee, April there was this girl. It always starts off with there's this girl, right? Doesn't it? There's this guy, this girl. Well, with me, it was the girl. And I blurted it out. And then when I was done, I was like, and I was waiting for a movement. Is he going to run away? And he goes, is that it? You made me say 9 times. You lied to me 8 out of the 9. Is that it? Let me tell you something. And he told me his thing. And I was like, oh, dude, you're sick. I did. And then we went on. And I told him. And he just zipped 22 pages. We did like, nothing, whatever. He says, you are such a normal drunk. Don't worry about it. You're going to be just fine. Except for that thing in Tennessee. But otherwise.
What was that?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you tonight. I'm going to tell that story tonight. Really. It's hugely, immensely bad. And I will tell you. Right? Either I'm very sick or I'm very healthy. Because I will tell you tonight when you come to hear this story, and it's truly amazing how I made amends. Truly. And if this may be the first time since we're in, the Netherlands and you guys are also macho and Viking, and I'm going to try not to cry, but I always lose it on this story because it changed my life. This was the turning point. So anyway, now it's the 5th step. I'm still atheist. Got it? Follow me? Good. I do this 5th step. He says, okay, now this is what I want you to do. And it says here on page 75, last paragraph, returning home, we find a place where we can be quiet for an hour. Does everybody understand what ADD is here? ADD, attention deficit disorder. You can't keep a thought for a nanosecond. It's like you have these walls and you have the information comes in and then it kind of sorts it out over here. And then it goes through the information you need. With me, there's no walls. It just all comes in. And that's how I run 4 companies in the United States. You know what I mean? People are like, you could take a pill for that. I'm like, well, who's going to run all these companies? Because I'm always like this. In control most of the time. Do you see what I mean?
There is an addictive pill you can take.
There is an addictive pill. I don't want to take it. So anyway, I used to be very ashamed of that ADD, but it's been my strength. It's been my strength in everything I do. And I'm very proud of it now. I really am. So it says, returning home, you be quiet for an hour. So an hour to a person with ADD is like 2 nanoseconds. You're like, you're constantly looking at the watch. God, that was 30 seconds. I swear it was 30 minutes, right? So I think I lasted, I don't know, it seemed like 50 hours. It was probably 5 minutes. But what I did is I sat there and I contemplated on what I did and what I told this guy, which was a huge, huge thing. I told this guy, when I was done with my 5 minutes of meditation, but when I was done with that, I felt a part of you all. I felt a part of you. I never felt a part of anything, ever. And I finally felt a part of you. You were my family. You were my gang. I knew the handshake. And that was it. Okay? But I still didn't believe in God. Now that's how thick-headed I was. But I felt great. And I felt proud of myself. And I felt relieved. And a little bit of fear went away. And it says, when I was done, it says here, carefully reading the first 5 proposals, we asked if we have omitted anything. So what I do is I take my sponsees back and I go and I read the first 5 proposals, the first 5 steps. And I look at them. Do you believe that you're powerless over alcohol? And when you put alcohol in your body, you have a craving that makes it virtually impossible to stop. They say yes. Well, how was your life when you were drinking? Well, okay, we got that one done. The next thing is, came to believe a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. He asked me that and I said no. He goes, okay, let's start playing this dance again. Will you believe that AA has restored you to sanity to this point? I said, yes. He says, will you make a decision to turn your will and your life over to care of God? I said, no. He says, will you make a decision to finish the rest of the steps? I said, yes. He says, did you make a searching and fearless moral inventory of yourself? I said, not fearless because I was scared when I was making this. And searching a fearless moral inventory of myself, and I had 22 pages. I mean, so you're not getting much more than that. I mean, I just destroyed the world. At least I thought I did. But half of that meant nothing. Half of that really meant nothing. More than half of that meant nothing. And then he says, well, you just admitted to God, to yourself, and to another human being the exact nature of your wrong. Now, go home for 1 hour, sit quietly, and thank God from the bottom of your heart that you know him better. I said, okay. He says, now check this out. If we answer to our satisfaction, so they're going to ask you 3 questions in this 5th step. Question number 1, and it goes like this. It says, is our work solid so far? And he said, yeah, I believe we are. Are the stones properly in place? And I said, yeah, I believe they are. Have we skimped on the cement put in the foundation? Have we tried to make mortar out of sand? And then it states this on the next page. If we can answer to our satisfaction, we, time frame, then. We then. What's then mean? We then, we next, we now, we immediately, we then look at step 6. Okay? There's another time frame. I'm going to show you time frames through this whole book. So the next time you go to a meeting, and I tell my sponsors this, I said, don't start going to meetings quoting the big book. You know, people are going to say something, you're going to raise your hand. That's not true. That Doug tells me. You know, I'm not well liked as it is in AA rooms over in America. So let's just keep it kind of hush hush until you get some time under your belt. Then you can quote all you want. I can really care less. But then it says, if we can answer to our satisfaction, which I just did, we then look at step 6. And in step 6, when Chris and I, when you come back from this break, is it at 3:30 the break? 3:30? That's what we got time. Then what I did is I got a sheet for y'all. Every character defects known to man on 2 sheets, or woman. If I was to look at this here. Okay? So I have every character defect, which I would like you all to fill out. Just put a little check mark to who you think you are and what you think you are. I got 62 of them, so don't worry about it. I think I'm down to like 30. And then just write a little blurb, why you think you're selfish, why you think you're dishonest, why you think you're resentful. Now, if I was a typical AA, I would just leave all through character defects, correct? We could beat ourselves up, can't we? But the trick is, if you love yourself, which I believe we do, I also put the opposite of it on the other side. So that now you have something to strive for. I believe in visualization. I started a restaurant. Chris came to it. It's very big and very beautiful. And it's in Charlottesville, Virginia. And it's an Amtrak train station. The Amtrak train station, which is a big train station in the United States, was a crack house. It was abandoned, and I believed I could make that all beautiful. And I took a picture of it and I hung it up. And I said, I will have a nightclub, and I'm an alcoholic. I'm going to have a nightclub restaurant in there. And 3 years later, I did. And I never even worked in a restaurant, and it's doing very well 7 years later. But that's another part of my story. It took a bump there, and I was in Chris's house when it took that bump, and he looked at me. He goes, "Wow, you know." It was totally amazing. I made it through without drinking. So anyway, what I'm getting at is that look at the other side. Look at the greatness in yourself. All right? So Chris is going to go, you can finish up 6 and 7 like that. Knock it out.
I probably can. All right. Step 6. We've just inventoried a whole bunch of our character defects in step 4. We've written out a whole lot. You know, we've kind of identified a lot about our failure in life. There's places in both the big book and the step book, though, that gives us a warning. And they basically say a self-appraisal is seldom sufficient. What do they mean by that? Well, as an alcoholic, I want to write down, I want to keep control over this inventory. I want to keep my defects down to the minimum. I mean, sometimes we exert undue influence on this process because that's just the way our egos are. Now, but a self-appraisal is going to be insufficient. That's really where we get the help from a sponsor on a 5th step. The sponsor is going to give feedback. The sponsor is going to point out some traits. The sponsor is going to call you on it if you're not being honest with, say, column 4 in the resentment inventory, or if you haven't gone into enough detail in the sex harms. So they're going to help you with understanding a little bit about your own character defects. So by the time you get to step 6, you're going to understand a little bit more about your character defects. Now, we don't want to know what our character defects are. And I can prove that by giving you all an exercise. Before you come back tomorrow morning, go to the 5 people that know you most in this world and ask them to write down 10 character defects that show up in you and how annoying they are. Okay? Now, I can prove that you don't even want to know what your character defects are, because few, if any of you, are going to run off and do that exercise. We don't want to know what our character defects are. Let's keep this to a minimum. Now, this is where a really good sponsor or spiritual advisor is going to help you. Pointing out some of these character defects, showing you where you show up in life. Now, in this book, it also goes over that if you're of the religious persuasion where you're supposed to do confession, that's supposed to be part of this too. I would suggest that you do that as well as, not instead of. If you're Catholic, you're being told in this book to share this inventory with a priest. I'd also get an alcoholic sponsor or spiritual advisor and share it with them too, because the instructions in here are person or persons who you are going to share this with. So it's opening up the door for us to share it with more than one person. I've found multiply sharing inventories with different people is beneficial to me because of the different feedback that I get. Now, in a confessional atmosphere, now I'm not Catholic, but I kind of get the idea. As you're sharing this stuff, you'll get a lot of, "Go on, my son." Very rarely will you get, "Oh, you play with yourself like that? I do that too." You know what I mean? You're just not going to get that from the clergyman. So it's helpful, I believe, to do this with a sponsor or a spiritual advisor, someone with experience with this. Now, again, our defects of character are what block us off from God, from our fellow man, and from an effective life, from a quality life. We need to take this seriously. We need to become willing to have these defects of character removed. Now, are we going to be 100% willing to have every single defect of character removed right then and there? Probably not, if we're honest with ourselves. What about lust? You want to have that completely removed? I don't know about you, but I'm putting the brakes on there. You know what I'm saying? Let's hold on a minute. Let's not overreact. It's only alcoholism, So what I'm saying is there's a prayer directive in here for anything we're unwilling to let go of. I know a lot of people, like I say, I sponsor a lot of Wall Street monsters, and they'll say, I understand all these defects of character things, but I work on Wall Street. I'm in sales. I can't turn all this over to God. I need to keep my edge. And, they're just not understanding just how powerful this spiritual process is. This is going to make you a better salesman. You're going to change the way you operate. You're going to be more interested in what you can offer to your client than what you can get yourself. That's going to translate into a better client sales relationship, and you're going to get more business, and you're going to be trusted more. And you're going to get a better reputation. So a lot of times we're afraid of things that we shouldn't be afraid of. The spiritual life is not a theory. We must live it. So we really need to be willing to have God remove these defects of character. If we're not willing, there's a prayer directive to God. Please allow me to be willing to remove the character defects that are keeping me from, living a spiritual life. Even though I think I need to hang on to them to keep my edge, or, whatever excuse we're using. Now, when we get to a point like this is something that should be done the same day as the fifth step, by the way, these steps. So really there's a momentum that's necessary. As you're going through this step process, there's a momentum that's necessary to keep going. It's very, very easy to let our egos talk us into balking, And if you stop after step 5 and you don't move on, it's very, very difficult after a period of time to get into step 8 and step 9. There's a momentum that needs to be maintained when going through these steps. You know what I mean? They should be done fairly quickly. I'm not saying that they absolutely have to be done in a certain amount of time, but you can't lose the momentum. You can't lose it. If you lose the momentum, you're going to rest on your laurels and find that you're in a lot of trouble. You'll have done a whole bunch of work in it. Because half measures avail you what? Nothing. And nothing is
Nothing.
a lot less than that.
As we
not
say in
much.
America, it's forget about it.
Nothing is not even a lot.
Tony Soprano. Do you all get the Sopranos here? Forget about it.
That's what it is. So you need to move on. Now, humility is something that Bill wrote a lot on in the step book. I believe that after another 14 or so years sobriety, Bill was really understanding the exact, the need for a type of humility. I'll bet you everyone in here when it came time, well, I can't say that. I'll bet you most of the people in here, when it came time to get away from alcohol, you'd been humbled by alcohol. You'd been humbled by alcohol. You got in a ring with it every single time and it knocked you out. Okay? He's basically, in the step book, he started talking about if we can approach our character defects with this kind of humility and go to God and say, this selfishness, it's killing me. I can't be selfish like this anymore. Please help me. Please help me. If we can go with that kind of desperation and that kind of humility, that it's much easier for these defects to become under control. It's much easier for God to remove these defects of character. Now, I've heard people who I respect a lot say things like this. Step 6 is not doing what you want to do, and step 7 is doing what you don't want to do. Now, that would be all well and fine if I had any power over this. I mean, if I could have changed my character defects, I would have done a better job a long time ago. I was caught up in the character defects because they were part of my alcoholism, and my alcoholism was part of my character defects, and it was one big stew of a mess. Now, some of these things, I wish I could just turn the switch off and, you know what, from now on, I'm never going to be selfish again. Give me that, That's mine. I mean, it lasts about 4 seconds. So, if Bill Wilson wanted us to stop engaging in our character defects, step 6 would be, became willing to never do anything wrong again. And step 7 would be very, very grateful that you're not doing anything wrong ever again. I mean, but that's not what the steps say. The steps say you need God. You need the power of God. If you were bigger than your character defects, you wouldn't need God's help. And I believe I need God's help with the character defects. And I also believe that I can remain willing. I'm going to stop with this. What is the best spiritual atmosphere to be in for the removal of your character defects? If you've done a 4-step and a 5th step, you do want character defects removed. Maybe not all of them, but you want most of them removed because you've recognized that they're a big problem. What's the best spiritual climate or spiritual atmosphere to be in for the removal of the character defects? I'll lead into this to the next session by saying this. The best spiritual climate to be in for the removal of character defects is to become willing to have them removed, ask God to remove them, and then become willing to make amends where these character defects have caused harm, and then to actually go out and make amends for the harms these character defects have caused. That's the best possible climate to be in. That's doing your job, and then it's God's job to have these defects of character removed from your life. That's what I believe.
Step 6 and 7 states this. We were entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. Step 7, humbly. And I don't know if you all knew this, but in the first writing of the big book, it said humbly upon our knees. But there's some religions that don't allow you to get to your knees, so we remove that. So whoever says that there hasn't been changes in the first 164 has not studied the history. So it says, humbly ask him to remove our shortcomings. Then you come back to the page and it says here, if we were to answer to our satisfaction, we then, which is a time frame, we then look at step 6. We have emphasized willingness as being indispensable. And I ask these questions. I look at the sponsee and I say, are you now ready to have God remove from you all the things which you have admitted are objectionable? And I wait for an answer. And then, can he now take all of them, every one? And I wait for an answer. And here's a prayer. If we still cling to something we do not let go, we ask God to help us be willing. When ready, we say something like this. And now I'd like all to pause for a minute and then I would like to read the 7-step prayer to you. If you'd like to join in, that'd be wonderful. Hi, everybody. My name is Doug, and I am an alcoholic. This is great. Chris and I were just talking about what a great time we're having here, and we hope that you all are enjoying it. I'm glad the weather is holding up. Being from Florida, this is absolutely extreme cold for me. But the beauty and the excitement of your cleanest country in the world, I'm going to have to W that.
That's a great country.
Boy, it's great. We're having a real good time. We just finished up with 6 and 7. We just said the 7-step prayer. Now, on the character defects that I have here, if you want to have fun, please give this to your loved one and have them fill it out. They look at you totally different than you look at yourself. All right? I did that. I was very offended. It was very humbling. And what it states here is that it says, after the Amen in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous on page 76, we just read the prayer. Now, I get everybody to their knees because that's the way they used to do it. They used to get to their knees. It was a very Catholic Christian organization, although they didn't want it to be that way. That's where they learned, and that's what they knew. And you got to your knees and you said the 7-step prayer because they used to say, humbly upon our knees. And they made a change in the big book. Now, the next word. See, I was talking about time frames here, how everyone says there's no time frames. Take your time. 1 step a year or 1 step a month.
Easy does it.
Easy does it.
Easy does nothing, by the way.
Yeah, easy does nothing. I'm telling you. Killing more people than the Black Plague did when it almost wiped out Europe. And it's wiping out America now. It's terrible. So it says here, the next word is now. The next word's now. I got to highlight it. I got quotations. I got a box around it. I'm like arrows next to it. Now we need more action, which now I guess means now. Now we need more action. Without which that we find faith without works is dead. Okay? Lois Anne used to say that after she would read she was big into the book of James. Actually, Alcoholics Anonymous, one of the earlier names was called the James Gang because they used to read from the book of James. I don't know if you all knew that. And then it was the first 100 men, and a nice lady from New York ran in and said, wait a second, I'm here, right before it went to printing. And some drunk came in and was like, oh, why don't you just call it Alcoholics Anonymous? And that's how we got our name, from a drunk. I mean, it couldn't have been
right
better.
Out of Greystone Mental Hospital.
Yeah, Greystone Mental Hospital is a very popular mental hospital. I mean, you don't get much more lower than Greystone. So that's how we got our name, from the bottom of the barrel.
I've done commitments in there, carrying the message in there. It's spooky. There'll be people that walk in like da-da-da-da-da. They'll look and they'll take off. And then a minute later they'll walk in, da-da-da-da. They'll look around, they'll take off. And this will go on the whole meeting. It's like disconcerting. I mean, they'll walk in like nothing and then take off like 40 or 50 times while you're trying to share.
So it says, now we need more action, without which we find faith without works is dead. Let's look at steps 8 and 9. We have a list of persons we have harmed and to whom we are making, who are willing to make amends. We did that, remember, with the harms others list that I showed you from the workshop here, from the paperwork. It's the harms other inventory, which is right over here. Okay? So right here, it says, we have a list of persons we have harmed and to whom we are willing to make amends. We made it when we took inventory. I love getting these new sponsors. Hey, will you sponsor me? I said, I'll tell you what. I don't really sponsor people. I bring people through the mechanics of the steps, and then I would like you to find a sharing partner, a life sharing partner, so that I could do my work. And my work, I believe, is to bring the original message of the big book to the masses. That's what my belief is, and I think I do it very well, and that's what I do. And I said, but I'll hear your 4 steps. Well, I burn it. What do you mean you burnt it? Well, my sponsor said we went on the beach, because I live on an island. We went to the beach and we burnt it, and then we let it go up to the sky. And I'm like, oh, God. Well, then you're going to have to rewrite it again. Well, why? We gave it to God. Good. Rewrite it. Let's look what God had to say in the last 3 months. Let's see what your inventory looks like. So it says here, we have a list of persons we had harmed and to whom we were willing to make amends. We made it when we took inventory. We subject ourselves to this drastic self-appraisal. Time frame. Next word, now, which is now. Now we go out to our fellows and repair the damage done in the past. And this is what I do. This is where I had my spiritual awakening. And I'm going to tell you that phenomenal story tonight. At 37,000 feet on an airplane, I won't even mention the airline. Oh, I could. I didn't fly from United Airlines. Watch the stock plummet over in Denmark. United Airlines, and it was due to this step. This step changed my life. Now, the main reason why I got these cards, folks, because I am a recovering scumbag, and I was bad. I was a bad person. So I would knock on these doors because being an airline pilot, I had the ability of making direct amends to everybody. Now, I didn't find that to be very fair. And I made that known. I was like, why can Chris not write a letter? And because you can get on an airplane for free since you're a pilot, go make amends in Minnesota. So I'd be in Minnesota and knock on this girl's door and she'd be like, what do you want? You know, like, and I got so nervous that I started making out these cards. And I'd be like, I am here, I have done you harm, and I owe you an amends. And they'd be like, you know, looking out the door, get in here, you're embarrassing me. I'd be standing there in the doorway. Is there anything that I could do to make this wrong? Yeah, why don't you speak from your heart? Okay, I did the... So what I've done is I found that making out these cards, which is right out of the big book, actually. It has the questions that you need to ask. It has exactly what you need to do. And by doing this, I didn't freak out as much. And it really, really helped me out. The 8th and 9th step, as Chris will share with you a little bit, then I'll come back and bring you through the mechanics, is absolutely my whole life changed. My whole life changed. My story, and this is where I break down. It's still 13 years later because of the overwhelming life that I have today, of the overwhelming power inside that I have from my God. This gave me my God. But when you hear my story, you're going to be like, oh my God. Talk to going to any lengths, literally any length. And when I was off that airplane, I was living in Washington at the time, and I'd fly back, I'd be like, I am not going anywhere again, and F this, and no way, I'm not going. And they'd be like, all right. And after the meeting, they'd be like, all right, so where you going next week? I'm going to California to make amends. You know what I mean? I just kept going. I kept doing it. And when I did the last one is when I popped. It all came. I needed and wanted God, and it was an overwhelming God consciousness. And it is the funniest story you will ever hear at 37,000 feet. Come tonight, 8 o'clock.
There you go.
You know why we're doing this? Because there's a national hockey team on.
Yeah.
And we're not going to tape that story, by the way, either. So you're not going to be able to get the tape. You have to come here and...
I'll give a little bit of it away. One of his favorite sayings as a pilot was 8 hours, bottle the throttle. So, like if you have a little trepidation flying, you may want to go behind the black curtain there.
Yeah, they used to have a law in America. It was called the Federal Aviation Regulations, and it was 8 hours from drink to flying. 8 hours from drink to flying. Well, you got to understand, we'd get 4 days off in a row. So I'm drunk for 4 days, right? You wake up. So I'm drunk for 4 days. So I'd have to stop only 8 hours. I mean, you drive into the airport like this.
He'd still be lizard-eyed while he was up there.
I'd be like, just please get me on the airplane. I'll be safe. Just get me on the airplane. Yeah.
Thank God for autopilot, right?
Oh, thank God for, captains, flight engineers, all of them. They were great. They saved my life. They saved your life, not my life. I had nothing to do with it.
What does that red flashing light mean?
It woke me up. I'd be like, oh my God, what?
Anyway, Okay, steps 8 and steps 9. All right, we've trashed the world. I mean, we're like tornadoes. It talks about us like being tornadoes that blow through the lives of the people around us, and we get sober and we think everything's fine. All I need to do is not drink today. And that's all I need to do for my amends is not drink today. Well, the big book takes exception to that and tells us that we need to set right the wrongs that we've caused. I'll read a little bit from the book here. Page 76. We have a list of persons we have harmed and to whom we are willing to make amends. We made it when we took inventory. Probably there are still some misgivings as we look over the list of business acquaintances and friends we have hurt. We may feel diffident about going to some of them on a spiritual basis. Let us be reassured. To some people, we need not and probably should not emphasize the spiritual feature on our first approach. This was being written back when they were really in the Oxford group, just separating from the Oxford group. And they would talk about finding God. I'm doing this because I found God and I found Jesus. And Bill is saying, sometimes you may not want to approach somebody that way. They will brand you as a fanatic or a bore, which I usually did when people knocked on my doors saying that. Again, there's a whole bunch. I'm not going to go over every single instruction here. But it does say that we need to be willing to face these people. We need to be willing to face these institutions. There's a powerful reason for being able to make amends. Let's say I come into Alcoholics Anonymous and I'm still a real jerk and I'm still running my game and everything, but I am kind of trying to get sober. And Doug over here, I'm kind of hurting for money because we don't always come in here at the top of our game. We usually don't say, I hit the lottery and, everything's great. I think I'll go to Alcoholics Anonymous. It's usually the exact opposite, really. It's, usually when we're at our lowest. And I come into AA and Doug over here is looking good and he's acting real friendly to me. Saying, Doug, how about $100? I'm short on my rent. And Doug is a good guy, so he gives me $100, I put it in my pocket. I'm going to pay you back on Thursday. I just got a job. I'm going to pay you back on Thursday. Well, Thursday comes and, it would be inconvenient for me to pay him back. I've got some pressing issues that I could use that money for. So I don't pay him back and I spend it on something else. Now, Doug's a nice guy. He's leaving me alone. But one week goes by, another week goes by, another week goes by. Now I start to resent the fact that Doug is in the meetings. I got to look at him all the time like owing him money. So after a while, I leave that meeting so I don't have to see him. And then I get a resentment against him. And I've got this issue. Now, alcoholics don't just have one of these things in their pocket when they come into AA. They have about 150. So you've got like 150 problems that have gone undealt with in your life, and you're dodging and weaving. You can't go down the road without, here comes so-and-so and ducking up an alley or something. There's just too much unfinished business that we leave out there in the wake of our disaster. The family is still waiting for the shoe to drop. They're waiting for us to drink one more time. So it's very, very important to become willing to set right these wrongs. I had this guy that I was working with, who was a kleptomaniac. Basically, whenever he was in a 7-Eleven or a store, he would pocket something. He really thought that if it was in front of him and nobody was looking, that you're supposed to steal it. So it got down to the 9th step and he was really willing to recover from alcoholism. And I said, okay, you're going to go back to every single 7-Eleven that you can remember stealing from and you're going to pay him back. He goes, what? I go, yeah, because he's still stealing into sobriety. He's still going and he's still stealing gum or cigarettes. And he's sober 2 or 3 years when he finally starts to work with me. So he goes back out, and because he has willingness, and he goes back out and he pays back the money. He goes to these places and says, I've been stealing here for like 3 or 4 years. Or, I think I owe you about $150, and he started paying all these places back. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you think he still shoplifts after going and paying everybody back? No. So it goes to show that when we become willing to make amends for the harms that we've caused through our character defects, we can overcome these character defects. He's not a shoplifter anymore. When we go back out and we make amends to the women that we've harmed in our past, we start to learn how not to harm women. And, so it's very, very important to get to the point where you're willing to start going out and make amends. Now, Doug's got some unbelievably good amends stories. Any of us that have worked a really strong program have amends stories. I mean, I've been thrown out of offices. I was probably the first person in my area that went back to ex-employers. I mean, there was a lot of people who would apologize to the family. And then they would share in a 9th step meeting that they had done the 9th step. Because I was exposed to these tapes and some people that were real heavyweights, I actually went back to ex-bosses. And I actually took road trips to go make amends. And I actually made amends to those I had harmed. I went and paid money back from years ago, people that didn't even know I owed them money. And I just started, I had a list like Doug, and how I did them was on index cards. I did them on 5x7 cards. And I would write on the front, who it was, the exact nature of the harm that I caused, where they were, what their phone number was, and, on the back I basically put what I thought would be an appropriate approach and an appropriate amends, and then the 3 questions. I go by 3 questions, and here are the 3 questions. Let's say you're making amends to somebody who you've screwed up a relationship with, all right? I go to them and I say, here are the harms I'm clear on. Here's how I believe I've hurt you, blah, 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 and I admit it. And then I ask this question, did I leave anything out? I mean, is there anything I'm unclear on as far as how I've hurt you? And then shut up. Because they're going to tell you, most of the time, unless it's a superficial amends, certainly if it's an amends with a woman that I've harmed, I'm going to be told, what I left out, because I'm not perfect and I'm going to leave things out. The second question is, you want to talk about this a little bit and tell me how it made you feel, me harming you like that, how it made you feel, how it affected you. And shut up. And then I'm going to get another earful. When I did this with my ex-wife, it was about an hour each. She filled me in quite thoroughly. Thank you. And then the third question. Here's the third question. The third question is so important. What do I need to do to make this right? And shut up and listen, or write down, or whatever. Now, sometimes it's anatomically impossible to do what they say to set things right.
Go F yourself.
Yeah. But most of the time it's going to be, you can do this or you can do that. And you know what? If it's appropriate and if it's possible for me to do that, I will do that. And then I will consider the amends complete. Now, I do a lot of lecturing at rehabilitation facilities and stuff, and I was actually giving a talk at the Rutgers School of Alcohol Studies, where they were a bunch of counselors that were about to become alcoholism counselors. They were about to go out into the world and counsel you about your alcoholism. And I was sharing a little bit of my experience with the steps, and this guy grabbed me afterward, and he came up to me. And now, understand that this is somebody who's going to be an alcohol counselor in about 2 minutes. And he grabs me, and he goes, you were talking about making amends. Well, don't you have to deal with your shame? And listen, I don't mean to make light of shame. Shame is an actual thing that, you can get treated for. But most alcoholics have shame because they have unresolved amends. Now, I go, no, I don't have to deal with my shame. And he goes, what do you mean? I go, I don't have any shame. And he goes, how's that possible, being an alcoholic? I go, well, let me ask you a question. I go, have you ever made a list of all those that you had harmed? And he goes, no. And I go, well, then you must not have made direct amends to all those you had harmed to the best of your ability, except when to do so would injure them or others. And he goes, no. I go, then how the hell can you tell me you can't get rid of shame? You're giving me an opinion on an experience you've never had. This is the experience that got rid of my shame, my guilt, and my remorse. So I no longer suffer from those things. And he walked away, still totally confused and not believing me, ready to counsel all of us. Okay? Which is kind of a scary thing, if you think about it. Anyway, we certainly don't judge from the podium, do we? Do we, Doug? It's not something, we'll report the facts, but we will not judge. Anyway, these amends are extraordinarily important. I get to travel. I'm down in Doug's wonderful state of Florida this one time, and I'm on vacation with my wife. And I go to this meeting in Key Largo, Florida. Now, the last time I had been in Key Largo, Florida was 1978, New Year's Eve. And what happened was I got really drunk, and the last thing I remember was jumping up on stage, trying to grope the hula dancer. Okay? Yeah, Lulu, the hula dancer. I remember trying to grope her, and that's the last thing I remember. I think they knocked me unconscious because I woke up the next day in the dumpster. It was like 8 a.m, and the seagulls are croaking, and I've got crabs stuck in my hair. And I literally climb out of a restaurant dumpster. They can get funky, can't they? He owns a restaurant, Now, I'd forgotten this, and I'm sitting in this AA meeting, and I go, wow, I've got a funny story I can tell. So this is like 1999 it was like 2000 or something. So I raised my hand and I go, hi, I'm Chris. I'm an alcoholic. I want to tell you all the story. The last time I was in Key Largo, Florida, it was New Year's, and I jumped up on stage and tried to molest the hula dancer. And now the next guy, everybody laughs. The next guy that shares goes, I know who that is. That's Lulu, the hula dancer. She's still dancing at that same bar. I go, no! What are the chances of that? What is the half-life of a hula dancer? I have to pick the one that's made a lifelong career of it in the same bar. Off we go to make amends to Lulu, Just my luck. I mean, you have to stay open. You have to stay open to the spiritual process, though. You have to be willing to do these things. It may be inconvenient for you to go make an amends somewhere. You know what? Tough. You got to do it anyway. You got to do it anyway, because the spiritual life is not a theory. We must live it every day in our lives to be granted the safety and protection of being able to stay separated from alcohol. And I believe God grants that safety and protection based on our willingness and our participation in the recovery process.
It says here, remember, it was agreed that at the beginning we would go to any lengths for victory over alcohol. Now, I get all my pilot licenses back. Okay, I'm working on my 9th step. All my pilot licenses come back, and probably, I think it was about a year. The FAA let me start flying. But the airline I was flying for called me up, and they offered me a captain spot in Washington, D.C. And so that's a huge honor. And considering I hadn't flown in a year, I was in alcohol rehab, and then they offered me a captain slot. So great union stuff we have back in America. And so I move up to Washington, and I get another sponsor, a big book thumper. Again, I keep finding these people all over the place. And we start going through the 9th step. Well, as I'm on the A step, we're writing out our A step cards. Now, I know you all aren't going to believe this, but I used to be a thief and a liar. Now, I know it's coming to shock to everybody here, but what happened was I would steal from my neighbors. I'd break into their houses, I'd break into your houses, I'd steal from anybody. And so we're writing all this stuff down, and the guy says to me, my sponsor, says to me, well, He goes, all right, good. When are you going to go to New Jersey and do these amends? I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm not doing those amends. You crazy? I'll write him a letter. I'll give him a Catholic card with cash. He goes, no. He goes, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's go to the big book. I know where he was going too with this one. So he went to page 80 and he said this, top of the page, 80. Before taking drastic action, and he goes, I think knocking on your neighbor's doors, giving them cash, telling them you used to be a little thief to buy drugs and alcohol is kind of drastic. I can understand your fear. But let's see what it says here. It says, before taking drastic action, which might implicate other people, and then I thought to myself, aha! My family still lives in that neighborhood. So I look at him, I'm like, there you go, pal. I was ready to go do this. I was going up there. I was ready to go. But my family still lives in the neighborhood, and I can't tarnish their name. He goes, no. Okay, I understand that, but let's continue on. I thought I had him. So it says, drastic action, we might implicate other people. We secure their consent. He says, so, before you say, aha, cowboy, why don't you fly up there and ask them? I said, okay. And so then the next thing it says is, if we have, number one, obtained their permission, number two, consulted with another, and he says, that be me, and I say, go, and ask God for help, so I want you to pray and meditate about this. And the drastic step is indicated, we must not shrink. So, this is what I did. And I'll tell you the story later this evening, but I would put on a suit and tie to make amends. Now, I still haven't figured that out 13 years later, but I thought it would ease the blow. So I put on the suit and tie, and I go up to see my family, and my two sisters and my mother are there. And I said, listen. I said, I used to be a thief in the neighborhood and steal from the neighbors. My mother, oh, Dave, here I come. I'm coming up. And I'm like, oh, I can't believe I'm doing this step. I can't believe I'm still doing this. And I said, Mom, calm down. Let me finish the story. And she went on, rant and raved, and she said, well, how much did you steal? What did you steal? And she wanted to get the particulars. I don't advise that you say that because it was a lot of money. And so I said to her, well, listen, I'm up here because of my sponsor. And he says, if I do this, I may stay sober forever. Supposedly. Supposedly I'll stay sober forever. So my sisters look at each other, my mother, and they're like the Three Stooges. Oh, yeah, then go ahead. Yeah, we're cool. And I look at him like, oh my God, what am I going to do? I didn't have the cash. I had nothing. So I went to the store and I bought Catholic cards and one Jewish card because I stole from the Bronsteins. And so I pack it full of cash and I start, hi, Mrs. Sullivan. And they're like, oh, little Dougie. They call me Little Dougie. I guess you could imagine. Oh, little Dougie, airline pilot makes good. Oh, it's so good to see you. Oh my God, I walk in there and, her husband had just died and oh my God, it was just terrible. And I'd say, Mrs. Sullivan, I don't know if you know this, I've been sober for quite some time now. And, it really wasn't quite some time. I said, I used to break into your house and steal money. What? Oh, and everyone put their hand over their heart like they're going to have a heart attack. Oh, all right. And I'm thinking to myself, what am I doing? Maybe these AA people don't have it right. Maybe they're wrong on this one. And she'd go through all this ranting and raving, and I'm like, here's your card. And then she'd open up and see all this cash. You stole this much from me? Do you understand how we used to struggle for money? Oh. Then I'd reach in my pocket. Are there any more harms I've caused you? Almost caused me a heart attack. Do you need to tell me how this hurts you? Are you kidding? Is there anything I can do right now? Get out. So as I'm leaving the door, she says, wait. She says, wait, listen, I can't believe you're doing this. I'm very impressed that you're doing this. Maybe I didn't act correctly. But I'm very disappointed in you. I appreciate what you're trying to do. She says, do you want me to tell my children? Because I used to hang out with their sons. I said, Miss Sullivan, you need to do what you need to do. I got another 5 houses that I got to hit. I got to go. She's like, 5? I'm like, yeah, those are the ones I remember. That's not including the grocery stores and the bop. When I was done with that day, it was the most amazing, nasty day of my life. And I got back to Washington. I'm never doing this again. And at the end of the meeting, where you going? Minnesota. You know. So what it says here is, remember that we are going to any lengths to get a spiritual awakening. It also says, at the moment we are trying to put our lives in order, but this is not an end in all. Our real purpose, this is the real purpose of the 9th step. Our real purpose is to fit ourselves in maximum service to God and to help others. And so it says this. It tells you how to work with hate, if you hate somebody. What to do if you dislike somebody. It tells you what to do if you owe people money. It says, if we are calm, frank, and open, we will be gratified with the results. And 9 times out of 10, those are great odds. And that was pretty much my 9 times out of 10. There was one person who just said, get out. And 9 times out of 10, the unexpected happens. Okay? It also tells you what to do if you have a criminal offense. I will tell you how I surrendered myself to a whole state. I blew up a state. It was just New Jersey. I owed them all on amends, and I surrendered myself. Wait till you hear that story tonight. Okay? That was the one. That was the last one. If you look at my 9th step cards here, you will see in the top, your left-hand corner here, there's a number and a plus or minus. Okay? Minus means there's no way I am doing that amends. The number is when you're going to do it. Number 1's normally the mother. You know, oh, just stay sober. You know. Number 2's normally the sisters, and then it goes down to like the state of New Jersey, which is like number 32 minus. I mean, there's no way I'm doing that one, palsy. And I did do it. So this keeps you really organized. What to do if you have a criminal offense? I will tell you that tonight. And it says we may lose our position or reputation, face jail, but we have to be. We must not shrink to anything. And I did not. It also tells you what to do if you had an affair, mixed up with a woman in a fashion. It tells you how to handle that. The females being mixed up, the males being fixed up, whatever it may be. But it does tell you how to handle that. Whatever the situation is, we usually have to do something about it. If you ask me questions on the 9th step, I will tell you how to handle that situation. I've been in almost every one of them, and it hasn't been pretty, but I'm telling you now, it changed my life. I've never drinking again, and I don't believe that I will ever drink again. I truly believe that. I believe I have permanent sobriety. Now, there's a condition, so long as I keep spiritually fit and work the circle and the triangle as I showed you this morning. As long as I work that circle and the triangle, like this, as long as I keep doing that circle and triangle, my chances of drinking are nil to none. I'm talking permanent sobriety forever. Say that in a meeting. Hi, my name is Doug. I'm a recovered alcoholic. I'm permanently sober. I will not drink ever again. Then get up and leave. Because the whole meeting's going to be about you.
Some people will take exception to that.
Oh, my God. So it says, our design for living, which is the 12 steps, is not a one-way street. It is as good for the wife as it is for the husband. When I first met my wife, she couldn't even look at me. She's Roman Italian. She went through a very abusive relationship. She married an idiot American. For you women, stay away from them. An idiot American man. And it was terrible. And all she wanted was to be able to design software, sit in a black room, and deal with nobody. And I gave her that wish with the last company that we had. And we did very well with that. And then after that, she saw Alcoholics Anonymous, fell in love with all of you. And then she got into Al-Anon, and now she's the vice president of customer service. We have 6,100 employees. We have 17,000 clients. And all she does is talk on the phone. She has 5 windows in her office, and her room is yellow. So that's what these steps do. These steps just don't help us. It helps everybody. That is a true story on how I watched it change her life by just being associated with me. It says here, we feel a man is unthinking when he says sobriety is enough. Sometimes we hear an alcoholic say the only thing he needs to do is keep sober. You are so missing the boat. You are missing the boat if all you do is stay sober. I'm telling you that right now. If you put all 3 of these things into effect, recovery meaning the 12 steps, daily inventory, unity meaning meetings like this, service work meaning setting up big beautiful conferences, your life will be unbelievable. Even last night I filled out one of those forms. This form right here that I will go over tomorrow. This is on page 85 and 86. This keeps me clean. This really helps me in my life. So when I do 4 steps, they're like nothing because I do it every day. 99% of the time, I'd like to tell you every day. The last day Friday, I was so jet lagged I went to bed without doing it. So, but it says here, some people cannot be reached. It tells you what to do when someone cannot be reached. Okay? The situation that I'm going to tell you about in Tennessee, she wouldn't want me to reach her, and I was totally clear on that. But I'll tell you how I handled that situation, and I cleared it up. And that was the biggest, besides jail time in New Jersey, that was the biggest thing that I did. Okay? But I also reap the benefits. I'm reaping the benefits of doing the steps exactly as outlined in this book. Okay? And then it comes into the promises. If we are painstaking about this phase of our development, we will be amazed before we are halfway through. I was amazed that I kept on getting on an airplane every week and flying out and making amends. Hi, it's Dougie. What do you want? Back in 1970, slam the door. Yeah. I flew all the way in from Florida. Please just listen to me, you know what I mean? So, I was amazed before I was halfway through that I was still doing it. We are going to know a new freedom and a new happiness. We are not going to regret the past, nor are we going to shut the door on it. We will comprehend the word serenity, and we will know peace. No matter how far down the scale we have gone. There's a measurement, folks. There's a measurement. No matter how far down the scale we have gone. I went down pretty far near the end, and I'll explain what happened. Alcohol testing came in the airline. That was a huge curveball for me. Alcohol testing came in 1995, and I just remembered it was like February. I woke up and it was February. I missed all of January, and I'll tell you that story tonight too. But so my scale went down really, really low. So it says here, no matter how far down the scale we have gone, we will know how our experience can benefit others. That feeling of uselessness and self-pity will disappear. We will lose interest in selfish things and gain interest in our fellows. Self-seeking will slip away. Our whole attitude and outlook will change. Fear of people and of economic insecurity will leave us. We will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. We will suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we could not do for ourselves. And then that will bring us to step 10, of which we will do. We have a question and answer going on here, but I want to talk to you just a little bit, and I want to challenge you just a skosh. I love the color of this money that I got. We're calling it Monopoly money. I don't even know how much it's worth, so I'm about ready to make a donation, and I'm not sure how much I'm making. It might be money.
Cronenborgs.
They're Cronenborgs, whatever you have, Cronin rubles. But the energy that we have is called money. It's called cash. I believe that the root of all good, money is the root of all good. If you work with others and help others, not just with money, but with time. For an example, I donate a lot of my funds. When I finished with my 9th step is when my whole financial life just went, changed. I would not buy anything new for me until all my financial restitutions was completed, because then I would be cheating you. So I was driving around in an 89 Buick, tail falling off, and I was making good money. But all that money was going to the universe. I was paying it back. Right? So, this thing is great. And I'd like just to fly out next year and just to be with you all. But I would
Here's your first question.
I would like to offer one of these, whatever that is, 100, it's like 20 cents, it's 100. I'd like to put, I don't know how much it is, but I'd like to put that in the basket. And now the basket is going around, and please donate all you can. Why'd you put, is that more than 20 cents? Someone told me it was 20 cents. Just keep going. I got a 500 one. Does anybody, that's 50 cents, right? All right. Everyone's like, I'm going to play cards with that guy after.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. I'm Eric. I'm an alcoholic.
Eric.
I am just introducing this morning's session with Doug and Chris. And basically, they're going to talk about 10, 11, and 12 steps today, as you may know. And we're going to take a break at 10:55. And then we're going to come back and they're going to talk about step 12. So basically 2 hours on 10 and 11 and then 1 hour on step 12. And don't forget there's a sign-up sheet on the bookshop table where you can put your email, and then Paula will send you Doug's 12-step worksheets. Are we ready to roll?
We're ready, sure.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. I have so thoroughly enjoyed my visit here, by the way. I know I'm becoming redundant saying this, but what a wonderful town. After we were dropped off last night, we decided to wander around the city a little bit. And it is an active place. There were a lot of people out there having fun, I gotta tell you. Walked past this one place, I guess it's a club, and the line getting in the club was probably 200 people long. I don't know how anybody would ever be able to wait in a line like that and actually get in, but it's been an experience. It's a very, very, very young city. You know, there's just like a lot of people out there having a good time, and I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. Now, today we're going to speak on the last 3 steps in the 12-step recovery process, 10, 11, and 12. I want to speak briefly on some of the reasons why it's important to pay attention to these steps. And then Doug, nobody does steps 10 and 11 better than Doug. So Doug is going to be moving us through the mechanics and some of the actual practices and some of the results that you're going to get through these practices. So I recommend to anybody to pay attention to that. Now, as alcoholics, we don't normally like to admit this, but we're doing it wrong. There's a lot of things in life that we're doing wrong. And there's a lot of things that we know, and we absolutely know with certainty, and we're really wrong on them. There's a lot of techniques we use to living life that don't really produce beneficial results. They're based on a self-centered worldview and based on kind of an erroneous philosophy that we develop while we're partaking of our alcohol. And then all of a sudden we get sober, and we still have a lot of these bad tools, a lot of these bad practices in our life. And we're sober now, and we're wondering why things aren't getting better for us. And we're wondering why, things haven't really picked up. It's very rare that you'll find an alcoholic who doesn't think they should be better than further on than they are, after all these years sober. Well, one of the things that a lot of us fall short on is continuing to practice these principles in all of our affairs. We might get exposed to the steps. Somebody might take us through the steps, and that gives us a spiritual awakening, certainly a big shot in the arm. But that doesn't give us the answer to every single question there is in life. It doesn't offer us a true blueprint for everyday life. So, when Bill was going through the steps, going through the things that worked in the Oxford group and putting them into steps. Step 10 is kind of an add-in, continue to practice these principles. When we're wrong, admit it. When something's bothering us, inventory it. So that he was emphasizing to us that yes, we've gone through the steps and we've learned some spiritual principles. But for them to really benefit us in our life, we have to continue to practice those principles, continue to experience the benefits that you get from practicing these principles, and to make it a discipline. One of the things that alcoholics don't like to hear a lot is the word discipline, because, we kind of want to do what we kind of want to do. That's really one of the reasons why we're in as much trouble as we're in, because we don't want anybody to tell us what to do. We want to do what we want to do. I'll tell you what I do, I do a lot of work in rehabs and things like that. Now, I'll tell you, I'll be giving a talk like I am right now in the steps, and somebody will raise their hand and they'll say, let me tell you what I think, or let me tell you what I do. And if I'm not in a real fit spiritual condition, I'll say, who the hell cares what you think? You've got plastic on your wrist. You've got a loony bin wrist tag. I want to know what you're doing. We're like that. We're in the mental hospital, but we want people to follow us, You know what I mean? Follow me, I mean, you're in a mental hospital. So we have to become kind of open-minded as far as learning from other people. There's something that the Zen Buddhists call beginner's mind. And what beginner's mind is it's just being open to consideration, to new possibilities. One of the guys that I learned from taught me a few things. And one of the things he taught me was, he said, Chris, there's 3 types of people in AA. One of them is the bigot. That's the person he already knows the answers. He's not open to any more information. If any of the information that you have goes in conflict with his information, you're wrong automatically. He's got it down. Okay, that's the bigot. Then there's the pious individual, and the pious individual is open to anything new, whatever the spiritual practice du jour is that day, or the latest book on the bestseller list, the power of tomorrow, or the joy of resentment, or whatever the next bestseller is, I found the answer. Well, didn't you find the answer last week? With Bert's spiritual practice Bible or whatever. So it's always something new, and they're always looking for a new teacher, and when they find a new teacher, the old teacher was crap. And they're pious. They're just way too willing to believe what they hear. He goes, Chris, what I want you to be is I want you to be a man of consideration. I want you to consider information that comes in. Look at it as it reflects on your life experience. Ask yourself if it's true. Before you make a value judgment on it, why don't you give it a shot? Another thing that happens in AA a lot is, I'll give you this for an example. I've had experience with multiple fifth steps. And what I mean by that is I've actually sat down with 3 other guys and read my fifth step to more than one person. Because it says in the big book, person or persons. So I believe it gives me that latitude to do a fifth step with more than one person in the room at the same time. Now here's my experience with that. It was an ego deflator like you wouldn't believe, because all 3 of these people were competing about, oh, did you really mean that? Or, is that really true? Or, didn't you really think, and they came at me, and my ego was just like chopped down to nothing. And I got a very strong experience from that. Now I'll share in a meeting that I've done a multiple fifth step, and somebody will say, oh, that's crap. Anybody that would do that is stupid. Now you would ask them later, well, have you ever done a multiple fifth step? No. Well, aren't you giving me an opinion based on an experience you've never had? If you're telling me it's no good and you've never done it, how do you know you've never done it? What we base things on in Alcoholics Anonymous is experience. Now, if he would have said, yeah, I do multiple fifth steps all the time, it's much better doing it with just one person, I'm going to listen to him because he's talking from experience. But if he's just making a value judgment on something, then it's not really worth anything. We learn in AA from people's experience, not really their opinions. Another example of that is you'll be in a 9th step meeting, and somebody will raise their hand and say, I haven't done this step formally, but... And then they take the meeting hostage for 7 minutes explaining what their opinion on the 9th step would be if they ever did take it. Now that's totally not even worth listening to. Something like that. I've developed the capacity to filter, and that's a nice way of saying I daydream while somebody's sharing their opinion on something. Now, if somebody raises their hand and says, I just got back from California where I completed 6 amends. I perk up. I want to hear about somebody's experience. I'm not interested at all in someone's opinion. So one of the things that's really beneficial is to get your own experience or to listen to people with experience. When you get to 10, 11, and 12, find people who have experience with these steps so that you can learn from them. And you can ask them, hey, what worked for you? What didn't work for you? Because we can learn from other people's mistakes. We don't necessarily have to go through them ourselves. But when it comes to 10, 11, and 12, we've had a spiritual awakening as the result of the first 9 steps. But we need to hang on to this spiritual God consciousness. So if we continue to practice these principles, we're going to continue to hang on to the spiritual condition that we've developed. And in step 11, we've learned through the steps that a relationship with God is vitally important. In step 11, that step really is about maintaining that relationship with God, with ourselves, and with other people. And it's very, very important for us to get involved in these practices. I've been practicing 10 and 11 on a daily basis for many, many years. And I've got to tell you, this year especially, some amazing things have happened. The last 3 or 4 years, some amazing things have happened in my life. And I know it's not because I'm smart or something, because I shoot myself given 5 minutes by myself, I'll shoot myself in the foot. I just will. I'll destroy any hope of any kind of positive outcome by getting involved. And the thing is I know that the positive things that have happened in my life are a direct result of practicing the spiritual principles that I've learned in Alcoholics Anonymous. And step 11 has become very, very important to me. I didn't want to miss the meditation this morning because that's just another piece of step 11 for me. I've gotten very, very involved in reading a lot of spiritual books. Anybody that knows me knows I have a library of spiritual books. And I read them because they bring me comfort. And I read them because they give me information that I can use to help other people. And I get a little bit closer to the truth and a little bit closer to God every time I get through one of these things. Every single time I pray or I meditate, I believe I get a little closer to God. And the closer I am, the more comfort I feel, the less fear I have, the less chance I'm going to be resentful or get involved in something that's self-destructive. So these are very, very important steps to pay attention to and become disciplined at. Become disciplined. You can develop a healthy discipline by forcing yourself to do something repetitively for a certain amount of time. So, look, we all live busy lives. If you get up and you're rushing around to get ready for work, you know what? Set your alarm a half an hour earlier. Okay, get home a little bit earlier so you can do your nightly review. Put a little time into this. Here's the thing. We all say God is the most important relationship in our lives. How many minutes today have you spent with God? You've probably spent more time with people that you're saying aren't as important as God. Relationships take time. Relationships take attention. You need to take attention, and there's give and take. There's prayer, and then there's meditation with your relationship with God. Spend some time. If God really is the most important relationship in your life, then show that. Show that through some discipline. If your house is just too crazy to be able to do meditation in, then go to a church. Go, find a park. Do something. I've even done running meditation because for the longest time I was a long distance runner. I'd run a lot of marathons, and that was one of my favorite types of meditation because I'd be out there on the road and I'd be able to concentrate on one spiritual piece of the puzzle at a time. Another thing I used to do is music meditation. I used to turn all the lights out in my room. I had a beautiful set of headphones, really, really good headphones and a really good stereo. And I'd put on ambient music, very melodic, spiritual type of music from, the ECM catalog or the Windham Hill catalog or the Narada catalog or something, and just disappear into the music. And then there's just sitting meditation, the forms of Buddhist and Zen meditation. I got involved in Christian centering prayer because I'm Christian from birth. I think I'm more comfortable in the Christian traditions than anything else. And I got involved with some of the people like Keating and Merton and some of the people that talk about some of the Christian mystics. I love mysticism, mysticism from any religion. I think the alcoholic is mystical. I think we're mystical people. We need to have that direct, face-to-face confrontation with the divine. And that's what all the mystics were looking for. So I think there's a bit of mystic in each of us. We need our own experience. We can't just be cattle that move through a religious tradition without it really being meaningful to us. It's got to really grab us. So I study the mystics, and I get involved in all this stuff, and I pay attention, and I spend time spiritual, and I can just lie down on a bed and meditate, and I can do sitting meditation, and it's just valuable to me, these practices. And if you aren't involved in these things, you're really shortchanging yourself because they offer you so much, so much comfort to the human condition. And they certainly promote recovery and abstinence from alcohol. The closer you get to God in a vital way, the better your chances that you're going to continue to be safe and protected from the next drink or the next drug. Now, I'd like to turn it over to my friend here, Doug.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Doug. I'm an alcoholic. It's great to be here. There's one theme that's been running through this whole conference that Chris and I have been doing here. It's experience. Knowledge is great, but even in the big book, it talks about how knowledge will not keep you sober. I have an example. I think I had about 3 years sobriety, and I was based out of Washington, D.C., flying for the airline. I was a pilot at that time. And, so I used to have many days off in between. It'd be almost like 4 on, 4 off. And it was on a holiday, I think it was, we have a lot of holidays over in America. It was one of the summer holidays, and I was about ready to go fly to New Jersey to be with my family, and I get this knock on the door, and I open it up, and there's this guy with a cigarette, and he's like this. He goes, I just almost killed myself. I was in Washington. I almost drank myself to death, and someone told me to come see you. I'm a chronic relapser. And, I didn't just look at him and go, well, I got a flight in 2 hours. The first thing I thought is, God, how am I going to help this person? That's the first thing I thought of. How am I going to help this person? So I said, come into my house. And I said, but leave the cigarette outside. I don't smoke. And so he came into my house, and he told me this story. Now, this guy is probably one of the smartest guys I know to date. He was an attorney, Virginia, he got disbarred. He lost his license. And, chronic relapser, and knew the big book better than me. He can quote pages, he could do all this quoting stuff, as Chris was talking about, but he never really worked the steps. And so I called up my family in New Jersey, and I said, listen, I'm not going to be able to make it. And back then, I didn't know what I know now about how to bring people through the steps quickly and practice these principles in all our affairs within 4 hours. And I used to really take them through the big book, paragraph through paragraph, line item by line item, and we sat there from that Friday to the end of Sunday. And I cooked for him, and he showered up, and he stopped shaking after about the third day, and he finished up the big book, and he went and started practicing these principles, literally made amends. Now we call him a JAG in the military, and you're an attorney in the military, which is a pretty high position there. And I mean, he literally pissed off generals, colonels, but this guy was just like me when it came to the ninth step. He would go literally to any lengths. He made appointments in downtown Washington, D.C., got in his car. It was a piece of garbage car. And he'd drive down to Washington and meet with these high-ranking people who just didn't even want to see him anymore. I mean, they put him in North Korea or South Korea one time just to get rid of him. You know, and even there he got in trouble because he drank and he ended up with the colonel's daughter. I mean, it was a mess.
That's bad.
Bad. And he went all over the place. Anyway, he went to go to the bar. It's called the Bar Association for Attorneys in America for Virginia. And he says, what do I do? I said, just tell the truth. Well, he told the truth, and they disbarred him. And he came back and he said, you know, they disbarred me. Now what do I do? And so we started doing the work. We just started doing the work together, meaning I was with him, holding his hands to go do these amends. And he got a call from this friend of his, because he was also licensed in Florida. And he says, I don't know what to do. This guy called me up. He's got this new law firm. He wants me to come down. And I'm like, is this God giving you a club upside the head? Get in that piece of garbage car you have and get down to Florida and help this guy start. He goes, you think? Like, oh my God, is it clear to me? What do you got here besides me? And that's really all he wanted to hold on to, really, was me. But the thing was that I was just the tool. Of course, I'd like to take credit. I'm human. I'd like to have that ego. But really, I'm just the tool that came into his life that gave him a little shot in the arm called the steps to get out. He owns one of the largest law firms in the state of Florida. He's over probably every billboard you can't miss. He drives a Maserati. He has a 10,000 square foot house, and he gives more money to the Salvation Army and time than anybody I know. He won't go to these high class meetings, as we call them in America, where people drive up in Mercedes. He goes to the homeless. You know, he is just in the trenches, working the steps constantly. 7 years has not lapsed. It's stuff like that. It's experience like that that gives me such the vigor after 13 years to speak with such conviction about these steps. And the big part about this, besides the 9th step, is the continuation. You may hear people here in the room saying, I work the steps daily in my life. That's big in America. So when I was new, I would walk up to him, I'm like, you work the steps daily in your life? How do you do it? And here we go with all those slogans they would tell me, you know, I let go and let God. I just don't think. There's so many slogans that we actually hang them up on the wall, and I can't even find them in the big book. So, of course, I would learn nothing. So this one guy who told me before I went out, after 90 days, I was going out to get a drink. I was going to have a drink because I was picking up my green chip. And he grabbed me. He says, listen, I will show you how to work the steps daily in your life. And he showed me the method that was given to him from the first 100 people of Alcoholics Anonymous. And the first thing he showed me was this. This is that circle and triangle that I was telling you all about. And on the bottom, you'll see the word recovery. To the left, you'll see unity. And to the right, you'll see service. Okay? Recovery, unity, and service. Recovery means the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. I used to just think this was a pretty medallion on people's necks that you all kind of hung around your neck. I thought it was a piece of jewelry. I didn't know that it had meaning to it. Okay? So you have recovery. To the left, you have unity. To the right, you have service. What does this mean? I'm going to tell you what this means. Recovery means the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I will show you through this page on how I do that daily. Whenever I say something, I'm going to show you how I do it, and then I'm going to tell you my experience with it. So what it does is it just solidifies what I'm talking about. It's not this theory thing that I'm thinking about and making up. I'd like to tell you that I'm the rocket scientist. I figured all this out, but I did not. Okay, so you have recovery, which is the 12 steps. You have to the left-hand side, you have the unity, which is meetings. Now, I try to make 2 meetings a week, plus I sponsor people on Saturday. On Saturday, I bring people through the big book and through the steps. So that's 3 things I do for AA. And then I get the million phone calls during the week from sponsees from all over the country, and now hopefully from all over the world. Okay? And so the next thing you have is AA service work. What do you do? Well, you know, there's some meetings that I do not like where I live now. It's watered down. It's terrible. So I started my own meeting. Now, this is the first time it didn't succeed. A little bit of an ego blower. It kind of hurt me. I got to be honest with you. But it didn't succeed. It failed miserably. They thought I was healing people with hands. I had this one old-timer say to me, he goes, yeah, I know your type. this new age stuff. And I looked at him in a meeting, and I got up and I looked at him and I said, you should be ashamed of yourself. Is the original message of Alcoholics Anonymous considered new age now? I said, you're killing more people than smallpox. I really didn't need to do that. I didn't need to say the smallpox deal. And I made my amends to him, and I made my amends to the group. But it's the AA service work too. Okay, I have a home group. I bring people through my steps. So I was told if I do these 3 things in a week, I will be safe and protected from the universe or God, the circle. Okay, it's really, we stole this from the Buddhists, it's mind, body, and soul, but we took it and trademarked it and, made a corporation out of it. So it's called recovery, unity, and service. And I want to show you how I do this on a daily basis. Okay, we all ready? AA is broken up, our disease is broken up into a 3-fold disease. Correct? Everybody heard of that? Spiritual, mental, and physical. So, what did the AAers do? They made 12 steps to figure it out, to help the spiritual, the mental, and the physical. Steps 1 through 3 are the spiritual part of the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, if I had my way and I was director of moving around the lights, I would have put that at the bottom and done the work to get to the spiritual. Because what this has done in AA is it's made a lot of people say, well, why don't we just stay on step 3 until you find God? Well, I still wouldn't have found God 13 years later because I didn't believe in a God. I hated organized religion. I didn't believe in it. It didn't make sense to me. So how was I going to search for something that I totally despised? Okay, does it make sense? But I found a sponsor that said to me, don't worry about it. Because in step 12 it says, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. So let's keep moving along, young laddie. Let's just keep moving forward. And by step 12, you will get it. And I said to him, what happens if I don't get it? He says, well, you're dead. And I said, what's the other option? He says, there is no other option. I said, well, that's pretty tough. So anyway, I did. He knew deep in his heart, he knew it, and I've seen it, that people who truly work this, rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path. And rarely have I seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed the path. Okay, so steps 1, 2, and 3 are the spiritual. You have the mental steps. You have steps 4 through 7. You're doing a lot of writing. You're telling all your dirty secrets to a human being. Oh my God. And then you're looking at your character defects. Okay, that's tough stuff. I don't know about you, but I was exhausted when I was done with those steps. Those are the mental steps. Now you have the actual physical steps, 8 and 9, where you're going to go out and you're going to make your amends. You're going to touch people's lives, or else they're going to close the door in your face, or else if anyone heard my story last night, they're going to drag you all over New Jersey, making amends to everybody in their family, and that was just one amends. I knocked off 4 people in one amends. Okay, and then this is it. This is the icing that people miss. I don't know why. It blows me away. 10, 11, and 12. They're like the hidden steps. People forget about these. Well, I made it through 9. So I've worked all the steps and I'm completed. That's so far from the truth. That's why I could bring somebody through the steps in 4 hours. Okay? Because they're going to continue for a lifetime to do 10, 11, and 12. Does this make sense? This is how you work the steps daily in your life. And let me show you. It says here on page 84, the 3rd paragraph. This thought brings us to step 10. All right? Which suggests, I like these suggestions, it suggests that you add flour when you make bread. If you don't add the flour to it, or if you don't add the yeast, the bread's not going to raise, you're going to have nothing. Okay, so let's make this suggestion to you. Which suggests we continue to take personal inventory. Personal inventory, what's personal inventory? Step 4? So we got step 4. And continue to set right any new mistakes. So if you're making new mistakes while you're doing step 10, you're making amends for it. Okay? As we go along, we vigorously, meaning not skipping, we vigorously, intensity, we vigorously commence this way of living as we clean up the past. So as I'm doing step 9, I'm taking daily inventory. Okay? I'm just doing what the book says. I did not make this up. As I'm cleaning up the past, I'm doing daily inventory. Why? I want to stop the insanity here. I don't want to keep on making amends. I want to stop the insanity as I'm cleaning up the past. Make sense? You clean up the past, you add more garbage. You clean up the past, you add more garbage. No. You clean up the past, you start doing inventory to stop the garbage. Alright? So, it says, as I clean up the past, I'm doing inventory. We have entered the world of the Spirit. Once I started doing this, everything has really changed in my life. I stopped struggling. Now I'm doing step 11, prayer and meditation. Okay? So, I've entered the world of the Spirit. Our next function, so this is our next function as we do this, is to grow in understanding and effectiveness. This is not an overnight matter. It's not an overnight matter. You gotta continue. It says in the big book that we are undisciplined people. That part I may say, well, yeah, that's true. The only discipline we have was trying to get the booze. That was the only discipline we had. Correct? Otherwise, it really didn't care. Feeding my kids, whatever, as long as I had the booze. That's all that mattered. Okay? We're undisciplined. It says here, this is not an overnight matter. It should continue for a lifetime. What does a lifetime mean? Lifetime? Not like after I finish the steps, I stop doing the steps. That's crazy. It continues for a lifetime. After 13 years, I still do this daily. I still do it. I'd like to tell you I do it all the time, but I bet you I do it 99% of the time. I may miss. I missed Friday. I was totally jet lagged out and I was like, did I do anything? And I woke up. So it should continue for a lifetime. To continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. That is the 4th column of the 4th step. That's the 4th column of the 4th step. It says here, when these crop up, we ask God to remove them at once. Remove them at once. Step 6 and 7. We discuss them with someone immediately. Step 5. And make amends quickly. Steps 8 and 9. If we have harmed anyone. Then we resolutely turn our thoughts to someone we can help. Step 12. Does that make sense? I just went through the whole steps. All of them. That's how you work the steps daily in your life. Step 10. No one showed me that. Live and let live. Let go and let God. I never understood that. Let go and let God? I don't even believe in God. How am I going to let go? And I got a resentment and I want to hold on to it because it feels good right now. Do you see what I mean? So this is how you work the steps daily in your life. We're going to go over it again. It says, this thought brings us to step 10, which continue to take personal inventory, step 4. Continue to set right any new mistakes, which is step 10. As we go along, we vigorously commence this way of living as we clean up the past. So as you're doing step 9, you're doing step 10. We have entered the world of the Spirit. Step 11. Our next function is to grow in effectiveness. This is not an overnight matter. It should continue for a lifetime. Continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. 4th column of the 4th step. When these crop up, we ask God at once to remove them. Steps 6 and 7. We discuss them with someone immediately. Step 5. Make amends quickly. 8 and 9. Resolutely turn our thoughts to someone we can help. Step 12. That's how you work the steps daily in your life. Period. Now, when you start doing that, guess what's going to happen? God is going to start giving you things back. Step 2 states that we come to believe a power greater than self can restore us to sanity. Restore us to sanity. So, apparently, we don't have much sanity in step 2. And it doesn't mean you're crazy. And if people tell you in AA, well, I got an alcoholic mind. Well, okay. But you're not more crazier than my chief financial officer of my company. You just got an alcoholic mind that kind of processes alcohol different. You're not crazy. You should hear some of the thoughts out of these people's heads in the normal world. You're not different than anybody else. Don't think you are. It's like you can't eat peanuts. You're allergic to peanuts, you're allergic to alcoholism. Alcoholism just kind of causes a lot more destruction than peanuts. Follow me? So wipe that out of your head that you're crazy. You're not crazy. The sanity they're talking about is when you go to a 9-month funny farm and you walk across the street and you grab a fifth of vodka. That's insane. When you're losing everything in your life and you have another drink or drug. That's the sanity they're talking about. So you will be returned to the sanity of drinking and drugging. Not like you're crazy, although that may be debatable, but you're not, okay? So it says here, and these are called the 10-step promises, page 84, last paragraph. And we have ceased fighting anything and anyone, even alcohol. When I hear a man or a woman with 20 years, 25 years sobriety saying, I have a hard time walking down the beer aisle in a grocery store, I shiver. And I say, you need help. You absolutely need help. I own the largest nightclub restaurant in Charlottesville, Virginia. Chris was there. It's huge. It's got 4 bars. I mean, this thing is huge. I do not stay there after 10 because I don't like drunks. I love employing a whole bunch of people. I love giving them great work and great money for the work that they do. But I don't like drunks. I'm not afraid of alcohol. I had an old timer come up to me as I was building this restaurant. The guy goes, do you know what you're doing? I said, absolutely not. I've never even worked in a restaurant. He says, no, you're an alcoholic. And I'm like, I was waiting for the punchline. I thought he was going to tell me a joke. And I said, I understand that. He goes, you're building a nightclub bar. I was like, oh, yeah. So? Alcoholism is so far removed from me that I didn't get it. I didn't get it. I'm like, so what's the deal? What do I care? Do you see what I mean? Because I am safe and protected from my God. I don't have to worry about alcohol anymore. Alcohol is not a problem. I'm recovered, contingent on my spiritual condition. And I'll show you what I do to keep that contingency under control. Follow me? So it says here, and we have ceased fighting anything, anyone, even alcohol. That is my experience. I don't fight alcohol anymore. I don't. You know, every once in a while, and for you newcomers, in America we have a lot of beer commercials. And you'll see a guy sweating and he grabs this beer and it's dripping with ice. And I'm like, wow, that looks good. There's two differences between an obsession of the mind and just a fleeting thought. It's a fleeting thought. Okay? An obsession is when I would have to go 2 days without drinking because I messed up on my flight schedule, so I didn't have time in between my drunks. And so by the second day, I'm like shaking, and I'm flying the last leg home into Washington, and I'm just like, oh. I mean, if those throttles could have went any further, I would have kicked them through the glass. And I'm landing, and I'm just like knocking over flight attendants and running through the jetway, and hats are coming off and stripes are coming off, and I get to the Exxon gas station, which is right on the corner, and I'm like, if everybody would just leave me alone, I would be just fine, right? Look at me, drenched in a beer. Yeah, I had life by the... Anyway, so it says here, for by this time, sanity will have returned. So what they're saying is the sanity now has returned in the 10th step. So it says, and we've ceased fighting anything and anyone, even alcohol, for by this time, sanity has returned. So your sanity comes back in the 10th step. It says here, we will seldom be interested in liquor. If tempted, we recoil from it like a hot flame. And that's what Chris was quoting the other day. It says, we react sanely, sanity has returned, so you don't walk across the street after a 9-month mental farm rehab and grab a fifth of vodka. We react sanely and normally, and we will find that it has happened automatically. We will see that our new attitude toward liquor has been given us without any thought or effort on our part. It just comes with an exclamation point. That is the miracle of it. And that is my miracle. It says, we are not fighting it, neither are we avoiding temptation. So I could walk down the beer aisle and not be worried. We feel as though we had been placed in a position of neutrality, safe and protected. We have not even sworn off. Instead, the problem has been been removed. That is a pretty big statement, isn't it? The problem has been removed. I want you to try this. Hi, my name's Doug. I'm an alcoholic. And the problem has been removed. And they get up and run out of the meeting because all they're going to do is talk about you and how you're about ready to go out and drink. Right? The problem has been removed. Listen to me very carefully on this one now. It does not exist for us. I'd love to say this stuff in meetings. I won't because pens and the steering at me and the death, you know. The problem's been removed and it doesn't longer exist. We got anything else to talk about?
That makes the old timers cranky.
Oh my God. They pulled me aside. I heard about your new way of doing things. I'm reading from page 85. My new way. Healing with Hands by Doug. It says, we are not cocky nor are we afraid. And that is a true statement with me. That is our experience. That's our experience. Not our theory. Oh, I think maybe this stuff might work. That's our experience. And this is it. Are you ready? That is how we react, contingent, so long as we keep in fit spiritual condition. We are not cured of alcoholism. What we really have is a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. All this stuff happens on your spiritual condition. All right? Now let's talk about this. We have recovered and we have cured. Recovered and cured. Two different animals. All right? Recovered. If you recovered, the symptoms are no longer there. The symptoms are gone. All right? The disease, dis-ease, is still there. Just add alcohol or drugs. It'll come back with a vengeance. I would rather not prove that to you. That's something I have not experienced. I believe you when you come back from a relapse and you tell me that it gets worse, never better. Okay? So, the disease is still there when you're recovered from alcoholism. The disease is still there. Right? The symptoms are gone. All right? Cured. Cured means the disease is gone and the symptoms are gone. My mother had cancer. She got cured from cancer. The disease was gone and the symptoms were gone. Now, she continued to smoke and she only has a few weeks left to live because cancer came back. Right? But if you went right to a fourth column, and this may sound cruel, whose fault was that? Yes, I'm going to miss her dearly. We're very close. But it's a life that she chose. True? It always gets right back to the fourth column, doesn't it? What's my part in this? And she understands that. She's very clear with it. Talk to a person who's dying. The spirituality is overwhelming. The truth in the talk is just absolutely godly. I had the absolute pleasure of spending 10 days alone with my mother. And it was the most in-depth thing that I have ever done in my entire life. It was just awesome. We talked about everything. Everything. You know, and she's very excited to move on to the next world. And my sisters that are not very spiritual but are religious, there's two different, spiritual and religion. They're very sad, and I'm like, oh, man, this lady's going to go see the truth. She's going to see the real deal. And I asked her, I said, what is your excitement if you had what? She says, I'm going to see your father. How beautiful is that? He's been dead for 25 years. It's all she's thought about. I'm going to see your father. Now that's a love. Okay, so that's step 10. All right, now it brings us to step 11. But before we go, what I want to do is I want to show you what I do. Before I retire at night, these questions over here, which for some reason, and I don't know the history behind it, are under step 11. Do you know why these questions? The daily inventory is under step 11?
I don't know that Bill was 100% concerned with how it laid out in the book. I think he was more concerned about presenting the material in a way that he felt comfortable presenting it. A lot of people think that he messed up. He got 10 and 11 backwards. I don't know. When you really look at it, it still makes sense. But again, it's, we don't want to get too caught up in the particulars. We want to get caught up in the spirit of it all. And it certainly is the most unbelievable several pages as far as an alcoholic building a spiritual life. It's just amazing that, that's why we're allowed in church basements everywhere. Everywhere on this planet they allow us in church basements, because this is kind of what they're teaching upstairs. It's just, this is cut and dried practical, and we can actually put it into operation pretty quickly.
It says here on page 85, last paragraph, but we must go further, and that means more action. Here we go with another time frame. More action, get going, start working it. This thought brings us to step 11. I believe when I get somebody in, of course I bring them through the steps in 4 hours, 5 hours, so I get them doing, practicing these principles and all their affairs immediately. But I believe you could do everything with a 1. Think about it. 1, step 1, admitted we were powerless over alcohol, our lives become unmanageable. Step 10, continue to take personal inventory so you stop doing all that garbage you've been doing your whole life, right? Folks, when you start doing this, it's funny because I can't tell you how many hundreds of people I've had come up to me and say this. I was thinking about lying, cheating, and stealing, and then all of a sudden I thought, God, I'm going to have to write that down in inventory, so I didn't do it. I do it. I do it now, right? So it says here on step 11, it says, but we must go further, and that means more action. So let's look at the 10-step worksheet, okay? If you turn to page 86, it says, when we retire at night, and it also says, upon awakening. When I came in, I don't know about you, but I was just absolutely devastated. I didn't know how life worked. I didn't know how to live. I was a fairly low bottom drunk with a beautiful house, but I was just destroyed. So my sponsor had me doing this every day, retired at night, on awakening, and I will show you how that works when we return. So you're gonna have to come back. Let's take a break.
Okay, we are going to get started. We've been, Doug and I have been up here for the whole weekend basically talking about sober living, really, is what we've been talking about. The recovery process and how the recovery process is going to help us live a sober life. It says in the book that we're granted a daily contingency. Our alcoholism is put in remission based on a daily contingency that we maintain our spiritual condition. Now, one of the questions I've always kind of debated with myself is how much is my part and how much is God's part as far as recovery from alcoholism? I'm always quoting the 12 and 12 this weekend. It's pretty bizarre, but there's a quote in this book that basically says, God will not render us white as snow without our cooperation. So if we're going to get and stay sober, we must cooperate with the recovery process. God is ultimately responsible for the removal of our obsession of the mind. However, we need to participate in the recovery process. How then shall we participate? Well, the 12 steps certainly give us some guiding principles in how we participate. Steps 10 I see as a reactive step. Step 10 is as we move through the day, how do we react? If we become angry at somebody, if we become fearful, it gives us adaptability. It gives us reactivity as far as using the principles of the program. How do we react? And we need to pay attention to that because we can get really off the beam by reacting incorrectly to situations in our life. And when we get off the beam, that causes us suffering. It just really does. So much of our suffering is really self-inflicted because we're not practicing or living spiritual principles in our life. As we gain sobriety and as we move into recovery year by year, I believe that it gets more difficult. Now, I'll give you a couple of reasons for that. One of them is I think as we get more and more sober, we pay a larger price for our spiritual transgressions. I came into AA lying, cheating, and stealing. I mean, you could tell I was being dishonest because I was talking to you. And, that's how you could tell. And as I started to get more and more sober, I started to become more and more honest. Now, I used to live by the lie. I'd tell lies when there was no reason to do it. Well, where were you yesterday? Topeka. I could have said I was home. It made no difference to anybody, but I had to I was like always lying. And then I'd forget my lies, and I'd over lie, which is like lie twice and neither one of them are compatible with each other. And, I'd kind of get caught, and then I'd try to get out of that with a lie. Now, that's just the way I was. Now, I get into sobriety, and 6 months into sobriety, if I tell the slightest lie, I would pay this huge price. I used to live by the lie. And so I think the road gets a little bit narrower. Now, another thing that you see in Alcoholics Anonymous, and I believe this is because people don't maintain the discipline of practicing these principles, especially 10, 11, and 12, is we lose half of the fellowship every 5 years. Now, what I've seen, and you can do it yourself. Do you give out coins for years of sobriety here? You do. Okay. Keep track of the coins that you buy. Keep track of how many 90-day coins, how many 1-year coins, how many 10-year, how many 20-year coins, and you'll see just how many people you're losing in the fellowship. Now, on average, I don't even take into consideration the first 5 years, because in the first 5 years, a lot of heavy drinkers realize that they've overreacted to a situation that they actually can have some control in, and they'll kind of drift away and go watch TV or get involved in basketball, or there's a lot of other things you can do. But after 5 years, most of the people, more than half of the people with over 5 years have less than 10. More than half of the people with over 10 years have less than 15. I mean, think about it. Where does half of the fellowship go every 5 years? Is there a retirement package that they aren't telling us about? You go to what is it? Some kind of sober retirement village. I don't think so. What I think happens is I think people disappear from the fellowship. Now, another thing that I totally believe in is you have to give enough to Alcoholics Anonymous to get enough back from Alcoholics Anonymous to be able to stay. Now, if that doesn't make any sense to you, if you're not participating in enough in Alcoholics Anonymous, you're not getting enough to be able to really pull you in enough to stay. So whether you stay in AA or not is really contingent on how much you put into AA, how much you practice the principles, how many people you work with, how close you are with your home group. You really have to stay close, and you really have to continue to participate. I've been lucky. I mean, I go to at a minimum 4 meetings a week. I sponsor a whole lot of guys. I do a lot of speaking commitments like this. I'm involved in just a lot of wacky stuff that keeps me close to AA. A lot of people ask me to speak in the New Jersey area. I'm always driving around somewhere causing problems, my message isn't always the most popular one, especially with people who are entrenched in their I don't do anything for anybody AA. But anyway, we need a participation level in Alcoholics Anonymous, and we need a participation level in our spiritual condition to be able to maintain our sobriety and our state of mind. So as the years go by, I've actually had to do more in AA and more spiritual work than I did last year. Now, you think it gets easier. That's probably one of the problems why we lose a lot of people. They think it gets easier. As you get sober, it gets easier to stay sober. That's really not true because of one thing. Your alcoholism always gets worse. It never gets better. Doesn't matter if you're drinking or not. the alcoholism inside of you, the physical condition that you have gets worse. Now, has anybody had a long period of sobriety and then drank again and found that they were way worse than they ever were when they quit drinking? Anybody in there have that experience? Like go 5 years without drinking and then all of a sudden you're drinking and now it's way worse. That's your alcohol. Your alcoholism got worse while you were staying sober. Now, I think the spiritual condition is kind of the same way. It needs more and more food. It needs more and more spiritual practice to be able to really maintain. So don't believe that the longer you stay sober, the less you have to do in AA or the less work you have to do to maintain your spiritual condition. I believe it's the opposite. I believe it's the opposite. And I'm probably right because I'm still around and way more than most of the people I got sober with aren't. So, what I'm doing is at least showing some kind of results.
There's a reason I believe that I came in here once. And the perfect example is Chris told his story when he first came in here. And he was given the dark tunnel AAers, don't drink, go to meetings type of thing. And how did that work for you?
I managed to just stay sober, by this much, but I was insane. After say 6 months of sobriety, I would go home and I'd be at the meeting talking about spirituality. I'd go home and I'd go, God damn it, there's no ice in the ice you tried! Who didn't fill the ice? Don't you know I need ice? I was like insane. And that's the way I was acting, Don't you know that you gotta do for me? And that's what I got from Don't Drink and Go to AA.
So just for the record, I don't think that worked out too well. I came in, and after 90 days, I was planning my escape to that 4-point liquor or 5-point liquor store, the drive-thru. I'm running out the door, and I get kidnapped by a big book thumper. So, if he did not kidnap me, I don't think I'd be here today. But there has to be also discipline on my part, and I was very open-minded. But the thing, when I was sitting in his house, and he said to me, "What do you want from me?" And I said, golly, with tears in my eyes and all the conviction that I could muster, I said to him, I just want to fill this hole. Has anybody ever experienced a hole? Let the record show that everybody is shaking their head. All 500 of them. We make it sound like there's a lot of people here.
This is being recorded, and our home group members are going to hear it. Yeah. So we want to say hi to the 500 or 600 people here.
Yes, 500 or 600 people in the room. They'll come out just to see us. I just want to fill up this hole. And the only thing that filled it up was liquor. And so he gave me my 10-year chip a few years ago. And as he gave me the chip, he says, so why don't you tell me about that wish and filling up that hole? And I so undershot what I desired in life by 1,000,000%. I so undershot it. I just wanted to fill up a hole, and now I got this life. That's just unbelievable, and I'll get into detail on how I got to this life that I have designed with my inner God, my higher power. Balance is everything in life. I've went through some stages where I've had no balance, and now I'm in a stage and I'm in this groove where it's 100% total balance. I've heard people say that old timers, they go to 10, 20 meetings a week. I mean, there's got to be a balance in your life. People think that AA is my whole life, and I want them to believe that because I want the newcomers to have that in the beginning. But what happens is, I believe I use a circle and a triangle, not just with mind, body, and soul, not just recovery, service, and unity, but I also do it with work, with love, and with AA. Follow me? Work, love, AA. Work is my job, which could absolutely consume me in a second. I don't allow it, because that's my choice. Love is my family, my wife, my children, and my immediate family and friends. Okay? And then there's AA. So AA is just 1/3 of my life. I make sure that I don't overconsume the AA. Now, I have been asked, as my tapes have been getting out on the World Wide Web, to speak more, which is an absolute honor to me. And it takes up a lot more of my time, but I make sure that I don't go crazy on that either. I mean, how can you turn down Denmark? I mean, please. I mean, that would be insanity. But I'm asked to speak at a lot of places in the United States, and there's some that I must respectfully deny, because I also am a public speaker in the financial markets in the United States. So I want to make sure that I spend some quality time, and a lot of it with my family. And so that's very important. So you need to look at that in AA, because if it's all AA, I believe that what Chris is saying is absolutely going to be true. You're going to get burnt out and you're going to leave. And we don't want that to happen. You could leave a balanced, beautiful life. Now, there's two things that return back to you in step 10, and we just talked about that. The first thing it says is that, for by this time sanity will have returned. So your sanity, God gives you your sanity back. And I believe that to be true. That is my experience. The second thing that comes back is your will. God gives you your will back, because in step 3 it says what? Well, let's read it. In step 3 it says, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understand Him. Now it states this in step 10. After step 10, it reads, we can exercise our willpower along this line as much as we wish. It is the proper use of the will. And the willpower they're talking about there is the spiritual willpower, the willpower of prayer and meditation. That's on page 85. So you don't just get your sanity back. Also, on step 10 on page 85, you get your willpower back, because God thinks that you are probably sane enough to take it back and to use the proper use of the will. And the proper use of the will is through spiritual means. How can I best serve thee? Thy will, not mine, be done. We can exercise our willpower along these lines as much as we wish. It's the proper use of the will. Okay? That's pretty huge. And then what happens is it says here, but we must go further, and that means more action. Step 11 suggests prayer and meditation. Shouldn't be shy on that matter. Better men than we are using it constantly. It works if we have the proper attitude. It says, and work at it. It would be easy to be vague about this matter, yet we believe we can make some definite and valuable suggestions. My sponsor had me, because he would go out on trips, so he'd have to leave me alone with me. And I didn't know how to live. You know, I'm not crazy, but I really didn't know how to, shopping, washing clothes, easy stuff. I mean, I was baffled. And so, really, that was hard stuff for me. And of course, I was jobless at that time. The United States federal government took away every license, including like flying a kite. I mean, I couldn't even get a string to fly a kite if I wanted to. It was tough times for Douglas over here. So, he had me every morning. He highlighted it. It's still highlighted here, when we retire at night. And that's on page 86. Then look at the next paragraph on page 86. It says, on awakening. He says, I want you to do these two things every day. Every day. Every day. So, being the great anal person I am, I got sick and tired of writing it, so I came up with a form. I make out 7 of them. I date them, and then I put it on the side of my bed. Okay? And so this is what I do. And I'm going to show you now. I'm going to bring this all together. You ready? So, in recovery, the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, how do I do it? I take this sheet, and if you look at this sheet, there's steps next to it. This is how I work the steps in my life. It says, were we resentful? Now I break it down into, was I resentful? Was I selfish? Was I dishonest or afraid? This is right out of page 86, first paragraph. Okay? How was I dishonest? If I'm thinking, I'm in sales now, everybody's in sales, period. I mean, that's just the bottom line. You're in sales no matter what you do. You're selling something, whether you're trying to talk a girl or a guy into going out on a date with you. It doesn't matter. You're selling something. And I just happen to sell my corporation to other companies. And so there's sometimes, I may skew the numbers just a little bit. You know what I mean? I may just, bump it up a little bit to make me look better. And then I come back to myself, I'm like, yeah, but that's just sales. Nah, I think that's just lying. Right? It's just lying. And by doing this sheet, I'll write down, talk to XYZ company, told them this percentage when really it's this percentage. And then I'll call up XYZ company the next day and I'll say, it's not actually 70%. And now I'm about ready to say, we did a recalculation. Total lie. But I don't. I said it's like
2%.
It's like 58%. No, it's like 58. And the guy's like, all right, well, why are you telling me this? And I feel like saying, well, because last night I was doing my 10th step and it said. So try to do that a couple times. Lying stops immediately. Right? It's way embarrassing. It's really totally embarrassing. So you have 1, how was I resentful? 2, how was I selfish? 3, how was I dishonest? 4, how was I afraid? 5, do I owe an apology? 6, what have I wrongly kept a secret? Secrets, folks, will kill you. Secrets will kill you. It almost killed me with that Tennessee issue that I talked about last month. Or last night. But it felt like last month. In front of all 1,000 people in Denmark. That was a big.
The whole
1,000
Denmark AA community.
Okay, there was a few hundred. We're telling the truth now. Was I unkind? Just unkind. It says it right here in the big book. Was I unkind? Was I unloving? What could I have done better? That box I fill every night. Yeah. I have high expectations for me, and I fill that box out every night. Now, I've found that a lot of alcoholics lower the bar. They lower the bar because they're afraid of this thing called failure. But if you live in my world, there's really no failure. There's just experiences. So let's say that again. If you live in the world where there's no failure, there's just experiences, then what do you have? You have no fear. Because fear is a failure. So I don't fail. I have experience. I had an experience on December 16th, 2003. September 11th happened in 2001. We were struggling. I own a large restaurant. We were doing about $178,000 a month, and we went to $114,000, and it held. And I refused to lay off anybody because I live for my workers, and they live for me. And I'm sitting in Chris's house in New Jersey. I just happened to fly to New Jersey. I was there. It might even have been like the 23rd or the 24th. I mean, it was close to Christmas, wasn't it?
It was cold.
And I'm on the phone, and I'm just trying to get investors. And the last investor from San Francisco, I'm on the phone with him. I'm in Chris's house. Mary Beth and Chris are there. I'm on the phone with this guy. I told him the amount of money I need. He says, listen, dude, pack it up. And I hung up the phone, and I looked at Chris, and I said, I think it's all over. Let's go to a meeting. And he's looking at me like, because you got to see this monstrosity that I own. It's huge. And I said it that peaceful, right? A little fear, maybe a couple tears.
Yeah,
but anyway.
You knew the next door was going to open.
Yeah. And so we went to a meeting, and anyway, I revived it. Opened it up, restructured the whole thing, and it's still going to this day, 7 years later. Right? But I sat in that house knowing that I did the best that I could, and I knew I wasn't a failure, because if you've seen what I produced out of nothing, it was a total amazement. But then why do we sit here and beat ourselves up for little mistakes that we make when all this greatness we've done for each other? Is that crazy? I could look at 1,000 people when I'm talking to them, and I'll pick out the one guy that's looking at me like this. You know? He's looking at me like he doesn't trust me. And I'll just concentrate on that one person in a crowd of 1,000. You know, what is he thinking? Am I lying? Do I got something in my, what am I, you know? And that guy will bother me when everybody else is going. Right? Why is that? Why do we do that? I try not to do that anymore. That's the 6th and 7th thing that I work on constantly. But if you don't believe in failure, and if you believe in experiences, then there's really no fear. And you just kind of, like me, happy-go-lucky walk through life, and it works. It's been in my experience. It says, was I thinking of myself most of the time? I'm pretty good at putting no there, probably 98% of the time. I think of you all a lot. I do. I also, besides just helping people in Alcoholics Anonymous, I help less fortunate. I help the high schools. I help Salvation Army. I help people in business who want to start a company. I'll give them some companies. I hope that my phone's not going to ring off the hook now. Some companies, I give them my offerings for free and help them get up and going. Very small amount of the companies I give for free, because I believe this. I believe that money is the root of all good. Money is the root of all good, because you are able to share that goodness, that energy, if you will, with others, right? If I'm giving this away for free, then I don't have the energy that I could share with others. I couldn't come here. How could I afford to come here? But since I do charge the energy, the money, I was able to put it to good. So how many people do you think I've touched in the last 3 days? If I didn't charge that money and I didn't put it towards good use of being in Denmark, then I wouldn't have touched as many lives as I had, as you have touched mine. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, the money is the root of all good, and I believe that. It says here, was I thinking what I could do for others? The answer to that is yes, most of the time. And I love this one. Was I thinking of what I could pack into the stream of life? My life is packed with fullness. Packed with my alarm on my Palm Pilot is constantly going off. All day, every day. And it's just fantastic. It's fantastic. It's a mixture of love. It's a mixture of business. And it's a mixture of work. All day. All day. So, this is what I do. How I work this.
Hi everybody, my name is Palle, I'm an alcoholic.
I'll let you
Okay, we're getting ready for the last session.
run away with it.
So what's going to happen now is that Chris and Doug, who have been entertaining us and enlightening us all weekend.
Entertaining, I thought it was
Entertainment and enlightenment.
Workshop. We're like the clowns from America.
And we're going to do about an hour on 12 and then go over to some Q&A. So we had a basket during the break over there. We got a couple of questions there, but we also have the mic. So if you have any questions, just don't worry. You get your chance to ask the guys your question.
Yeah.
So you get going.
It's it's small enough. It's small enough to where you don't even need a mic. Just I'm loud. He's louder than me.
I can get loud.
He can get loud. So I want to show you two things. We're now at step 12, and Chris is absolutely phenomenal at this. He's gonna show you how to start meetings as he did me. I've opened up 3 meetings. I'm 2 for 3. One did not make it. It did not fail, because things don't fail, right? It just did not make it. People were not interested in the message that I was delivering, so that's fine. But the other 2 are just flourishing, and I took this from Chris, and he's got a meeting in New Jersey that sometimes as a speaker, and I think Chris may agree with me, I get kind of exhausted because people can only tap into my energy so much because I need to tap into energy too. Now my energy is God, but I also need human tapping, if you will, where I could tap into somebody's energy. And I think that's why I didn't make it through the airlines very well, because you'd walk into this crew room and before your flight and you debrief your whole flight crew, and it was just full of hate, negative. And I'd get on the airplane, I'd be like, I'd pass out up front by sleeping. I'd doing the twitching and the drooling and so flying asleep is not a good thing, but hopefully the co-pilot was awake. I don't know, I was sleeping. But there's some things. Welcome, Miss Canada. They're always late in Canada. There's a few things that are in the big book that I would like to point out. I would like to point out the word permanent sobriety. Number 1, they talk about recovered in this book. They never use the word except for one time in the third person, the word recovering. It was recovered. Now, we talked about that. There's a difference between cured and recovered. Remember we talked about that, those two things? Cured means the disease no longer exists, nor the symptoms. Recovered means the disease does exist, the symptoms are gone. You want the disease to kick it up a notch, just add alcohol and drugs, and you're off to the races. And as we all know, it doesn't get better, it always gets worse. Now, I haven't experienced that. So when I'm sponsoring guys that are chronic relapsers that feel like total losers, and they feel like, I look at them straight in the eye, I said, you are going to make a better sponsor than I will ever make. And I sit back and they look at me, they're like, well, how am I going to do that? I'm like, because I have never, I can't sit here right now and say, I know how you feel. I have no idea on how you feel. I have no idea. I've never relapsed, ever. I've come in here once and that was it. And they now, see, I take their thinking, it's all about the thinking, and I turn it, and they're like, I see this hope. And they're like, so I'm going to be better than you? I said, absolutely. Because you could feel the pain that this person has. I have no idea the pain that you're going through. I had about 4 years sobriety, and I was dying to feel out what that pain was. And I actually went to my sponsor. I said, I'm going to go out and I'm going to relapse because I want to check it out. And he looked at me, he goes, does that sound very smart to you? But I got to feel this. I got to feel, you know. He says, no, I'll tell you, it sucks. How about if we just leave it at that? So, in the book, it talks about permanent sobriety. So, if it does truly state permanent sobriety, wouldn't you know what it is that's keeping everybody permanently sober? I will tell you. It says here on chapter 7, working with others. This book is great, right? Working with others, so it tells you how to work with others, I guess. And then there's another chapter called How It Works. You know, I talked to people in AA 5 years, how it works? I don't know how it works. There's a chapter called How It Works. How do you miss it? They read it every time. Do you all read How It Works in the meetings here before it's... I don't know how it works. How about if we read the book? Okay, so the first time it says here, practical experience. Every time you see something in the big book, they're always going to talk about experience, their experience, which is great. This theorizing, I speak at universities, I speak to economic classes, I speak to business classes. And most of the teachers that ask me to speak at these universities are just geniuses. But they've never owned a company in their life. Ever. They've never experienced owning a company. They never experienced putting $1 million on the line and just rolling the dice to see if it works. They've never experienced it. But man, they can make an Excel spreadsheet and they can make a business plan and they're the best. But they've never had the practical experience. Now, on the other hand, I don't have the education as business. I'm an aerospace engineer by education. But I have experience at the yin-yang when it comes to business. Okay? So both of us together, it really works. But I work off of all practical experience. Okay? If it doesn't work for me, it ain't happening. I'm not going to do it. So everything that I've talked to you today is all experience. It has nothing to do with theory. It all has to do with experience. And this is my experience. Practical experience shows that nothing, the word nothing I think means nothing, that nothing will so much ensure immunity. Does everybody, if you're immune to something, does everybody understand what that means in English language? That means you can't get it. You're immune to it. Nothing will so much ensure immunity from drinking as intensive work with other alcoholics. Intensive work. That means on Saturdays, when I'm totally exhausted and I just want some downtime, I know from 10 to 2 there's going to be a drunk at my house. And I'm going to bring him through the steps. And every Saturday I say the same thing at 9 o'clock. Oh, I would pay big money to be by my... The door knocks. I'm like, come on in. Because they know the Doug Muir drunk farm opens up at 10. Plus, I think they really like the cooking that my wife does at 12. You know, like, they go over to Doug's house. If you have nothing to eat in your house, his wife will cook. Just pay attention for a couple hours. And he'll rant and rave about this big book stuff. So... we get visitors at our house all the time, and I get calls in the middle of the night, and I get all that great stuff. Practical experience shows that nothing will so much ensure immunity from drinking as intensive work with other alcoholics. If you turn to page XVII now, XVII, it'll state this. it says, XVI, this seemed to prove. First thing they did is they're talking about Dr. Bob and Bill meet. Dr. Bob could not get sober. He was a great church-going man. He knew so much about religion, but he could not get sober. He had all this guilt inside because he thinks he hosed all of Akron, Ohio, which is a very small town. And he had all this guilt, and he couldn't get sober. Really, our birthday, AA's birthday, should be Mother's Day, which I think is the first week of May. I think it's the first week of May, because that's when they met. Well, actually, they met the day after Mother's Day, because Dr. Bob was underneath the table. He was drunk. And Bill Wilson wanted to see him, so he couldn't see him then. And then the next day, he came, and that's when they met. But what happened was, on June 8th and 9th, Dr. Bob went to Atlantic City in New Jersey to a conference and got drunk. And they poured him on a train and sent him back to Akron, Ohio. And Bill Wilson was still in Akron, Ohio. They pulled him off the train. On June 10th is when Dr. Bob went and did his operation. He had an operation he had to do. And he didn't come home. And everyone's like, here we go again. He's back out. But what happened was he went all around Akron and he made amends. Made all of his amends. And that's why our date is June 10th, because he didn't drink after that. And I believe that. It comes back to the amends, folks. Make everyone complete it, get it done, make it happen. Today's the day, now's the time. I mean, that is my famous saying. So let's just get it over with. Sometimes you're just gonna have to hold your breath and you're gonna have to go do it and just get it done. Alright? It states here then, it says, this seemed to prove, when these two met, and Dr. Bob didn't drink again, this seemed to prove that one alcoholic could affect another as no non-alcoholic could. It also indicated that strenuous work, one alcoholic with another, was vital to permanent recovery. Was vital to permanent recovery. Permanent, forever. That means getting on a plane in Florida, flying to Newark, getting on a plane from Newark, flying to Denmark, taking a nap, coming here, right, and having Pally get me up on stage for 14 and a half hours a day. Strenuous work, one alcoholic with another. Okay, doing Saturdays. It's all has to do with helping others. So if you're not giving this away, if you're not sharing this with others, you are so missing the icing on the cake, as we call it. That is the icing on the cake. That is the joy of my life, to see a shaking man at my door in total despair, losing licenses around the United States, to be a unbelievable, productive person. I see that time and time and time and time and time and time again. So if you are missing that because you're afraid you might hurt somebody, I am here to tell you, you are not that powerful. You cannot kill somebody by sponsoring them. Don't give them the verbal sponsorship. Give them this. I mean, you could read, can't you? Give them this. Heck, I even put it in forms for you. Now you really can't kill them. Just read. Okay? Get your own experience with these steps and share it with others. Does this make sense? 500 people are shaking their head. So
they're all saying yes.
So what I'd like to do is I'd like to hand this over to Chris, and he's really he is definitely my sponsor when it comes to meetings and organization and getting people together in the masses.
Certainly it's important to if you're one of those real alcoholics out there, certainly it's important for you to keep carrying the message. Something just happened like in the last hour that I'd like to share about, because it's so there's things that happen in my life today, and I call them God shots. And what it is I think that they're things that are a little bit beyond coincidence that pop into my life every once in a while. And I believe it's God letting me know I'm heading in the right direction. I mean, I think all of you have had those things. They're coincidences like this. Wow, I can't believe that happened. Like, you're 100 miles away from home and you're thinking about drinking. All of a sudden somebody from your AA group will pop up. I mean, things like that happen to us all the time. Well, a number of years back, I was sponsoring a lot of people, in Alcoholics Anonymous who were narcotics addicts. They also had alcohol problems, but they were mainly narcotics addicts. And what I believe in the 12 steps is step 1, you need to find your own truth. We talked about that in step 1. Well, in step 12, I believe that you need to work with people that have the same problem that you have. Again, I'm not the AA police. I really, if you're here, I have zero problems with you being here. I just ask that when it comes time to sponsor or guide someone through the process, please have the same problems that they have so that they can relate to you. It is one alcoholic working with another. That's one of the things that makes Alcoholics Anonymous work. We can help when no one else can. Now, if you're a narcotics addict and you're trying to sponsor an alcoholic, there's going to be a disconnect. What happened was, I was able to take some of these guys through the steps, but I told them that, your main problem is narcotics. Your main problems are drugs. So I want you to work with other drug addicts. So they went to, another fellowship, another major fellowship in our area, that didn't really allow the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous to be used. It was against their primary purpose, and I'm not saying that that's a bad thing or a good thing. But these individuals were very hungry to work with other people, and they kind of got short-circuited there when they tried to start some of these meetings, and they were told that they were not following traditions and they were not going to be considered part of that fellowship anymore. So the thought comes to a couple of us that we would start a different fellowship, a fellowship for narcotics addicts that could use the book Alcoholics Anonymous as a recovery tool. And the thought was that we would use the name A&A. Well, these guys basically started an A&A meeting. Alcoholics Narcotics Anonymous is what it was known as. And that was all well, these meetings grew very quickly. We found that there was a number of drug addicts out there that were hungry for the message of recovery from the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous. Again, we need to be very clear about what our problem is, but the step process has never been laid out better in any literature anywhere than in the book Alcoholics Anonymous. So they started A&A, and A&A started to grow. I think it got up to about 10 meetings. And someone heard about it over in Iceland. And I don't really remember how that was, but I got a chance to send some of my sponsees who'd been instrumental in starting A&A over to Iceland to carry the message. Now, I didn't hear much after that. That was several years ago now. But I'm sitting in the back, I'm standing in the back of the meeting, and I just mentioned A&A, and someone 4 feet away says, "Oh yeah, I'm going through the steps from A&A." I'm like, what? It was just an amazing coincidence. It's made it to Copenhagen, you know what I mean? Through, via Iceland, obviously, but, the way I kind of describe it is you take a rock and you throw it into a pond, and the ripples will move out like this. Well, when we help an alcoholic, or we help somebody else with an addictive illness, and we do it in a strong fundamental way, a way that really helps them achieve recovery, we don't know where those ripples are going to go. We don't know how far or how many people are going to be helped by that very simple message, or by that little amount of time that we spent. Now, my own personal experience is when I got sober, I had a sponsor who was an oral tradition sponsor, and he really couldn't offer me the recovery process out of the book Alcoholics Anonymous because he didn't know it. He hadn't experienced it himself. He certainly stayed sober and did lots and lots of service. And you know what? Intensive work with other alcoholics, the best intensive work with other alcoholics is to take them through the steps. But there's other intensive work with alcoholics, and this guy just got involved in service and meetings. And he stayed sober for 10 years that way. And that's kind of the way he was trying to offer me sobriety. Service meetings. And I did that. I did that for, about a year. But it wasn't fulfilling that inner need that I had, the God-shaped hole that we're all born with. I believe our alcoholism is our yearnings. We always want to fill ourselves with something from the outside to make us feel whole. We've got to earn more money to feel whole. We've got to have more sex to feel whole. We've got to have this. We've got to do this. If I could only get that Mercedes, if I could only start going out with her, if I could get rid of him. I mean, it's all of these things that we think we need to use. Food. We'll use food. We'll gamble. There's some GA guys in here. If only I could hit the trifecta. We're going after these things outside ourselves to fill a need inside of us that can only be filled by God. It's a God-shaped hole. We try to fill it with all this other stuff, but it doesn't work. It doesn't fill that hole, and we remain empty. It might make us feel okay for a while. Like if we're having sex while we're eating a steak, we may be okay for that 10 minutes, but after the steak's gone and you're done, with the sex, you're back to you again. I'm back to me. And that's never good enough for us alcoholics or drug addicts. We need to experience the oneness of God to be okay. And we'll try everything but that. Anything but that, we'll try it. And there's a lot of unhappy people in the world, but the most unhappy, I believe, are the alcoholics, who are really, really, they have this yearning that just can't be fulfilled, and they're trying to fulfill it. Here's the thing. They call alcohol spirits. You go to the spirit shop, and spirits is from the Latin derivation or whatever is spiritus. Which is like the grace of God or something. Now, this is what they call alcohol. They call alcohol like it's short for the grace of God, spiritus. Now, why would they be naming alcohol that? It's because that's what we're looking for in the bottle. We're looking for a connection with God. We're looking for peace of mind. We're looking for you're into like the third drink and you go like, ah. You remember that? Ah. And then it's a little bit after that. But it's that that we're looking for. Now, we need that. We're searching for that. And when we get sober, we don't have that. And we're going, we're really unhappy. I mean, there's nobody more unhappy than the newcomer, like moping around, always complaining about everything, You wouldn't believe my boss, and you go to the meetings, you go to some of the closed-minded discussion meetings in the New Jersey area where anybody's allowed to share anything. It's a discussion meeting, and you they're like, you wouldn't believe I drink my wife, my job, my car, and they're trying to share their way sober. They're trying to share their way into some kind of spiritual condition. And you know what? They share their way right out the door around me. If you continue to just wallow in the problem like a pig in mud, you're never going to get anywhere. Now, the best form of intensive work with other alcoholics is to carry the message that will lead the alcoholic to the fulfillment of that yearning that we have to be whole with God and the universe and our fellow man. Now, I never knew this. You don't understand what the steps are going to do for you before you get involved in them. You look at the steps on the wall when you walk into your first meeting, and you're like, kind of academic, that looks like second grade spirituality to me. That's not going to work for me. I mean, you just don't know. And you don't know what kind of gifts are going to come through working a program of recovery until you work them. I didn't know I had an unquenchable yearning. I just knew I was always uncomfortable, and I was looking for something to make me comfortable. What that will make me comfortable? I don't know, but I'm looking for it, and I looked for it in drugs and alcohol, and I'd mix this drug with this alcohol to hopefully get the feeling that I had when I was 12 and I first got high. I mean, I'm looking for this relief from the bondage of me. And here I am. I'm working the steps. I'm working the steps for a number of reasons. None of them the right reasons, but I don't think reasons matter when it comes to working the steps. I think motives are almost immaterial. As long as you do the work, you're going to get the results. And if you're doing the steps just to be cool, because it's now cool to do the steps, then do it for that. If you're doing it because you can't seem to recover from alcoholism, do it for that reason. Whatever reason you do it, get from one side of the steps to the other. However you can do that, because it will get you to peace of mind. Now, in the chapter Working with Others, I highly recommend people using the chapter Working with Others as a tool to sponsor people. When I first came into AA, it was all about getting them to go to meetings. You gotta go to a lot of meetings. I'll pick you up at your house. I'll do this, I'll do that. I was sharing on the 12-step at a convention in New Jersey years ago, and they didn't know who they had mistakenly asked to share during this Alcathon, because it was people that weren't really involved in the big book, and they didn't really want to hear me much. But anyway, I had 20 minutes to share on step 12, and then we turned it over to raising of hands and discussion. I spent 10 minutes on going from step 1 to 11, and then I spent 10 minutes on carrying the message of step 1 to 11 to an alcoholic, which is very appropriate. It's what this book is asking us to do. And I shared this from my own experience. I was the least obnoxious as I can be. And someone took exception to my newfangled way of working a program. It was this old guy, and he had a bunch of his little sponsees. It was like a big duck with the little ducks. He had all those little sponsees like around him. Like, can I get you coffee? Let me hold your chair. And it was one of these deals, and he's like, and he sits down, and he listens to me, and a couple people share. One of them is my wife. Well, thanks for sharing, Chris. I got a lot, blah, blah, blah. And then he raises his hand. Here's what he says something like this. I don't know what the hell you were talking about up there. You sounded like a counselor or something to me. I don't know about any steps and stuff like you do. What the hell you're thinking you're talking about this stuff. But what we do is we get the drunk and we throw him in the car and we take him to a meeting. And we love them until they can love themselves. I don't know about all these other steps you were talking about. Now, I took exception to that. He had also insulted my wife while he was sharing, so I let him finish, and I said his name was Stan or something. Stan, thank you very much for sharing. Interesting. We were both talking about working with other alcoholics and, sponsorship and stuff like that. And it's kind of interesting that there's actually a chapter in the book Alcoholics Anonymous that speaks to that. It's called Working with Others. And it's interesting that nowhere in that chapter does it say throw them in a car or love them until they can love themselves. And he freaks out. He gets up, he starts throwing chairs and kicking over tables. I mean, I have never seen this in my life, but the meeting stopped. The chairman goes, meeting's over, meeting's over. People are heading blowing for the exits, This guy's freaking out. And I'm sitting there up at the table like, Now, I'm not, I didn't mean to go after actually I did mean to go after the guy, but I feel very passionate about the carrying of this message. The 12 steps says, having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps. It doesn't say having had a spiritual awakening from making a whole bunch of coffee and driving people to meetings. It says having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. So, I don't believe you can have a spiritual awakening as a result of steps that you haven't taken. I just don't believe that that's possible. Now, a lot of us have spiritual experiences in AA. We get revelations and we get these wows, and stuff like that, and they're all good. But the spiritual awakening that they're talking about in the 12 steps comes as a result of doing the steps. And if you haven't done the steps, you haven't had the spiritual awakening. That's all there is to it. If you haven't had the spiritual awakening, it's very difficult to carry the spiritual awakening to other people. Because it says, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, we tried to carry this message to other alcoholics. What message? Well, the message of, I went through these steps and I had a spiritual awakening. That's the message we're supposed to carry. Now, there's two ways that you can help an alcoholic. You can carry them to the message, which is what a lot of 12-step work is. It's important work. I do not denigrate any type of 12-step work. There's literature committees, there's making coffee, there's setup, there's all kinds of stuff that's absolutely necessary for the carrying of the message. It makes the carrying of the message possible. And it's important work. It's 12-step work, but it's important work. But the 12-step work that they talk about in the chapter Working with Others is carrying the message to the alcoholic. Not carrying the alcoholic to the message, carrying the message to the alcoholic. Okay? So, if you have had a spiritual awakening, it's incumbent upon you. You feel motivated to share this. It would be like discovering the cure for cancer and saying, wow, I got a cure for cancer. I'm going to keep this to myself. You're just not going to do that. You've found the answer, not only to your alcoholism, but to that yearning that you've always had, that you've been, eating and drinking and, spending, trying to be happy. You found how to be happy. You found how to have peace of mind. You now want to share it. You want to share it from the rooftops. I'll tell you, with a lot of the people I take through the steps, there's an issue that happens right afterward. You know what that issue is? They go running into AA meetings telling everybody they've been doing it wrong all these years. I just found the message! All you people have been lying to me all these years, you morons! And they cause a lot of trouble. Why didn't you tell me? I could have died! This is how they go back into these meetings. And I counsel them to, be cool about this stuff. I say things like, okay, you think nobody has been telling you the message. Do they read how it works in your meeting? Yeah. How much did you pay attention to that then? Well, not a lot. I go, leave these people alone. Carry the message of your experience. Don't go back and beat them up because they've been doing it wrong. Good God, yeah, they've been doing it wrong, but you don't have to shame them. Why don't you go back and be an example of a recovered alcoholic in your group? Do what you're supposed to be doing. Grab some newcomers, start taking them through the steps. Be an example in your group. This is what happened to me. I got exposed to the steps in an area no one was working the steps. This is 1990, 91, and the only thing you ever used your big book for was for hiding money from an alcoholic, because you knew they'd never open it. That's the way it was in our area. Now, I go through the steps and, my eyes are now opened, and all of a sudden I start sharing all this stuff. Now, everyone liked me in AA up to this point. Everyone. Because I gave good share. You know what I mean? You know how to give good share? You give good share by saying things that are funny and interesting, but without anything that would ever offend anybody or bother anybody. You want to make sure that the most amount of people in the room like you, and you give good share. And, you have to be a little bit self-humiliating, and you got to talk a little bit about how stupid you were this week. And, that'll make people like you more. And I had all this stuff. So I gave good share. So everyone liked me. All of a sudden I started talking about the experiences from the book Alcoholics Anonymous. You know what happened? What's with Chris? What's going on with him? Did you hear him at the meeting the other day? He was talking about actually making amends. Now, I lost all these people came to our wedding. You know what I mean? And one by one, we've pretty much lost all of them. I mean, we've gotten 10 times the amount of friends back in other areas with people that are in the fellowship of the Spirit. But at that period of time, people really backed away from us. Now, I was bringing people over to my house to go through the book, like Doug was doing. And it started with the people who wanted me to sponsor them. They'd say, "Hey, would you be my sponsor?" And I'd say, "Sure, come on over to my house and we'll start with the book." And I'd take people through the book. And wherever it would say to do something, we would do it. And, they'd come back with inventory, the whole thing. Now, they started saying, "Listen, can I bring a friend of mine? I know you don't sponsor him, but he's interested in what we're doing here. Bring him over." Well, it went from 1 or 2 people at my house to about 12 or 15. Now, a lot of people are starting to go through the steps. And the amazing thing is the people that went through the steps with me, all continued very, very strong in Alcoholics Anonymous. There were strong voices in AA. They worked with other people. They stayed sober. Their lives got better. So they started to be heard in other meetings. Now, one of the guys that I took through this, they funneled the losers toward me. Listen, nobody is a loser in AA, but the people that they thought were losers, they funneled to me. The people that kept relapsing. Now, what they misunderstood in these meetings is these people were more powerless than most of the people in the meetings. Yeah, they were drinking. They were drinking because there was no answer in your group. You were sharing about what happened today. You were sharing about Aunt Fanny and Uncle Fudd and their visit over to your house. "Oh, Aunt Fanny and Uncle Fudd came over. Oh, they pushed all my buttons. Oh, I had all my issues came up and I had to start using my boundaries." Yeah, they're drinking. They're supposed to be drinking if they're listening to crap like that. So they started sending people to me. Now I started taking them through the steps. Now this one guy was sponsoring somebody and the guy kept drinking on him. So he said, he heard that this guy Chris was getting some results. So he shoves this guy my way. He says, you mind taking so-and-so through the steps? I'm not doing really much with him. So I took this guy through the steps. He ended up having like 93 amends when we finally got to his amends, and he made 91 of his 93 amends, and he was a changed person. This awakens your spirit when you go out and you set things right in the universe. When you balance the scales of the universe, your spirit is awakened. So many people are in AA, asleep, dreaming they're awake. They're asleep, dreaming they're awake. Well, you get through the steps and all of a sudden your spirit is awakened and you go, "Oh my God, I was asleep." Well, I've been trying to tell you that for 3 years, But, so all of a sudden this guy wakes up and he's a completely different person. And his sponsor comes to me and he goes, "Would you do with me whatever the hell you did with him?" And I said, "Sure." And this guy had 14 years, but he had 14 years of never having a good job, never getting his license back for a DWI, terrible relationships with women, still touring with the dead, and wondering why his life is, terrible apartments, nothing is going on with this guy. And, he goes through the steps with me, and within a year, he's got a good job, he's got his license back, he got engaged and married, he bought a house, and his priest goes up and goes, "What the hell happened to you?" And he goes, "Well, I went through the steps with this guy named Chris." He goes, "Where can I find this guy? This is a priest." Well, he's speaking up in Netcong. Well, I give a talk up in this town called Netcong, and afterward, this priest comes up to me and he goes, "I want to introduce myself. My name is Father Fred. And I'm really interested in what you're doing. I want you to do it at my church. I'll give you any room in my church, any night of the week. You don't have to pay any money. I want whatever you're doing in your house, I want it to be part of the mission of my church." And I go, Now, by this time, I have an awakened spirit, so I know that when things like this are happening, it's a divine plan, and I best not interfere with it. I best not stick my nose into it. But there was an issue. Up until this time, there were 3 types of meetings in New Jersey. There was step meetings, there was discussion meetings, and there were speaker meetings. There was no meetings called Chris Teaching Out of the Big Book. There was no Chris Teaching Out of the Big Book meetings in New Jersey. So this is not, this is going to be tough. So I open up this Big Book meeting in this guy's church, and mostly my sponsees came, but there was about 16 people there the first night. And I start teaching out of the Big Book, Alcoholics Anonymous, telling you how you actually take these steps and encouraging you to take these steps by talking from my own experience. Now, the meeting had its ups and downs for the first couple of years. All of a sudden, a young people's group discovers it. This young people's group with about 20 or 30 people discover it, and they start coming there. All of a sudden, the meeting goes from about 20 people to about 50, and we've got to move upstairs. Now it's getting really big, and people are coming from all over. People are driving 100 miles to actually hear the message. And they're coming to Bernalsville, and nobody from Bernalsville is going to this meeting, because you got to remember, I was like with the Tomaine Charlie or something, stay away from him, it might be catching. But people who were hungry for the message, who were hungry, they had that spiritual crying out for fulfillment, because, they know that there's more to AA than just staying sober. There's more in AA. There's got to be more in AA. Started looking around, and they started heading for Bernalsville. Now, we're celebrating our 10th anniversary, December 1st, for the Bernalsville Home Group. This group has influenced a lot of groups in the area. Not only in the area, but there's meetings that have followed what we do, that have based on what we do, that they've started to do that in other states. There's probably 20 or 30 meetings that use our format and actually teach out of the book. Now, there's a pamphlet called More About Alcoholism. In that pamphlet, it says the sole purpose of an AA group is the teaching and practice of the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. That's what it says in this pamphlet. Bill Wilson wrote the pamphlet. So we take that seriously in our group. The sole purpose of an AA group is the teaching and practice of the steps. That's what we do in Bernalsville. And people think that we've got this newfangled cult type of AA. It's not. It's going back to the basics. It's going back to the first decade AA. If you want to learn something about Christianity, go back and study first decade Christianity, first century Christianity. If you want to learn something about Buddhism, go back to the earliest texts available on Buddhism. If you want to learn anything, go back to the origins of that movement and study what they were doing. Study what worked. Study why it became a big movement. Why did Alcoholics Anonymous go from 2 people to 2 million? There's got to be a reason. There's got to be a success story in there somewhere. Find out what it is. The success story happened up until about 1950-55. It was really the success story of Alcoholics Anonymous. We've grown since then almost by mistake, because the message has become watered down so much. But the real amazing part of Alcoholics Anonymous happened in the first couple of decades, when they really had it right. They really had the spiritual process right, and we've really tried to get back to those basics. Now, in this book, it talks about approaching the alcoholic, and it basically says in here that your prospect, that's somebody you haven't landed yet to go through the steps. Your protege, that's somebody who's gone through the steps with you. It says when you found a prospect for Alcoholics Anonymous, find out as much as you can about him. This is going to be a sales job. It's funny. You're going to sell someone on the idea of Alcoholics Anonymous, and then you're going to back away, because now it's a take it or leave it. You've got the information now that I've sold you on the ideas of Alcoholics Anonymous. Now You can take it or you can leave it. If you want to follow the program, great. If not, here's my card. See you later. I never worked that way in AA in my early days. It was all about trying to convince somebody to come to meetings. This is about trying to convince somebody of their alcoholism. If you can convince somebody of their alcoholism, you've won the battle. Especially if you can convince them of the recovery process. On the first visit to the individual, you leave them this book and you ask them to read this book. When you go back, you talk a little bit about yourself, you talk a little bit about the first 3 steps, and then you ask them, are you willing to go to any lengths? Any lengths, they already know what any lengths is because they've read this book. So often today, we'll go up to the newcomer and we'll go, are you ready to get sober? Are you willing to go to any lengths? They don't know what any lengths are. You could be asking them to be your lover or something. They don't know what any lengths is. They're a little bit worried, actually, So, at least when you have them read this book, if they can read, if they can't read, then you read it to them. But if they can read this, now they know what any lengths looks like. Now when you're asking them that question, it's going to be meaningful to them. Are you willing to go through with this process? Now, another thing you hear a lot in AA is, you take what you want, you leave the rest. If you go into an operation, can you go up to the doctor and say, I'll have a little bit of this, but don't give me any of that? No, you need the whole process. You need the whole operation for something to work, right? You would never edit a doctor's operation. Don't bother sewing that pancreas up when you're done, doc. You wouldn't even think about that. So a take it or leave it AA program is the same way. You're throwing the dice the same way. Our program is suggested as a way of overcoming alcoholism. So either accept the whole program or don't accept anything. All right? We've become very tolerant in Alcoholics Anonymous. We allow you now to come into AA and sit in the back and languish in the back, just suffering your ass off year after year after year, never holding you accountable to going through a recovery process. And it's really sad. I don't do that. If you ask me to sponsor you, I'm going to have some requirements. You need to do what I did. If you want what I got, you need to do what I did. What really worked for me was going through this process in this book. And you know what? If you're not willing to do that, fine. I can't work with you because I am not going to be your drama coach. So many people want a drama coach, don't they? Hey, can I call you like every single night and, drag you down into the pathetic depths of hell of my life, and have you wallow around down there with me? Because if I share my burden, I'll only have half of it to take back home. Or whatever they say, right? Have you ever heard that? No, I don't want half your burden. Not interested. And you know what? If you call me up and start using me as a drama coach, click. You're going to hear a dial tone really fast. Sorry, not interested. Did you do the exercise that I gave you last week? No, I haven't had time for that. But you wouldn't believe how a click. You know what I mean? I told you to call me back after you did the exercise. What part of that didn't you understand? Well, I thought I was just check in with you. I don't want you to check in with me. I don't need 50. I've sponsored 50 people. If you all checked in with me, I'd be in trouble. And if I had to give each one of you a half an hour on the phone every night, they'd have to add more hours in the day. I can't do that. I don't have time for that. What I want to do is I want to show you the solution so that you don't have to wallow around in the problem for the rest of your life. I've become a little bit unpopular in my area because can you imagine? Because in a discussion meeting, we also have a discussion meeting as part of my home group, and when somebody comes in and complains, and then they come in and complain again, we go up to them and we go, sounds like you need a sponsor. Oh no, I've got a sponsor. Well, it can't be a good one if you're still coming around AA complaining about crap. I'll tell you what, we've got some people who will take you through the steps. You don't have to fire your sponsor. Just go through the steps with one of our people here. One of two things is going to happen. They're going to become uncomfortable with our meeting and go share their crap down the street, which is fine with me. Or they're going to get a hold of a sponsor from that group and work and find the solution, and then they're going to come back and they're going to share their solution. Because one thing I tell my guys is, listen, bring the problem into the recovery process. I'll help you work the steps on any problems. Bring the solution to the meeting. Because the people in the meetings are going to get more from your solution to your problem than from hearing about your problem. You know what I'm saying?
I never got clapped.
All 800 people gave a standing ovation to that, didn't they, Dunn?
I never got clapped. I'll say it again. What's up?
So listen, I'm going to get off the soapbox a little because Doug's got his own soapbox. But I'll tell you this. Listen, read the chapter Working with Others and try some of these things in here. Don't have contempt prior to investigation. Oh, I don't want to do that. That'll make me hardcore. Listen, be hardcore. Try being hardcore. If the person gets through the steps, you are going to be creating the fellowship you crave. You're going to have a host of friends that you're going to have for life. You're going to be close. These people will walk into a burning fire with you. They will jump in front of a bullet for you. These people that you help get through the steps. You want to have a crew? I'm from New Jersey, and the Sopranos are big in New Jersey. Everybody's got a crew. You want to have a crew?
Forget about it.
Take some people through the steps.
I was one of the people calling up Chris, and I was just totally bitching about the AA in Florida. I mean, I was just, it was killing me. It literally was killing me. And then finally he says, well, why don't you just design what you would like to have? And so he gave me what he started in Bernardsville, and there's a huge meeting now in Sarasota, Florida, which is on the West Coast, the Gulf Coast. There's one in Charlottesville, Virginia, and there was one on the island that I'm at now, which actually didn't make it, but that's fine too. So if you definitely can design what you crave when it comes to the AA, because I know that if you're anything like us, it just absolutely drives you crazy that these people are saying, take your time, 1 week a month, and they're killing more people than smallpox. And it breaks my heart when I hear that. And then I feel like it's my opportunity to raise my hand and discuss it. Now, as the years go on, I discuss it a lot less threatening than I did when I first got the spiritual experience after a year, and I would tell you why you relapsed, because you didn't work the steps away. I was telling you how to work the steps, and I wonder why no one wanted me to sponsor them, like I told you before, my sponsor just said, because you're an asshole. And I was. And there was no doubt about it. I was in your face. It didn't work. And now I believe that everyone's on their own path. But if you want to go on this alcoholic path with me, and you want to have the freedom from alcoholism and have the icing on the cake, which means you could do anything in your life that you want and not be afraid of anything. And this book discusses it in this chapter right here. There's a few things I'm going to read, and then we're going to go to question and answer. It tells you how to sponsor somebody. Show him from your own experience. That means if you have not worked the steps, you have no experience with the steps, leave people alone. I say that to me. Leave them alone. What are you going to share with them? Your problems? Think about that. I'll read it again. It says, show him from your own experience how the queer mental condition surrounding the first strings prevents normal function of all willpower. The next thing it talks about is faith. People who just don't drink go to church. For a real alcoholic, that does not work. I've seen it work once with a guy, but for a real alcoholic of the depth of my kind, I needed a solution that had weight and depth, and those are called the 12 steps. It says here, he may be an example of the truth that faith only is insufficient. To be vital, faith must be accompanied by self-sacrifice. That's the 12th step. And unselfish, constructive action, which is steps 4 through 9. Unselfish, constructive action, steps 4 through 9. Okay? The faith does not work by just not drinking, going to church. I tried it, and I was atheist, and it didn't work. How crazy is that? The next thing I'd like to read to you here is, it says that Helping others is the foundation stone. A foundation stone is what we're all sitting on right now. This thing better be pretty solid or else we're all going to fall through, right? So it says helping others is the foundation stone of your recovery. If you're not helping others, you're missing it. It says here that a kindly act once in a while isn't enough. You have to act the Good Samaritan every day. And this is the thing that I live for. But remember this. This, what I'm about ready to read, I got caught with my pants down on this one. What I'm about ready to read is on page 100 and 101. That means you have 30 Roman numeral pages and 100 pages before you get to here. Okay? Because I had a sponsee who did this and didn't make it. Assuming you are spiritually fit. He didn't hear that part when I read this. Assuming you are spiritually fit. We could do all sorts of things alcoholics are not supposed to do. When I came into AA, I was suffering enough that I would lock the doors. I literally turned the locks in my children's bedroom around, and I'd lock them in so I wouldn't harm them. And then I'd forget about them. It was absolutely a terrible thing. They were 2 and 3 years old. I would close the drapes. I would take the phone off the hook. All right? So I was in prison already. Why would I want to go to AA and be in prison again if I can't even walk down the frickin' beer aisle or go to a bar to have a dinner with friends? I mean, I'm not going to sign up. Assuming you are spiritually fit, though, it says you can do all sorts of things. People have said we must not go where liquor is served. I've heard that. We must not have it in our homes. I do. We must shun friends who drink. I do not. We must avoid moving pictures which show drinking scenes. We must not go into bars. I own the largest one in Charlottesville, Virginia. Our friends must hide their bottles if we go to their houses. We mustn't think or be reminded about alcohol at all. The first 100 people who wrote this book, it says our experience shows that this is not necessarily true. We meet these conditions every day. An alcoholic who could not meet them still has an alcoholic mind. There is something wrong with their spiritual condition. Alcoholics Anonymous gave me a freedom that I could not have imagined if I took pen to paper and someone said to me, write out the most fantastic life that you could ever imagine and then pull it out of this box 13 years later. I wouldn't even have come close. I would have wrote one line, get rid of the hole in my body. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to get rid of that hole. This Alcoholics Anonymous has given me a freedom. Stop living in fear. No more fear. If I've taught you one thing or explained to you one thing, there is no more fear. That fear is gone. Live in Alcoholics Anonymous. Preach the truth, which the truth is the book, and then watch them grow. Watch these people grow in spirituality that you have never experienced in any church that you will go to, ever. You know, I'm Catholic. I went to Catholic school until they asked me to leave. And they didn't like my sense of humor too much. And my father-in-law is the brain surgeon in Rome, Italy, and very popular. And his partner is the Vatican's doctor. And Mama Papa call the church that I go to the Happy Church. Oh, you're going to the Happy Church. You know, like an AA meeting. I'm like, we got mean churches here too if you want to go. There's a Catholic church right down the street. And so I went to the Vatican for the Pope's funeral, and it was the first time I was there, and it was the most sad thing that I've ever experienced in my entire life. And I thought if the main man in the Catholic Church is called Jesus, saw this, he would just be totally amazed. People were kneeling to other people. People were kissing each other's rings. It was just totally something that I did not experience, and I would rather not experience that again. Organized religions has its place. Some people go back into organized religion, and they do a lot of great stuff. I believe that. But I believe where I came from with you all and Alcoholics Anonymous, I have never, ever heard an argument on religion. Ever. Ever. Not since I've been here, not since I've been in the rooms. I've been in for a few 24 hours. And so that's what I love about this. You all didn't throw it down my throat. I was able to learn my own religion. Now, when I go back to the Catholic Church with my sisters, because they still go, I just find it totally beautiful and wonderful. I sit there and I pray and meditate as they're doing all this, dogma stuff. And I just like being in that atmosphere. because I believe that all religions are they're this close to being the same. This close. But humans just blow it away. So there's no more fear of alcohol here. There shouldn't be. If you do have a problem of walking down the beer aisle, you need to look at your situation and your spiritual conditioning, because that's what it's really all about. To end it up is that if you are with a person who wants to eat in a bar, by all means go along. Let your friend know that you are not to change their habits on your account, and find out what your motives are. Always find out what your motives are. Just don't go into the bar because you want to steal a little bit of excitement. You know, I do a lot of meetings. I may go to New York City and do a lot of meetings, or San Francisco. I fly all over the place, and people like to take me out. You know, sometimes when I don't drink, they look at me and they're like, "You don't drink? Why?" They'll ask the question. And I just politely say, "Well, you know, in 1970, lampshades and dancing on bars went out, so I said, I don't want to drink anymore." So I make a joke out of it, and we pass it on. You know, they never press me for it. If they press me for it, I just say, "It's none of your business. I'd rather not drink. I like staying in shape. I like staying alive." All right. Now, what we have here is we have the question and answers, if you would. You got a box right here, and then we're going to end it up.
Okay.
Unless someone wants to raise their hand. Does anybody have a question right now?
Is there a roving microphone somewhere,
Or can you just talk loud?
Here we go.
All the big books are coming out. Oh my God, they're going to start asking big book questions. You just want to raise a hand, and Hallie will give you the...
It doesn't have to be a question. It can be sharing. It could be anything you like.
Give me the basket.
Sure.
No questions? Oh, that's sweet. When will we be back? That is the question.
We were hoping for extravagant praise.
Well, Pally's going to have to answer on that one. I think you're changing your whole meeting system here, aren't you? Or?
What we'll do now is sit together on the committee and discuss the future of this convention. We'll have a new convention. If it'll be here in this building, we don't know, but there will be another convention. And if it will be Doug and Chris, I don't know, but they will be just as good as Doug and Chris. If that's possible.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's possible.
There's a question in the back.
Some tall
question
boots
in the
to
back.
fill.
There's a question in the back, Doug.
Okay. What about money? That's great. What about money? Can't seem to be getting out of debt after 3 years in the program, using too much of it. Well, you're talking to a man who owns a very large credit company. So let me tell you a little bit about money over in America. We are so far in debt, I still think we're renting out America from the English. I haven't figured that one out yet. Do you all have bad credit card debt here?
We're like $1 trillion.
Trillion.
in
Do you all have
that's
credit
like a
cards
lot.
here? Credit cards? Credit cards, okay. This is what I want you to do. In prayer and meditation, this is what I do. Number one, if you ask me, whoever wrote this question, I want you to email me, and I will send you my Excel spreadsheet. That's a money calculator. It'll show you exactly your expenses, exactly your income after taxes, and then what you need to do to make that right, and you need to stand by it.
Financial
First one.
inventory. Yeah.
It's a financial inventory, a daily financial inventory. Okay? I will give you that sheet for free. I will just email that to you. All right? The second thing I want you to do is start thinking differently. Let's think that we have unlimited amounts of energy, unlimited amounts of wealth in the world, and that you deserve it. Don't say, I want money, because the universe will give you the wanting. I've tested it. That's what happens. So believe in yourself. Keep your expenses down. I will show you through doing daily inventory. When I go into wrestling season with the high school that I'm a coach at, and I still wrestle in competition, I take a daily inventory of all my calorie intake. And I drop weight just like this. It's just a daily inventory. I do a daily inventory of my life. Do you know that you people plan vacations more than you plan your financial future? That's why my company is so large, because of lovely people like you. All right? There's hundreds of millions of people out there that have no idea. I know to the penny of what I'm doing. Am I cheap? I don't know. Frugal, yes. But do I share a lot? A lot. I share a lot, which gives me more money back. So what do you do about money? Please email me. I will send you that. I want you to take a daily inventory of whoever wrote this, I want you to take a daily inventory starting right away. And I want you to start doing this. I want you to start paying, I really don't know how much your money is, but I want you to start paying the equivalent of $5 a month to all your debt that you harmed somebody else. I want you to start paying $5 a month. That's it. I'll tell you my story and how I started. It took me 7 years, but I paid a lot more than just 5. I paid a lot. And then it all just came in. Okay?
I've got a buddy, and Doug knows him, who came to me and started working with me in the mid-'90s. And he was in trouble with a lot of different things, and he was certainly seriously alcoholic. He'd been in and around AA for almost 20 years and never been able to really stay sober. So they sent him my way. And we got to the ninth step, and he had 120 amends that he had to do. All right. Now, a lot of it was paying the money back because he was a thief. He was a cheat and a thief. And he didn't care anything about your stuff. He would borrow your car and drive it through the front window of the high school and then, laugh about it. I mean, he was just a nut. Now, he came to me and I said, okay, we're going to start paying this money back. He's like, what? I'm like, make a list of all these people and we're going to start paying the money back. Now, his business was he was having a hard time with his business at this time. Now, he started to pay the money back. And he paid this one person back. It was, he had stolen a lawnmower from a church, and he paid the money back, and he wrote a letter, and, the priest of the church wanted the letter read to the congregation. It was really a nice little thing. And all of a sudden his business got a shot in the arm. He landed a big deal. He made another amends. He landed another deal. He did another amends. When he was done with all of his amends, within about a year, his business was doing over $1 billion in sales. Every single year.
Multi-gazillionaire. And the money has nothing to do with it because he just lost it.
Yeah,
just lost it.
Yeah.
He made all the newspapers. It was a bad situation. I called him up and said, how you doing? He goes, life is great. It doesn't matter. Billionaire. Just lost it all. Life is great. He's still just helping others.
And he's going to get back what he needs.
He knows it.
He's going to get back what he needs. But the fact of the matter is there is a correlation between your willingness to make financial amends and your financial security and health. There really is. Doug has picked out a question for me. What if you were working with someone and it is obvious to you that they don't have the allergy? Do you try and take them through the steps or tell them that they are not a real alcoholic? You have to be very, very careful with this. What it says to do in the book Alcoholics Anonymous, if someone has an allergy, if someone's not sure about the allergy, is it tells you to tell them to step up to the bar stool and try a little controlled drinking. Now, again, I'm not telling anybody who's an alcoholic to go drink. But if you can't use your personal experience, if your personal experience doesn't tell you that when you take one drink, there's a craving for another drink, and there's a craving for another, if your experience is if you go out to have 2, you have 2, if you go out to have 7, you have 7, if you decide not to get drunk, you don't get drunk once you start drinking, then you probably don't have the allergy, you're probably not an alcoholic. When I've worked through the steps, I've found 3 non-alcoholics after taking, I think, about over 100 people personally through the steps. When we take people through the steps in formats like this, I don't get close enough to them to really understand the first step. But one-on-one, I've taken well over 100 people through the steps. And there's been 3 of them. 2 have been crack addicts, and one of them was just a nut looking for a place to land. And I've basically explained to them that they don't need to be in Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, am I the Alcoholics Anonymous police? You're not an alcoholic. You're in the wrong. I'm not going to do that. But I will tell them that, look, you don't need to be here. It's hard enough to work this program when you know you need to work it to save your life, let alone to work it when you don't think you need to work it. Why don't you try some other places, some churches, or, become a Buddhist, or, a mummer or, whatever you think would help. And God bless you, because I'll tell you what, it's better to find out that you're not an alcoholic than to find out you're an alcoholic. Because I'll tell you what, when you find out you're an alcoholic, you have two choices. One is to live life along spiritual lines, and the other is to die an alcoholic death. There's no door number C.
It says here, if you can't find your higher power, what are you doing? Okay, so I come in here an atheist, and I'm going to tell you tonight at 8 o'clock, which will not be taped on my story. I'm just teasing, it will be taped. But I was an atheist, and so I'm going to make this promise to you. And this might be going out on the limb. But if you work the steps to your full ability, make every amends, become unbelievably free, I believe there is no way that you cannot find a higher power. I believe that with all my heart, because that's my experience. So what did I do? I worked these steps. I did this 9-step non-stop. I paid back every restitution and the hundreds of thousands of dollars while going through a divorce, getting my total ass kicked financially. But I always had a $20, a $50, $500, $1,000 a month, whatever it was. I always had something in the mail. Always, every month. Never missed. For 7 years, I paid off ungodly amounts of money. Okay? When I actually did all this, and I helped others to achieve sobriety, and watch these people come in totally beat up and then just beam with love, then go to meetings, by doing that circle in the triangle, if you don't believe that there's a God, or if you don't believe that there's a higher power, and you don't feel it on the inside, then there's something seriously wrong, maybe chemically, that you may need to go look at. But my experience is, everyone that has truly, rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed the path. The person who has thoroughly followed the path, rarely have I not seen them get a spiritual awakening. I had one guy. I used to bet $1,000 in the beginning that if you did not get a spiritual awakening by the 12th step, I'd give you $1,000. One guy, Henry T., he was an attorney out of Charlottesville, Virginia. And Henry T. was an atheist just like me, bringing him through, doing the work, making the amends. Comes up to the 12th step. He still doesn't have it. I'm like, oh my God, I'm looking at my checkbook. How am I going to give him $1,000? So I get on a 4-day trip and I fly. Within the 3rd day of that trip, I get a phone call. It's from Henry T. And the pain got so great, he dropped to his knees and got a humongous spiritual awakening because he went out and made his last amends, and it was to this company that he was a lawyer for and totally hosed them. And when he came back to the house, the whole life has changed. His whole life changed. He was one man I thought was not going to get it, and he got it. So, the answer to your question is, work the steps diligently, make total 100% amends, including financial amends and restitution, help others to achieve sobriety and spirituality, and you cannot not fail. You cannot not fail. You just can't. I haven't seen it happen yet.
Here's one. And it says, do you work the steps with sponsees that have mental disorders like manic depressives? And if you do, in what way? Now, the two things I want to make very, very clear, that Doug and I do not speak for Alcoholics Anonymous. We come off with a bit of an authority because we've got a lot of experience, and we might think that we speak for Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob from the grave. We're channeling their knowledge. We might think that, but the fact of the matter is we really don't speak for Alcoholics Anonymous as a whole. And I'll also state, when it gets into situations with medication, that we're not doctors either. So if someone is giving you specific advice and they're not a doctor, that may or may not be a really good thing. Now, here's my personal experience with it. Do I sponsor people that are manic depressives? I do. I have several that I am sponsoring. Do I sponsor people that are on medication? Yes, I do. I have several people that are on, more than several, that are on one type of medication or another. I sponsor an individual who's severely bipolar, and he's just doing a really, really great job. It says in the beginning, there are those two that have grave emotional or mental disorders, but they too can get sober if they have the capacity to be honest. I believe that you can if you work a hard enough program. Now, on the flip side of this, I do want to state that If you're brand new and you walk through the doors of AA and your life has just gone down like the Hindenburg in a huge explosion, you've just screwed up everything in your life, and if you were put in front of a psychiatrist, you would have every single symptom of every single disorder there is. You would be depressed. You would have high anxiety. I'll tell you what, 100% of the alcoholics with less than 30 days have depression and anxiety. Because you're supposed to. You've just trashed your life. You know what I mean? So you got to be very, very careful not to be misdiagnosed, because if you go to a professional and you say, I'm really depressed, I've got this, I've got this, I've got this, and they don't understand that there's a situational element to all this, like you're supposed to be depressed when you completely ruin your life. They can say, oh, you're depressed, here, and you can get caught up in a medication cycle that you may or may not need. What I recommend is to, if you're going to get advice from a psychiatrist or a clinical psychologist, find one that has some experience in addictive illness. Because if they have experience in addictive illness, they'll be able to spot much easier whether it's situational or clinical. Right? You don't want to be misdiagnosed, because the fact of the matter is it can make it a little more difficult if you're on a lot of different kinds of medication to work a spiritual program of recovery. So I would just be very, very cautious in being misdiagnosed. Go to somebody who really knows. It says in this book that there are many good doctors out there, good professionals. We need to make use of what they have to offer. But it says good doctors. Okay, I would say that how I would describe a good doctor is somebody that understands the addictive illness that we have, whatever that might be. I'm really lucky in my area. I know a number of really good doctors, and many of us do need medication maintenance. We just do. It's not unusual, and they're coming up with more and more types of medications that really do help a lot of the things that we have. So I wouldn't just say you're on medication, I'm not touching you. I don't do that.
No, and I don't do that either. And I was sitting at a table once, and doctors in America are giving out Prozac like Tic Tacs, and I was, me and one other person out of 10 were the only people not on Prozac. So I started researching it, and this is page 52. On page 52 of the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous, they define a dry drunk, somebody who has not worked the steps and just stopped drinking. Okay? Check this out. If I walk into a doctor and I say this, Doctor, I am having trouble with my personal relationships. I can't control my emotional nature. I'm a prey to misery and depression. I can't make a living. I had a feeling of uselessness. I am full of fear. I am unhappy. I can't seem to be of real help to other people. If he doesn't put me on Prozac, he's committing malpractice. That's just being a dry drunk. Work the steps, find God, help others. You won't have that anymore. Okay? I believe 2/3 of the medication would go away. Having said that, I have truly met 3 people in my time that had chemical imbalances. I'm dealing with one now. She's an absolute wonderful, wonderful gem of a person. And I'm learning a lot about the manics. They all had manic depression, and I hear it's just black, and it's really, really, really black. The first thing I've told these 3 people is get the medication first until you get that under control, which takes months. Until you get that under control, everything else is kind of just like gray. Am I right? And they're like, yeah, I'm glad you understand. I'm like, well, it's just what I observed. I really don't understand. I can't tell you I understand how you feel. But get the medication first. Get that solid. Don't start tweaking it yourself. Don't just stop. Don't do that stuff. Okay? Get the medication first. You got to see these people when the medication clicks. It's like, oh my God, this light goes on. This clarity comes off. Then when I bring them through the steps, it's all over. They're like this huge God, one big God consciousness. Not this pink cloud. It's forever. I've been on a pink cloud for 13 years. You know what I mean? I just call it a God consciousness. So I'm a firm believer in that. It talks about it in the Big Book. You're a dry drunk. Find spirituality. It says, what can a person do when he is hooked on sex websites? It's destroying my spirituality. That does destroy a lot of men. I haven't heard that many from women in their fifth step, but the guilt that comes from that, the absolute destruction of their in self, and I'm not judging whether it's good or bad or indifferent. I just don't believe that there's this fulcrum point of this is good, this is bad. I believe it's all what it is in the spiritual world. It's just all what it is. I believe God has given us everything, and I truly mean that when I say He's given us everything and free will. I don't believe in this free will, but then you got these 10 things that if you don't do this, you're going to hell. I mean, come on. My God just doesn't believe. I don't believe like that. That's just not my experience with my God. So, if the sexual thing is really, really harming you, let's look at it. Go to the videotape, as they used to say. It's the big book, right? So it says here, it talks about in the big book about the sex. It says, to some sex, we earnestly pray for the right ideal, for guidance in each questionable situation, for sanity, and for the strength to do the right thing. If sex is troublesome, we throw ourselves the harder into helping others. We think of their needs and work with them. This takes us out of ourselves. It quiets the imperial urge when to yield would to mean heartache. And as you start doing that and helping others and watch people change, the whole sex dynamic thing will change. I don't know if you're new or not, but you'll watch it, because sometimes we take our addiction and we'll act out in other ways. There's another fellowship that's very good at that. And they show you how, you'll get rid of the drugs, but it will act out in other ways. Same thing with alcoholism. You'll get rid of the alcoholism, but if you're truly not working the triangle and the spiritual part, you're going to act out in other ways. So by helping others, it talks about in the big book, the imperial urge of going on the web and looking at it, okay? Feel uncomfortable for a while. Just feel it. Feel the uncomfortable. Don't judge yourself. Don't say, I'm just such a scumbag. Don't do that. Start helping others. Because what I say to these people that are on the 3 medications and they have the bipolars and stuff, you are here to help other bipolar people. Because there's many, many, many bipolar people that are hiding here in AA, afraid to talk about it. So get out there and talk to them. Say, get the medication, work the steps, help other bipolar people. That's why I believe you're on this earth. So that's how I would do it.
If you have hurt someone very much and done the 9th step on that person, but she won't forgive you and don't feel free until she does, what can I do? I feel that she has to forgive me. It's the mother of my child. There's a couple of things in the big book that says we may get thrown out of the office. If we do, we've made our demonstration. It's water under the bridge. We get the freedom from the willingness to do the amends. Another part here that says there may be some wrongs that we can never fully right. We don't worry about them if we can honestly say to ourselves that we would right them if we could. Some people cannot be seen. We send them an honest letter, but we don't delay. Basically, I had a situation with a boss, and I went to make direct amends, and he threw me out of the office. Then I went back again about 6 months to a year later, figuring he might have cooled off. He threw me out of the office again. Then finally, and listen, the last 2 years of my drinking, my active drinking, I worked for this guy. And I was an electrician and not a real good one at that point in time. And he wasn't real happy with me, on a number of levels. But threatening to bring an automatic weapon into his office and shoot everybody, after I had quit was not a good move either. He was pretty upset with that. I don't remember much of that threat, but I was like that. I'd get drunk and call you up and threaten you. But irregardless, he wouldn't see me. And this one time I went up to get my hair cut, and I walked into the salon, and there he was over in the corner, waiting to get his hair cut. So I moved over and I kind of hemmed him in. He would have pretty much had to get up and knock me aside to get away from me. And very respectfully, very courteously, I kind of went into my deal and told him, the last 2 years of my drinking were with you, and I know I caused you a bunch of harm, and I didn't give you a full day's work, and and I did my deal, and I got through it. And at the end of that, he goes, he gets up and he goes, "Chris, you're a young man." I mean, that's what he says to me. My alcoholism made me look 10 years older than I actually was. And when I got sober, he hadn't seen me in a while. When I got sober, I actually looked younger. And he goes, he was like that. And, I'll tell you what, later on, I kept moving forward with my job. He ended up becoming, somebody that did work for me. I would hire him as a contractor, in some of the places that I worked, and we're tight. And he's, if he's mad at me at all, it's because I don't stop by enough and say hi. And this is somebody that threw me out. Now, with sexual relationships, there's sometimes a lot of hurt. I know that there's some things that my ex-wife still does not forgive me for. I've made amends. I've tried to make right everything. All the old child support's been paid, and I'm actually still paying. My daughter is about 27 years old, but she's back living with her mother. That's what happens, by the way, in the United States. You go out and you have a family, and then you move back home with mom. It happens all the time back there. And so I'm trying to help support her a little bit. So some money and some, things are heading out to where she's staying. And I haven't completely stopped trying to help. But my ex-wife is really an unrecovered, codependent, unrecovered Al-Anon. She's never dealt with the things that she needed to deal with, and she's still very, very angry with the world. Now, I've done my part. I've done everything that I believe I can do. I can't keep going over there and begging for forgiveness. All right? That's not what we're supposed to do. This is about a demonstration. We're living a different life. We've made our demonstration. It's water under the bridge, and we need to continue to keep doing the right thing. I'll tell you what happened, though. I was not allowed to see my daughter after I'd gotten sober and I made my first. I wasn't allowed to see my daughter. They didn't trust me. Well, slowly the trust came back to the point where there was actually a time when my ex-wife called me up and said, "Would you take our daughter? And would she live with you? I think you can actually offer her a better life if she lives with you." So it went 180 degrees to the other side, where I was tragically alcoholic and dangerous. I burned down houses by accident. I'd carry around handguns in a blackout. It was just really dangerous. And I went from there to quite possibly offering the best environment for my daughter to grow up in. And my ex-wife recognized that and said, "Okay, she's gonna go and live with you for a while, if that's all right." Now, time can heal most wounds. Is there going to be a situation where someone is not going to forgive you? That's certainly possible. It's not probable. It's certainly possible. And I'll tell you what, it's water under the bridge. We need to learn to live with it. We can't say our sobriety is contingent on someone forgiving us. We just can't do that, because our sobriety is contingent on our relationship with God and how we help others.
That same thing happened to me. After 5 years, I've been a perfect ex-husband and father, and to my two children. But after 5 years, for some reason, my ex-wife and I had a discussion. And I said, "Don't you trust me?" She goes, "I don't trust you as far as I could throw you." 5 years. 5 years. And then that hurt. I'm like, "Don't you know who I think I am? I'm like this spiritual guru." And she was, "I still won't trust you as far as I could throw you." And so what happened was, about another 5 years later, she still wants to play flight attendant, which is fine, but she's away from the children for about 24 days a month. And I said, "Listen, there's not going to be any more nannies. They're about ready to start high school, and there's no more nannies. So I'm going to move to where you are. I'm going to buy a house, and I'll take care of the kids for the next 4 years and bring them through high school." The first day that I was back, she had thrown out her back. So I was in her bedroom, making sure she was okay. And she says, I just can't get over how much you changed, and I'm so glad that you are here. Thank you for everything you have done for us. Now that's 10 years. I'm pretty patient, I guess. I don't know. But you know what? It never bothered me what she thought. It never bothered me what she thought. That was her gig. Nothing. Yes, I destroyed her. There's no doubt about it. But I was always perfect on the money. I was always there when I said I was going to be there. I took care of the children. I took care of everything. I was there emotionally, physically, mentally. And so whatever she wanted to think, and that's that. I think we have time for one more.
Well, is there another one here?
Do you have one? Do the steps with a sponsor. Here, this one. As a sponsor, how do you make sure that the sponsee has surrendered and is willing to do the work? Invite him over to your house. Hey, listen, I'm going to be at my house from 10 to 2. Come on, bring your big book, bring a highlighter and a pen.
When I start working with somebody will come up and say, "Hey, would you sponsor me?" I really try to follow the book, and in the book it says, on the first visit, leave this book with them and ask them to read it. So the first thing I'll ask you to do is read the big book. I won't say yes or no. I'll say, read the big book. They're like, I've read the big book. What's this all about? Well, the book says to leave the book with them. I don't care if you've been around 10 years. I want you to read the big book, and I'm going to ask you to highlight certain things. And then when I ask you, when the next time I see you after you've read this, when I ask you, are you willing to go to any lengths? I'm going to make sure you know what any lengths looks like. I mean, has anybody ever come up to you and say, are you willing to go to any lengths? And you don't know really what that means. And you say, yeah, well, maybe, I want them to know what any lengths is. And I ask them, are you willing to do what it says to do in this book to recover from alcoholism? And if they say yes, then I'll start working with them. Now, every once in a while, I'll get somebody that's so sick they can't even read the book. And that's another thing. We're adaptable. I don't believe in the cookie cutter approach for sponsees. I listen to my, it says that we'll intuitively know how to handle situations that used to baffle us. I intuitively know how to handle newcomers that baffle me. Okay. I just do. And I'll be helpful as long as there's a willingness and a participation in the recovery process. I'll tell you this, when you're putting in more work than they are, it's not working. You should not be in that relationship when you're putting in more work than they are. When you walk away exhausted when you've been working with somebody, it's not working. You should walk away elated. You should walk away going, wow, that's really great. When you walk away exhausted, it's usually because you're putting more, you're feeding too much, and there's nothing coming back. So it does say in this book that if someone is not willing to work with you, that you should drop them for a while. Maybe they'll change their mind. And I do that a lot too. I don't fire anybody. I don't like shaming anybody or making you feel small. Alcohol does enough of that itself. But I'll just kind of disappear off to the side, and you'll kind of get the hint that I'm not willing to spend a lot of time with you, because I need to spend the time with, my time is finite these days. I need to spend it with the people that are really, really willing. Now I'm gonna leave you with this. I want you to consider something. Consider that a life with unfinished amends. In other words, the difference between a life with all of the amends that you're consciously aware of being taken care of and addressed versus the life where you still have unfinished amends that you know about is like the difference between night and day. Mm-hmm. It's like the difference between black and white. And for some of us real alcoholics, it can be the difference between life and death. So I want you to consider something. I'm not going to make you raise your hand, but I'm going to ask you this question. Are there unfinished amends in your life? Are there amends that you know you should do that you just haven't done? Then I want you to consider something. Is it possible that not making that amends can lead you back to a drink? I just want you to consider it. Don't give it a yes or no answer. Just ask if that's possible. And consider that.
And I want you to consider this. At 8 o'clock, I'm going to tell you my story. So consider.
Don't miss this.
Is this basketball, hockey, soccer thing you got going on, whatever it is, as you can tell, I'm not very much into sports. If it's not wrestling, I'm not into it. Or would you rather come hear that crazy story that I got going on here, which
8 hours, bottle to throttle.
8 hours. Wait till you hear this. It's great. Okay, so tonight we're going to come back here at 8 o'clock. It's going to be a speaker meeting, a normal speaker meeting. We're very excited to have you all here. There's a lot of people that are coming. I'm really excited about that. Tomorrow morning's meditation, and then I'm going to bring you through steps 10, 11, and 12. That's the meat. That is the continued that you all are going to do. So we're going to email you these packages. I'd like you all to print them out tonight and bring them in. I'm going to show you how to do daily inventory. I'll even bring in mine, which it's going to be blank because life is phenomenal.
And one more thing, my wonderful wife Mary Beth is the warm-up speaker for Doug.
A big Al-Anon girl. So for the Al-Anon girls that are here,
she's Al-Anon, she's AA, she's lived with me for 13 years.
Check that out.
There's something to be said about that. And if you can do that successfully,
forget about it.
Thanks, guys. Let's give them a hand.
Now, what we have here is we have the question and answers, if you would. You got a box right here, and then we're going to end it up.
Okay.
Unless someone wants to raise their hand. Does anybody have a question right now?
Is there a roving microphone somewhere, or
can you just talk loud?
Here we go.
All the big books are coming out. Oh my God, they're going to start asking big book questions. You just want to raise your hand, and Pally will give you the...
It doesn't have to be a question. It can be sharing. It could be anything you like.
Give me the basket.
Sure.
No questions? Oh, that's sweet. When will we be back? That is the question.
We were hoping for extravagant praise.
Well, Pally's going to have to answer on that one. I think you're changing your whole meeting system here, aren't you? Or?
What we'll do now is sit together on the committee and discuss the future of this convention. We'll have a new convention. If it'll be here in this building, we don't know, but there will be another convention. And if it will be Doug and Chris, I don't know, but they will be just as good as Doug and Chris. If that's possible.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's possible.
There's a question in the back.
Some tall boots to
back.
fill.
There's a question in the back, Doug.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Anders. I'm an alcoholic.
How are you?
I was just wondering, how much time do you spend on sponsees that's already done the steps 1 through 9 and are doing 10, 11, and 12 per week? Because you said you had 50 sponsees and you only want them to call you when they're actually done some of the program. So how much time do you spend with them? When do you talk to them? Stuff like that.
Well, first of all, I see 3 stages in working with others, with another individual. The first stage is I'm their sponsor. I get them through the steps. Second stage is just because you've gone through the steps doesn't mean that you're going to have a lot of real answers for every single situation sober. So there's a mentoring period. And that's like just giving them decent sober advice, how to go to traffic court, the things that we all need. And the third part is a peer relationship. That means that we're both looking eye to eye. We're both on the, trudging the happy road to destiny together. And neither one of us have any hold over the other. I'm not in charge of them anymore. They can call me their sponsor and I can call them my sponsee. But basically they're going about their business helping other people. And whenever I'll see them at meetings or we're friends, we'll go running together or whatever. But as far as an interaction like as a drama coach or a counselor, that usually is over fairly quickly, and then we're on the team that's out there trying to help other alcoholics. So I can sponsor 50 people and not get one phone call in a week, and it wouldn't be unusual. This is the way I I do it. I want to prepare you to be of help to other people when the preparation is over. Sometimes I'm really good friends with people. Sometimes, the people I work with are kind of horses' asses. And, and we don't spend much time together. But, for the most part, we'll see each other at meetings or activities or whatever.
I'm considered the mechanic of the United States in a way where, people will say, they may go up to Pally and say, will you sponsor me? Most of them will say, well, only if you go to Doug's house on Saturday and you go through the steps, then I will sponsor you. So I'm the mechanic that will show the people the mechanics on how to get to the spiritual awakening, which relieves these guys from doing it. I'll just burn and turn them out and then give them back so that they could have a sponsor, or as I like to call them, a sharing partner to bounce life ideas off their heads. But I don't do the life idea thing. I'm the mechanic. I show you how the big book was written, the history of it, how it works, how to do your daily inventory. I get you through the 4-step. And then I pass you back on. So I'm more the mechanic guy. So I've done, I think I brought 80 to 100 people through the steps in 5 hours in one day in New Jersey. And so people ask me to come and do that, and I bring a lot of people through the steps. Thousands, actually. It's absolutely great. I'm not very patient. If someone starts whining, I even hang up faster than him. So it doesn't work very well for me.
I love the A&A groups in New Jersey.
Oh, man,
because
tough.
if, every once in a while somebody will wander in and raise their hand and say, oh, I had a really bad day today. All of a sudden,
Pens. Yeah. They start throwing pens.
A pen flies over at him and somebody hands him a piece of paper and says, okay, inventory.
They give them an inventory
They're
list.
like,
They say, do this inventory.
What?
And then when they're done with inventory, 2 big guys will come and they'll lift you up and they'll make amends.
You are you will make amends later tonight. Here's the phone. Call them up right now.
Hard.
What?
They're dragging out.
They rarely come and share problems again after that.
No more sharing. It says, what do you say to your prospect on the first visit to sell them the idea of Alcoholics Anonymous? I say this. If you're in Alcoholics Anonymous right now, you're not on a winning streak. You want to come over to my house at 10 a.m.? And that's it. If they come over to my house at 10 a.m., the second thing I do is I don't get their telephone number. I mean, I don't take a lot of people in the United States, here, take my telephone number. And they're thinking in the back of their head, please don't call me, please don't call me, please don't call me. Here, take my telephone.
You give the wrong number.
I say, come here, give me your telephone number.
Give your sponsor
number. The way they used to do it back in the olden days, in 1930s, when AA first started, they used to take, well, I don't even know if it was telephone, but I take the telephone number and I call them. Hey, remember me? This is Doug from the Wednesday night men's group in Fernandina Beach. Do you want to still take me up on my offer? I still have some space available in my house. I'd like to see you from 10. 9 times out of 10 breaks my heart. Well, I checked with before they even say, I say, hey man, if you want me, I got your number. I'll call you back, and I hang up. That's it. So that means they're definitely not serious. So that's how I do it. How do you do it, Chris?
Here's one that's kind of related. It's a question. How do you hold sponsees accountable? I make them wear an ankle bracelet that gives a 700-volt shock. You know who you need to be accountable to really is to God. If I'm taking somebody through the steps and they're balking or whatever, I'm not a dictator type of sponsor. I don't beat you up. I don't shame you. I don't demean you. I just don't work with you. It basically says in this book, if the prospect will not work with you, you may have to drop him for a while. He may become willing after he drinks a bunch more times or whatever. And that's kind of what it says in here. So I kind of follow that. There are 2 things that I get involved with directly if my guys are doing. One of them is if they're 13th step predatorial. In other words, I've had some guys that, they may have 3 or 4 years, and a good-looking new woman comes in and zoom, they're right there. I've got an issue with that. Okay, I got an issue with that. It may say in this book that God is the arbiter of our sex conduct, but I take issue with somebody trying to divert the attention of a woman away from the recovery process and get her involved in a sexual relationship before she's had time to get her feet on the ground with a program of recovery. I take exception to that, and I will have words with my sponsees. Now, they may tell me to go pound, but I will have words with my sponsees. The other thing is if they try to evangelize in AA, if they try to tell you what Jesus to believe in. I've got an issue with that too, because anybody in here ever watch Star Trek, the show? You remember the Prime Directive? You know what the Prime Directive was? Don't interfere with anybody's spiritual growth. And I believe that you can interfere with somebody if you've got, let's say you're a such and such atologist or something, and you've got this book and it's the way, and you grab a newcomer and you start saying, don't worry about the big book, you're going to be saved, you'll be saved. I've got an issue with that. I don't want anybody taking anybody's attention away from the recovery process, because we're really not here to save your soul. We're here to save your ass in the first couple of months in AA. Then you can go about the business of saving your soul. But if any of my sponsees are doing any of those two things, I get directly involved. Those are really the only things I hold them accountable for. Alcohol holds them accountable for everything else.
Hey, I don't discriminate either. I do the same thing with women, 13-stepping men. So I don't discriminate whether it's men or women. Yes, ma'am. They want to get you on tape in front of 1,000 people.
Sarah, alcoholic.
Hi.
What do you say to people who doesn't believe in God or Buddha or anything? Atheists?
Yeah.
You take that,
yeah,
because that was your experience.
I got to take this. This is my experience. I was good at this. When I first came into AA and I heard about this God, I would get up and do this. I'd make sure everybody knew that I was leaving the room because you were talking about God, and I hated it. I just really disliked it. So I didn't make it to a lot of meetings in the first 90 days. Although I was in Happy Hills for 72 of those 90 and a padded room for 28 of those days. But what I would say to them is, and I've run into two atheists since I've been through the work, true atheists like me. And what I say to them is that, do you believe that I have an unbelievable life? And they all look at me and they say, absolutely, I have that belief. Do you believe that I believe with all my heart that there was some type of higher power that I am able to tap into that brought me to here? And they always make sure they say this. I believe that you believe that. I said, well, that's good enough. This is what we're going to do. We're going to go through the work. And at step 12, if you don't get it, and then I pause. And they say, and get what? Well, what happens? Then you die. Just like my sponsor said to me, then you die. But having said that, I say to him, I have never, ever seen that happen. Ever. Not to this day. Not seen somebody get a spiritual awakening who has thoroughly followed the path of the big book and the 12 steps. That's how I do it. Make sense?
Henrik, I'm an alcoholic. I'd like to ask about what you said about having account management on your coins in the group. You pass so many coins out and you get something in return. And it's a technical question. How do you manage that?
Yeah, what Chris is talking about, they did that accounting of the chips in Houston, I think, once, didn't they? And they found out that, nobody stayed sober.
There was a group, a very big group. It's easier to do with the very big groups in Texas. They kept track of chip sales. Now down there, they'll buy different coins of for different years sobriety. And they found that they were doing about 30,000 desire chips, which is a 24-hour chip.
The white chip.
And then they were doing for 30-year chips, they did 6 or something. So it went from 30,000 people that were joining in 1 month to 6 people that had stayed there for 30 years. And then there was 8 20 years. And then there was I think there was 1,110 years. And do that with your group just to see what's going on. Have the secretary keep track of how many chips and how many years value are being given out, and that kind of is a report card to how you're hanging on to people. And I will tell you this: if the people are going through the steps, they are going to be staying around a lot longer.
What we did the first time I started one of Chris's groups, I had people sign in, and I kept count of it for a year, and 75% stayed sober for the first year, and it says in the book 70%. So. It's a true statement. It really does work.
None of these statistics are absolutely accurate. Scientifically, they're not accurate, but they give you a general description of what's going on. And I will tell you that they're important statistics, though, to pay attention to, because if there are people that aren't being helped that we can help by just doing our job a little bit better in Alcoholics Anonymous, we should do our job a little bit better in Alcoholics Anonymous. You know the pain and the suffering that alcoholism can cause. Nobody knows it better than you. Nobody knows what that terror and that loneliness feels like, except for you. If we can help people from suffering from that, that's a very important thing to be involved in.
Hello, Carsten, alcoholic. I want to ask you, I've been going to meetings for almost 5 years now, and I've been working the steps a few years ago, and it was a long process, and I thought it very, very beneficial. I liked it very much. But now, I haven't been working continuously with the 10th, 11th, and 12th step. I want to do that now. Will you recommend me to go back and take the steps once more, or to continue let's say, from step 10 on a daily basis?
That's a great question. So the question was, should this gentleman go back through the whole steps again? And this is what I would recommend. He's been with Alcoholics Anonymous for 4 years. He's went through the steps. If you look at the list that I made up here, if you have done a great inventory on yourself, what's going to happen is as you start doing steps 10, 11, and 12 on a daily basis, and you start filling out that inventory list that I give you, it's going to automatically, if you have problems, drive you right to the 4th step. If not, then you don't have a problem. So you will find out as soon as you start writing. And it's amazing how we could say, well, God, I've been here for 4 years and this stuff doesn't come up. When you put pen to paper, I don't know what the spiritual axiom is, but it just opens up floodgates. It opens up floodgates. So I would advise you to go home tonight because I know Pally has been sending out the inventory list. Print out 7 days, write the date for 7 days, and start writing. And if you see that things are popping up, you may then want to go back through the steps. But go through this first, 10, 11, and 12, and then see where it takes you.
There's also some advice. The word continue is important. And we can continue certainly with the disciplines of 10 and 11. There's no doubt about that. But in the step book, there's a sentence that says, many of us go in for annual or semi-annual house cleanings. What I take that to be is many of us go in for annual or biannual steps 1 through 11. I've got experience doing it both ways. I've got experience where every single year I went through the steps for a number of times, all the way through, and then I've got some years where I just continue to maintain through the disciplines of 10 and 11. I find both of those are good ways to do it. But if you've been away from the steps for a while, it might benefit you to go through in a thorough manner from the beginning. We
were asking when we're going to come back. We also have a couple wonderful things here that say, "I love you guys." I think it was one of the blondes on a bike, especially Doug up there. Yeah, especially Doug. Sorry, but anyway, we got some wonderful thank you cards up here. It was wonderful. And if you want to have this again, whether it's us or with somebody else, which would probably be less than us, but anyway, if you want to have some other great speakers from anywhere around the world, the seventh tradition is absolutely very, very important, especially in the United States. And I think that's why
The United States AA is very big and very strong, and we're allowed to have all these conferences
And we're also big mouths.
yeah, we're
so
also
that helps.
big mouths, right? So I got some Monopoly money here. I don't know what this color is. I think it's worth 20 cents, but I'm going to donate this, and I would ask you all. This is going to be the last time, so reach deep in your heart to really help Alcoholics Anonymous Flores here in Denmark and give big. We are all out of time, and I just want to tell you I love you all. This is a beautiful country, beautiful people. I feel like the redheaded stepchild, the Beauty and the Beast up here. All you guys are so good looking, and it was a pleasure coming out here. Please email me, say hello, be my international friends, and I want to thank you.
I want to thank everybody that was a part of this process, everybody that was of service, the tapers, the people that were driving us around, the people who were interneting and sending us the money for the tickets. Thank you all, and thank you all for an absolute wonderful weekend.